1 and 2. Let's well, I don't even see anybody in. Do we see somebody in 7 and 8? That's lanes 1 and 2. That's lanes 1 and 2. That's pro. Are we really going to get no new entries? I don't know. Let's see. Racers, come on down.
We're not going to wait. You all aren't going to start breaking it down here in the tower. I already had Ronnie Court turning down for what yesterday?
We turned down for nothing here.
Turned down for nothing.
All right, racers.
Turn it back on. My bad.
Come on down. Oh, no.
Hey, tension in the pits. We do have a racer in need. Racer in need. This would be the Beakley Hill Racing Team. They are parked, if I remember correctly, against the main road, more towards the back there. They are looking for a trans-brake solenoid for Power Glide. I'm guessing that's going to be around here somewhere. I am guessing that this is for the dragster. This would be for Kaylee Hill's dragster, which is the white one. They got the black Chevelle as well, too, in their pit area. They are looking for a trans-brake solenoid this morning. So if you can help out a racer in need, find the Beakleys. They are out there in the pit area with the white dragster and the black Chevelle, and they are looking for a trans-brake solenoid for a Power Glide.
Hopefully we can get them helped out very, very quickly. Looks like we do have one taker so far in the new entry time runs. One taker so far in the new entry time runs. If you are a new entry, come on down. New entries, we need you to lane 7 and 8. We need you to lane 7 and 8. I know we've got a lot of folks already joining in on the live feed, and good morning, good morning, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to our friends in the chat bleachers. We love to see your interaction. You are just as important to the broadcast as anybody else who is here on the property, so should be fun. Welcome to Fuel Factory Friday. It's Million Day. It's going to be a good one. As a part of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. Certainly the weather's going to be a factor today, Nate.
It is a little breezier than it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The wind is kicked up, and we are certainly going to be keeping an eye on that. After the last couple of days we had, yesterday, the weather was great. Wednesday, the weather was great. There was almost no breeze. It was one of those things where it seemed to be that the racers had a complete handle on this racetrack. I don't know the number. I'm sure Lela knows the number. How many dead-on zeros we had yesterday?
Should we put her to the test early?
No, she's got other things going on. She is it. If there's a busy morning for anybody, Lella's an amazing.
She's a rock star,
dude.
And Peter says this a lot. He can't do this alone, obviously, and there are people behind the scenes, and Lola is one of them, Emily and the team back there, Marco. They really deserve a lot of credit for the things that they do. And as an announcer, I think you would agree with this, Nate. Our job's easier when we have stuff to talk about.
100%. As soon as you said, I think you would agree with this, Nate. She makes our lives easier.
Oh, my gosh.
She makes our lives way easier.
I mean, she comes in here with stats and everything. She's listening to the broadcast as we're talking.
Yes.
And then she's like, oh, yeah, I'll just get this for them. And then, boom, I get a text message.
Right.
It's like, I am so thankful for the Pervolaris family and the team back here. It takes a village, and they're an amazing team to work with. So very thankful.
That is one of the things that Peter had talked about, and we can talk about it later, but he has picked the right pieces to surround himself with. You know, I mean, when he and Kyle started this thing, the two of them were pretty much inseparable, worked on this thing, tag teamed this thing, built it up, and obviously the loss of Kyle it hurt. It hurt.
Devastating.
When you take a major player out of the game like that, somebody with that type of just a personality that there's a certain word that I'm looking for. It's escaping me right now, but it was just so powerful.
You lost a family member.
It was a powerful, powerful personality. But anyway, as the unfortunate loss of Kyle, Peter had a choice to make. He said, look, we can keep this thing going, or I can find the right people to step in. The fact that the pair of Larises were so close to Kyle up there, and it was a perfect match, right, between Marco and Lela. Of course, Emily there. That group makes this thing happen, and it's just awesome to see what they do.
It's a great team, and a great team here. I want to send kudos to the team at the Strip at Las Vegas, and not only the operational team up here in the tower, but obviously we have had a lot of situations to deal with this week, and the safety team has been magnificent. They really have been, and responding appropriately, accordingly, and limiting the issues that could have arisen had that team not been as strong as they are. So really appreciate the team at the Strip at Las Vegas. They have been tremendous here.
You know what I'll say about that, and I've said it before, I'll continue to say it, but our fire and safety team, I've had the pleasure of working with many of those people for the entire time that I've been here at the drag strip, which is a long time now. And they're kind of like your designated hitter. They're the ones that you don't really want to have to use. But when you have to use them, you know that they are going to step up to the plate and they are not going to miss when they swing. They are going to knock it out of the park each and every time, and they continue to do that. That team up there is, I'll put them up against any
stellar
safety team in the nation.
Stellar. Yeah, they've been tremendous this week. We appreciate them.
Hopefully,
we don't have to talk to them at all today.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
If we could give them if technically kind of give them that, be like,
we would love to give them
tell
the day
you what,
off.
boys and girls, you guys just kind of ride the bench today.
Yeah. And
we certainly hope you don't get put into the game.
And that is a great reminder to look, when you're out in the pit area, look both ways.
Yes.
Keep the speeds to a limit. Certainly, obviously, when you're around the actual racetrack, keep a head on a swivel, and there are dangers at a racetrack, whether it's on the racetrack or off the racetrack. Let's make this one a clean, safe, and easy day as we give away a whole bunch of money. I do want to thank the racer who helped out the Beakleys. It does sound like we got that.
Beakleys are good?
They got that Trans Brakes Illinois, so get some good juju this morning to some racers, helping other racers out. It was great to have Cole came up here actually last night.
Yeah, Ryder Biscay.
Yes, Ryder Biscay. Thank you very much for getting Cole those tires. I think we are good to go for not only the million, but tomorrow's 30K as well too. So love to see it.
We kept love alive.
Yes.
Kept the love alive.
Kept the love alive.
So Ryder Biscay, thank you for helping out Cole Dickoff. That was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, pro. Again, $50. You do not have to be entered into the million to take a shot at the 50K. Last call. If you are looking for a new entry time run, last call. Pro, we need you into the staging lanes. And we have also called Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Car, odd and even for the Brodix time run. Super Pro Door Car, odd and even. Let's go ahead and get you headed this way.
This will be an interesting racetrack to navigate for racers in this Brodex run for the 50K. This is just what my app says, so obviously there are a lot of different weather stations and different readings, but 52 degrees, 25% humidity, and a DA that I don't think I've seen it as low as 1,700 this whole week. So
It's 1,700?
1,700, 1,769.
Huh? No. Look, dude. Hey.
Are you?
Hey. let me tell you something, Peter.
What did you just
know
say,
exactly. You know exactly whose side I'm on when we get to days
I'm on
like
the racer's side.
All
Oh, heck
100%.
yeah. You're losing some money.
I
today.
love you. I love you. You're my friend. But, dude, to watch you panic on these types of mornings, it almost brings a tear to my eye. It's so much fun.
As the old guy of the group, I got your back, buddy. I'm on your side, Peter.
Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm on the racer's side. I want your wallet to be 50K
Racers,
less.
pick Pete's pocket. Hey, who was it? It was Witherow. Was it Witherow that did it in Bristol? And Sarah did it here.
So if this new entry time run, well, I guess we won't have a dial. But it would be funny if, like, he actually just wrote something on his dragster and said, "What's on the dragster?" Oh, it's a bunch of zeros. Darn.
Oh, it's McKenna Needham.
Oh, is that McKenna?
McKenna Needham from here in Las Vegas. He is a really cool dude. Really cool dude. He's, again, another one of the Hawaiians. Vegas kind of being known as the Ninth Island. Needham and the guys. He races here on the regular. So McKenna Needham's going to be our new entry time run.
One and only.
Yep.
There you go.
We've called Super Pro Door Car odd and even. Super Pro Door Car odd and even. All right, McKenna, go get him, bro. That's what we need to do. Like you said, we need to just take an idea and do the golf cart grazing, go out and find out. Because, with Team Mexico being out there, there's got to be some good food over there.
Yes.
With the Hawaiians being here, there's some good grinds that are going to be out and about there somewhere. We should just go trick-or-treating around lunchtime and see what people have.
I've noticed that Peter, after basically sitting quiet in the corner for the majority of the weekend or weekend so far, he has already paced past our room 3 times.
Are you seeing a little uptick in the energy?
Are we getting a little?
His step count will go up today.
Did we figure out? Does he have one of those smartwatches?
I hope so. Peter,
He got one of those.
you have one of them smartwatches? You don't have something that checks your heart rate?
What's your step count yesterday? We want to see if it goes up today.
He sat in the corner yesterday. Like you said, today he's already made 8 laps around the tower.
We've seen more of Peter this morning than we have all weekend long.
I'm going to, you know what? Fire and safety team, if you guys have a heart monitor, would you bring it down here to the tower? I'm going to put it on Pete.
You a little nervous, Pete? I think he's a little nervous. Listen to him.
I just want to.
Okay, a combination of nervous and excitement. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. Yes, it is a big day.
Hey, look, guys, we're going to make absolutely sure we've put out a final call for new entries. We're going to go out and put out a final call for new entry time runs. So, again, if you are a new entry, serious, folks, listen up, and you want your time run before you try to get into the Brodix run for the 50K, we need you in lanes 7 and 8 right now if you are a new entry. If you are back there scrambling, trying to get the car together and are on your way, put somebody on a golf cart, put somebody on a scooter, send them up here to let us know. But this is it. Last chance, new entry time runs. Larice Pro, you should be already lined up in lanes 1 and 2 for your run for the 50K. SHC Juan says Peter is cool as a cucumber.
That's not what I see.
That's
not what I see.
The
Terminator's getting a little.
What's the deal?
This Brodix session is meant to be hit, just not every year. But I'm truly excited about today. You know, we plan a lot for this. The staff and I, everyone's working hard. The racers worked hard to get here, and I'm really excited. Seriously, for the day itself.
It is. It's like you said. It's a nervous energy. It's not a bad nervous energy. It's that like going to Disneyland kind of energy.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, look, we like to have fun and joke around, but the reality is this is a big day. This is a huge day. This is essentially the epicenter of drag racing in the entire world, right here in Las Vegas. Not only this morning, but obviously into this afternoon and evening, where we will crown a, is it 10th winner of the Vegas Fling Million? And etch the name onto the trophy, quite literally in legendary fashion, with last names that you recognize, guys who are on a first-name basis, and some of the best we have ever seen.
Here's your list of names.
Yes.
2016, the inaugural winner of the million, the guy who went on to win a couple of them that year, Jeff Verdi. Two-time million winner that year, Jeff Verdi. 2017 was Luke Bagaki. Luke was followed in 2018 by Randall Reed. Then it was Peeps Pennington. Then it was Scotty Richardson when we did it in Bristol. Brought it back here, Bo Butner. Kevin Brannon. Andy Schmall. Luke added a second title in 2024. And last year, what an amazing story with Cooper Chun. If you know the background, if you know the history. A kid who really didn't know if he was going to race again, came out here and took it all. It is amazing. It just every single one of those races, you look at him and go, damn. Can I put my name on that list? It would be amazing.
Yeah, quite the special event.
Let it sink in.
Quite the special event.
Before we get there, you get a chance to go down the racetrack. And if you can put the right package together, you can do what Sarah did. Like Pete said, it's designed to be won. Just not every year. Last year we took the year off. This year it's your year. Get 'em. Get 'em. this is our last new entry time run. We had a couple of them that were there. So again, racers, good morning. It is Million Day. Our first pair Tanner Theobald on a new entry time run. 55 and then goes 480. So Jason Sandstrom, Paige Smith, gonna be our first pair of Larice Pro Cars. Just watch. If that scoreboard lights up initially with 3 zeros, there's going to be $50,000 hanging in the air along with the front tires of that car. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Brent Carver. Ronnie's here. They're going to take you through the first little part. I'll be back in here in a little while. And again, racers right now are going, yeah, Nate, stay off the mic, because every time you're on the mic, nobody hits it. If you're not on the mic, we hit it. So, guys, give away 50 grand of Pete's money, please.
Let's pick Peter's pocket in the Brodex run for the 50K. Paige Smith way up in the air. Paige Smith, how about that?
Peter called it. He said, watch this. Somebody this morning is going to have a huge wheelie into the wind, fresh glue, low DA than they've ever dealt with all weekend, and going to be making some extra power and making an extra hot shot at the tree.
605 on the 602. Paige Smith, 41 on the tree. Again, we're looking for 000 as we welcome our friends joining us on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. Welcome to Fuel Factory Friday on this $1 million day. Curtis Zinzalita left side 585, and Joel Young right side looking for 000.
There's a 5. It's not bad. It ain't good enough.
Both drivers under by 300 and some change. So certainly, obviously, the weather is going to affect things this morning. As we mentioned earlier, Brent, the DA low. The track is good. A bit on the colder side considering the weekend weather, and so a lot of horsepower being made.
And the wind coming straight at them. I mean, there is a stiff breeze heading right directly face down the track. So they're going to be getting the air under them, blue under them as well, and it is both red. No good there. And Rodix run 50 this morning. $50,000 on the line for the first perfect package. We've seen 2 of them yesterday.
Yeah,
so they're there to be had.
On the call for Chuck Sanders, who was 000, dead zero. Was on the call for Chad Sandlin, 000, dead zero. And I would really love to see one more happen, because Peter has passed this box 3 times. He keeps popping in. He's getting a little nervous. Jason England, nice wheels up. 12 on the tree and 581 on the 577.
I'm going to like watching that more than I am this screen right now. I mean, I guess we'll just see if we see them on the board, and then I'll look at the screen, because the way the cars are leaving this morning are going to be pretty daggone exciting. How about Travis Retz? Oh, nope, that's Charlie Lockhart. Oh, there's a guy that'll do a wheelie in the left side. Charlie Lockhart out of Mayfield, Kentucky. And Brian King over on the right side in that 3rd generation Camaro, I think that is. That's still second. 3rd. Oh, Chuck. What was that, about a 200-footer on the back bumper of the S10? I did call that Lockhart. 1 thou away from Peter getting real nervous. 001 on the hit.
Yeah, Lockhart, that's a really nice wheels up. Oh, man, that's as good as it gets in the morning. That's as good as it gets this morning as Jim and Rob take their shot step up to the plate and swing, looking for a 50K lap. Not going to happen here. Oh, they're bringing the trophies into the booth. Look at that beautiful Fuel Factory Friday Fling Million Championship trophy. We've got the $1 Million Friday bottle. We've got the plaque. We've got the Biondo shifter. Oh, man.
That would look good in my car. Unfortunately, if you can't beat them, you get in the tower and talk about them. Mark Fall, right side, Il Camino, and Mitchell Seymour, the next pair to give that goose eggs a shot. Peter gave me an over-under on perfect lights this round.
What do you say?
His over-under was 11. That there would be 11 trip zips in this.
11?
Yeah, that's his over-under. I need the under.
I'm going to take the under. Mitchell Seymour, 3 on the tree. As Mark falls red by 3,000.
Nate says don't take the under. It's 11 is the number of perfect lights for this 50K shootout. You're taking the over, Nate?
Okay. All right.
I like your confidence there, Nate.
I think the racers are good.
And the other thing is I did notice that you handed me the mic both times that Old Red lost his injuries last night. Losses for that. Yeah, probably not from them. Right there, they're going, yeah, get that guy off the mic. But what happened last night, if I'm the one calling it, I mean, so far I've called those moments that we didn't think were going to happen. So maybe you do want me calling it. I don't know.
Craig Marilees has been in one of these looking for 000 situations, but unfortunately red by 18,000. Steve Rohr's 16 on the tree and 70 on the 74. Here comes the love truck that was looking for tires yesterday. Thank you, Ryder Biscay, for helping out Cole Dickoff. The Washington runner dialed 752. Joe Kidd, 639, looking for 000. Not going to get it from this pair as Peter Biondo wipes a bead of sweat from his eyebrow as he's one pair past. We have not seen 000 or dead zero. Joe Kidd, 17, under by 15,000. Cole Dickoff is 14 red, shooting for perfect.
I'm going to get a little ticker going over here so I can keep up with those trip zips.
Okay, there you
they're
go.
Coming.
This one should be a vehicle that will pull the wheels, ain't it, Brent?
Lucas Walker has a habit of wheelies that are a lot like Charlie Lockhart.
Put this one on the bumper.
Cool whip. Going to be looking at the sky here on the left side out of Mayfield, Kentucky, and Brian McGinnis in that just spectacular 55 or 56. Both these guys know how to put in laps. It will not surprise me to start seeing some goose eggs coming up real soon. McGinnis was close, but too soon. Walker struggled a little bit this weekend so far, so I'm going to say he put a 48 on it and went 47 with a 9. I'm going to say, much more worried about getting her dialed in for the big show.
One of those drivers that once he starts to get hot, of course, he picked up a win in Tucson last weekend. That is not the driver to be tangoing with, especially when we get into $1 Million Friday. Jean Milton, she's dialed 660 left side, and Zachary Zerbrug going to take their swing at the Brodex $50,000 run. We're looking for 000. And if we get that, Peter gets really nervous.
Big
Zachary
wheels up.
Zerbug, 5 on the tree, and 642 under by a whole bunch as Gene, 24 on the let go, and will not take home the Brodex.
That low DA,
50K.
you
Yes.
see it already coming in. Almost every car we've seen dialed is red there at the bottom in the breakout situation. Some of them not by much. Some of them have been pretty good-sized swing. How about next pair up? S10 on the left side, and that cool 67 Mustang of Rob Strong.
Again, a friendly reminder that this Brodex Run for the Money is open to all million and non-million racers. If you are not in the million and you got a race car on the property and you're just in the 30Ks, you can participate. So if you want to jump in, as all door cars have been called for the Brodex Run for the Money session, and don't forget, we are still selling tech cards for Fuel Factory Friday Million. As Rob Strong, a little tardy, our S10 friend, a little early, still trying to get her dialed in. We're looking for 000. I think Peter's starting to feel a little good. He's starting to walk around with his chest puffed out.
Right, he says, don't forget, Pete. There's a lot to go.
Mm-hmm.
How many? We saw 2 perfect runs just yesterday.
Yes, within like an hour of each other.
Correct. And we saw a bunch of goose eggs on the Christmas tree last night, so looks like there may be a little something down track. Crew going to go down and check that out. As we've got our next pair sitting there, that's Nick Engler. The 69 big body Coronet. And the right side, Henry Robertson. The Fox body on the right side. So it looked like there maybe is a
Yeah, I think they're chasing a
plastic bag.
little plastic bag there.
Yeah, somebody left their groceries out there. It blew out the window of their race car. They probably drove their race car up to the QT Quick Stop up there and get them some donuts. Speaking of donuts and coffee,
Our friends at Function Enterprises, they're down there. They've got the coffee and donuts, so make sure to check that out. Again, our friends at Function Enterprises, thank you, helping out with the donuts and the coffee. Good morning to our friends in the chat bleachers. Hey, welcome to Fuel Factory Friday, the Fling Million. My name is Ronnie Court, Brent Carver with us. You will hear, of course, Nate Hershey just about all day long as 2 drivers. Henry has been perfect at one point this weekend. He is red by 30,000. Nick Engler just trying to get the Coronet dialed in here. 22 and 1 above 1. That's a good start on this Brodex Run for the 50K. Where's Peter? We got to get a camera on Peter here. I think he's feeling pretty good right now.
I think he's hiding in a corner.
Is he hiding?
Yeah, he's just hiding in the corner going,
okay.
I can see feet moving around, but they're moving at a little bit quicker pace than normal. Listen, I can't wait to see the first goose eggs pop up there because, I'm Team Biondo this morning. I'm the one representing you in here, Peter. Especially since you told me you're splitting with me if they don't hit. Steve Kelly, 25 on the let go. And again, you see in those dial-ins, listen, not only is this a shot for 50,
Yeah.
but it is your shot to get that machine the way you want it. The dial-ins based on today's factors, because it is not the same day as it was yesterday by a long shot.
Yeah, Brett, that's a good point. This really is an important time run. As much as we're hyping up the Brodex Run for the 50K, this is valuable data for racers, as of course when we turn for round number 1. Remember, buybacks will be available. However, this is possible. Steve brings wheels up on the gorgeous 64 Falcon and 577 on the 573. Steve Allenach, 15 dead 9. I believe that's our first dead X that we have seen. So, Steve, we're looking for perfect, but a good run, no doubt.
And 2 classic 4s. That right there puts me in a little bit of heaven. You got one of the favorite body styles of Mustang of all times there on the left side. And my personal pick for the year of Falcon. I've owned the earlier ones, 60 and 61, but that little square Falcon makes me happy.
This is a gentleman who yesterday was on the mic to go 000, dead 0. Chad Sandlin owns one of the 2 perfect laps this weekend. Come on, Chad. Come on, Chad. Dialed 621. He is 008.
What do you
Wheels
think?
up.
What do you think? 200 feet out there on the back bumper. F10s. Great bracket vehicle, obviously, because there's a ton of them here, but they also do know how to ride on that back bumper. So Sandlin, 008, 27 with a 7 on his 21 dial. There's another one that went many rounds last night in the left side there. Phil Bryant, the 76 Vega. Right side Nova. On both sides of the tree, but right is a minus 11. Right side is a plus 11. And as I watch these now, look, there again, Phil Bryant did not waste it. He went dead 7. He was red, but dead 7. So, again, we're shooting for the 50, but we're also getting them importantly dialed based on today's conditions, a huge swing in conditions, weather, and whatnot. So you see it on these ETs. There's Steven Johansson, George LeBlanc, call me Matt. It's 007 there on the right side for LeBlanc. Johnson knocks it a little red.
Good morning to our friends in the chat bleachers, Philip, Rob, James, Braden. We appreciate your kind words, and thanks for tuning in, as we are now 1,200 strong on this Fuel Factory Friday, the Brodex run for the 50K. This is a de facto time run for these drivers. However, there's $50,000 on the line. Drop it dead zero with donuts up front. They are perfect, as they are wheels up, left and right. I believe is that Josh Pickett over there in the truck? 624-009, Doug Carter 31 and above by 500. Now drivers are dealing with a couple different things as we are working against the wind. We are working with a DA that is sub 2,000. It's going to be a interesting morning as the drivers try to navigate the racetrack, not only from a dial-in standpoint, but certainly, obviously, looking to score a $50,000 payday like Jeff Sarah did right here in Vegas.
There's a couple of good ones on the line. Team Mexico, Jorge Alberto Cans. He was 10 on the let go. That ain't a bad way to start. And Jake Swigert was 4. You're seeing several eggs, just not enough of them quite yet.
Yes, need them in conjunction and chained as 000 as chat. You are correct. That would be Brent Carver on the microphone joining me. My name is Ronnie Court. We hope you enjoy the broadcast as we have our next pair of contestants coming on down with Brianna Jones and Ryan Secondi. Good morning, Christine, Scott, K. Little, Rob, our buddy Nate. Good morning. Couple of double O's, just no triple zeros. Secondi under by 200 and some change. Brianna Jones under by 200 and some change. So we continue on. We have not seen a perfect light yet. $50,000 on the line, and all it takes is one run. A run that, oh, by the way, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah, why is it so hard?
000? That's what you're always aiming for, right?
Dead zero?
Dead zero? That's what you're predicting,
I
right?
mean, I
That's all you
thought
gotta
that was
do.
the point.
That was the point of this thing. Good morning, Nicole. Hope you're doing well out there. Hope you and Jeremy and the kids are well out here. 11 to 16, they're looking to go. But Toby is getting it close, 16, and one above 4, 30 total. We're also looking for some of those best packages. Certainly going to be interesting as we look out on a tremendous, tremendous race car. Tony Henderson, right side in the XKJ car.
That's a cool rig.
That's a beautiful machine.
You know, they say B00, take 00. We've seen that on the shirts and the slogans. No, that ain't good enough. This morning, you need to be 000 and take 000, right? And that would be a $50,000 payday. I mean, let's just. Well, I can't say it. I'm supposed to be standing up for Peter.
Oh, I am team racer. I want to pick Peter's pocket. I want to get somebody paid this morning. As Peter's starting to settle down. He is back sitting in the office. I think he's feeling confident right now. But all it takes is one. All it takes is one. Tony Henderson is 5 on the tree. Took his shot, got close, is well under 499 on the 5.05. Cons missed it by 2 thou on the red side.
Yeah, how many have we seen already that are 3 or 4 numbers under? They're not under by 2 thou. They're under by 2 hun or 3 or 4. That strong headwind and the DA and the fresh prep track, it's going to put down the laps. We've seen massive wheel stands already this morning. I think every S10 has used its trailer hitch to stop them.
Carl Geib's a gentleman who did some damage yesterday. He went a couple rounds in the 80 Monza, and Dustin Schroeder, this is going to be a car that's looked at closely. Best appearing car. This started by a thou. How about 7 thou under? Hey, Carl Geib, dead zero. He's 14 on the let go.
You know, my favorite thing about that Chevy, though, it's still got the original big jet airplane hood ornament on it. You know, that most of the times they get rid of that when they put the big scoop on and make them a race car, but it's got the huge jet airplane up on the hood, and it's awesome looking. Here we go, next pair up. Jason McFarland, maybe. That truck's been driven by a second one this weekend as well. So we got 006 on the right side. McFarland machine left side. Herman. Low slung 68 Chevelle. 33 on the let go. No fear for you yet there, Peter.
Good morning to our friends out there in the chat bleachers. Clark, Troy, Michael, Tom, Zach. Zach says we are watching live from the Jags headquarters on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. Jags. How was that?
That was better. You got to put the .com on Jags.com.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Ken Swayo, 72 Capri. He's 1 above 0, but 008 red as Cons. Red by 13. No good. As Peter is starting to, I think Peter's starting to get a little confident. I think he unbuttoned that top button on the shirt. He's relaxed.
He looks like he's starting to get into a recliner back there. Like, it's all good.
We're going to need to turn this bad boy up here. Oh, I'll pick Peter's pocket for some money here.
How about Calvin Tanny over on the right side? 66 bright yellow. And another one of those big wheel stands. Peter, you're safe. They were both red. Boy, Tanny was way red. Castile, 8 thou under on the dial-in, but was also 26 too soon.
Good morning, Michael. Thank you for that. We talked about it earlier. The LVMS medical team and the security team, they are all-stars, to say the least. They are a terrific team. They've been in action a lot more times than we would prefer, I think, this weekend, but we appreciate those kind words. I don't like to speak on behalf of people, but certainly I will speak on behalf of them and say thank you for that. And they're here. We hope to not need them for the rest of the weekend, and if we do, we know we are very much in good hands. Chance Parker and Gary Roost. Chance, 11 on the tree. And 5 above. Gary Roost, 21 red and under by 300 and some change. So it's all over the place right now for these racers as Peter unbuttons another button on the shirt. He's reclined and he's kicking the feet up.
Please don't talk about him unbuttoning his shirt. Ronnie?
He's relaxed, man.
Well, I mean, I know what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but still.
He's ready to go. Cassie Davis and Dustin Wirtz. Cassie was one of our last female standings. I think it was on, Wednesday? Hey, Richie. How you doing, my friend? Hopefully the Howard family doing well. We'll see you in future flings. I sure know it. As Cassie's been pretty deadly in the Beretta. 581. Dustin Wirtz, also tough customer over there right side. 507. Tree will drop simultaneous. They are both red. 11 and 13. Wirtz, dead 1. Cassie Davis, 3 above and some change.
Would we say underlay, doble roja?
Vámonos.
Vámonos! Doble roja. They went, and they were both red. Ted Seipel, the Ferrari. Love it. And Brandon Hoover, who has been many rounds and has not sucked this weekend. He's done some good driving over there in that Cavalier.
Hey, attention in the pits. We have a driver in need. We have a header that needs to be welded. It's my understanding it's steel. So if you've got a MIG welder or a TIG welder, we need a header welded. It's a, what's your name, sir? Oh, Brian. It's nice to finally meet you, my friend Ronnie. You are parked down by the scoreboards there against the, up kind of down there? Okay. Brian's looking for a set of headers to be welded, or there's a crack somewhere. It just needs a little repair. So if you've got a welder and you can weld, it could be TIG or MIG. Help out Brian as he is looking for a welder, a racer in need. Let's help him out this morning. As Dalton Allendorf is 002 and under by a bunch. Kelsey red by a country mile.
Lots under a bunch. Red at the bottom of our screen, which is the breakout sign. And like I said, they're not breaking out by 2 thou. That wind and that DA has got them guessing. So a very valuable bit of information. Looks like Andrew Di Piazza on the right side, Junior Stanley over on the left. Another little Falcon. I've seen more Falcons here. They ain't Falcon around this weekend. 62 model. First generation Falcon, shall we say. I think they refer to Falcons in generations, but that is the first body style, 60 to 63. It's 005 on the let go there for Stanley. Di Piazza, 16 up front. Stanley, he's not too far from ready to race there. He's a 005, a couple above, and not far off the number for Junior.
Certainly ready to go. Here comes Jaden Lawler and Jacob Beakley. These are two who have lit it up 000 quite often on the scoreboard. Good morning to our friends on the chat bleachers. Baritone, good morning. Max Life, good morning. Gabe, good morning. Alvin, we appreciate you for tuning in. We are almost 1,500 strong already on an 8 a.m. start, headed towards 9 o'clock here at the Strip at Las Vegas. We're looking for 000 dead zero to give away $50,000. Beakley, Lawler. We are 4 green for Lawler. Beakley red by 15 thou. Lawler 6020 on the 603.
Beakley was dead 9 on the dial in, but it was red, and we did see that purple machine in a final round on Wednesday. So that one is going to be one to watch as $1 Million Friday goes on today.
I think both drivers will be happy with that because, again, this is essentially their de facto time run, and you're trying to grab valuable data as the big money will be awarded a little bit later this afternoon. Chuck Sanders, the gentleman who was perfect yesterday. 000, dead zero. Oh, it always is a fake out when they're 8.
Right.
You know, you look at the board and you're like, oh, that's a lot of zeros. Oh, it's 8.
It's an 8.
Chuck Sanders, 008 and under by 2 months. Scott Hess, that's a nice lap this morning, 11 and 1 thou under.
That ain't a bad way to head into race day, is it? Michael Johnson, the fastest man in the world, on the right side. 6:27 going to be the dial in there for that 67, that very first year Camaro good-looking machine. And left side, Tom Carlson, 2003 roofless Corvette.
Good morning to all our friends in the chat bleachers. Thanks for tuning in on this Holy Friday. Of course, those who were wanting in on the service, it has been moved to tomorrow morning, so keep that in mind if you would like to participate in that. Oh, Michael Johnson.
Oh,
Brett.
001 for Johnson. And Carlson was 11 up front. Both of them deeply under their dial-in. But that's what this is really for. Now, if we don't give away the 50, what do we give away? We give away the best package, I believe, is $5,000. Is that right? No, best package, Brodix SR20 heads, more than $5,000 in value. Those are a bad set of heads. Second best package gets $2,000, and the third best package gets you an entry into next year's $1 Million main event.
Which, by the way, again, $2,000 value.
Correct.
So there you go. Jolene checking in from Cheney, Washington. Good morning. We hope you're doing well.
Jolene.
I figured somebody would be singing sometime today. Robert Butler, Jeremy Jacobs, both on the side of red. As Butler is dead 4, Jacobs is dead 1. Both drivers would have been very good candidates for best package had they gone green. But again, you gotta go green. So again, this matters to be best package because we got a ton of great prizes. But again, looking for 000, dead zero. Again, final call, all door cars. Final call, all door cars. And at this time, attention in the pits, we will now take Dragsters odd to the lanes, please, for your Brodix run for the 50K. Brodix run for the 50K. Dragsters odd. Dragsters odd. Even Dragsters, you are on standby.
First generation Camaro, second generation Camaro, bigger wheel stand on the left side, 005 red, 002 red. Pete, what do we have on the line for that over-under? I'm starting to like my under here. We've not seen a perfect light yet. We've seen some mighty close, Ronnie, but nobody there quite yet.
Good morning, AJ. I'm guessing when you say who cleaned it up, as in who took home the big check and the big trophy, congratulations this morning to Matt Daddis, your winner, the main event with our friends at Cascade Trailers. Congratulations, Jacob Collins, your runner-up, and also want to say congratulations to Russell Rowley, who also claimed her up in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. But Matt Daddis, your winner yesterday, and certainly going to be a popular Calcutta pick when we get to that point for Fuel Factory $1 Million Friday. Dan Bain and Ryan Barnes. This is another one of them drivers that a lot of people going to keep an eye on. Mr. Barnes, 007. Looking for 577. Scoreboard says 578. Dan Bain, red by 4th thou.
You know, you said they're looking for valuable data. I said, we've already got a valuable Daddis. He's $30,000 more valuable just from last night. I was waiting to use that. My bad. Look at, man, Ronnie, I love you, buddy.
That was so bad.
Yeah, that's good.
That was a reach.
Hey, that's a stretch, but you know.
You reached so hard your arm fell off.
Oh, when you get my age, you start finding joy out of the
Taking
smallest
your
things.
shots?
Yeah,
You're
the
taking your
smallest
shots?
things,
Yeah.
and part of that joy for me is just
You're
getting that look out
You're
of you.
swinging at every pitch. That one's in the dirt. Swing anyways, man.
That's right. Take your swing. Clayton Clark, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Beach Bend Raceway Park. One of the most picturesque and beautiful racetracks in the country. If you've never been at Beach Bend and you're in central United States, you got to go to Beach Bend for something. And Clayton Clark, that's where he lives. Harold Hemley over on the right side. That Cavalier is extra red, 21 red. Clark was 003 red. Ronnie, I might not amuse you, but surely there is some person out there that will get a slight chuckle every now and then. If I can bring a smile to one sorry person.
Oh, I'm smiling, just not for the reasons you think.
If I can bring some smile to just one person
Okay.
that has the same twisted, weird sense of humor that I do, then I've done my
That's
job.
a way to think about it, my friend. That's a way to think about it. Stephanie Cummett and Joe Kidd. Joe Kidd left side 004, not quite 000. 690, only 679. So again, some of these racers, boy, they're going back to the drawing board because, boy, they are not close on some of these. So this should make $1 Million Friday very, very interesting. Stephanie Cummett a lot closer on that number, 002 and one above one. That's going to be a lap I think Stephanie is happy about. Put a little bit in the box and let her rip for round number one. Hey, good morning, Greg. Checking in from Benson, Clark, AJ, T. Stein, my guy, Troy Umberger. How you doing, my friend? Hope you are doing well. Christian checking in from Kansas. You got to race one of these someday.
There's a couple of big red lights there. 9 red on the left side, right side James. Lee is 33 red, so they have zeroed out the boxes. And you see a lot of them hitting on the red side of it. If you're going to take the shot, this is the time, though. You say, how much can I push it?
Yeah, when you're a driver creeping up to this, especially with a delay box, obviously everybody likes that cushion. I mean, I think most of us drivers are looking more for like 5 to 7 every single lap down the racetrack. At this point, you're setting up zero. As we like to say in drag racing, you're essentially removing what it takes for you to believe to go 000 in the delay box that delays the vehicle off of the trans brake let go. So that's a little crazy. Both drivers going to miss 000, but Aaron Milton is 005. And how about dead 5? That's 10 total.
Well,
Aaron Milton, write him down for 10 total. There you go.
You also know that he was at the ladder round last night.
Mm-hmm. So very good to see a solid lap there. And again, I think so many of these drivers, again, our driver lingo, as we like to say, is setting up perfect, if you will, as they are going for broke because, well, there's 50,000 reasons to. Hey, good morning, Troy. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Appreciate you and the kind words. Parker, Justin, checking in from the Dominican Republic.
The DR.
Yeah. We are worldwide, by the way. That makes you Mr. World.
Well, Dave Mazier, another one of those reds, took too many out of the box. 5 flat 1 on the 503. Mike Sandstrom, 87. He was a bit tardy, didn't he? Still needs a half a cup of coffee.
I think he needs to head on over and get some Function Enterprises free coffee. Yes, absolutely. Good morning, Unique. Yeah, 10 total. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. You take 10 total every lap. Jeff Verdi, $1 Million Man, back oh so many years ago, has brought the GTO to the party, looking for 000. 622 the dial-in, and Corey Costin. Costin, your winner of the American Regals shootout on Tuesday. Verdi, 12. above by a bunch. Costin, red by 2, Thowen under by a bunch. So lots of zeroing in. A lot of up, a lot of down. Certainly going to be interesting as we maneuver throughout the day. Good morning, Mr. Struble. I could go for a strudel this morning.
To dodge the cones. So that's a good thing, but let's hope that machine of Roger Sauter is not damaged beyond repair.
The
first
thing that
Where
Peter
have you been
Biondo
this
said when he came into the studio here is
the first thing he said was, we're going to see some huge wheelies this morning, and apparently because he's hiding in a closet back there, not wanting to see what's going on, he didn't see the very first one out. But that one was a lot of wheelie, and a couple of good hard bounces on the front end of that big dodge.
all right. We are checking out the racetrack and making sure Roger's okay. I think he is. He's out of the vehicle. He's Roger. That was quite the wild ride, my friend.
Roger might be needing one of those soft donuts, because I bet his teeth got jarred, maybe out of his head.
He's
on
climbing
the second bounce
back into the vehicle. I assuming that the vehicle doesn't have any fluids. He's looks like we're gonna drive that baby off. So Roger Sauter on a 72 Barracuda, wheels up and then back up, and boy, good looking Mopar, making a whole lot of horsepower, and that was a heck of a multiple wheel stand.
That's
down
fact.
the racetrack.
Kind of a bucking bronco down there.
Good morning, Jacob. Good morning, James. Clark checking in says work? ? Yeah, boss. I'm definitely working. I'm doing research, man. Doing market research on the market of Las Vegas. Just making sure things are worth it for us to pursue.
Yeah, just checking the weather.
Yeah, we're looking at the weather.
And Roger was just checking the weather, too. He wanted to see the beautiful
sky
jets flying over.
Look at that shot. Oh, look
there
at those
goes
jets
one
flying over. Love it. Love it.
Look at that machine. Man, he just came back past us. That is a absolutely beautiful Barracuda.
Roger usually runs super gas, and I have to be honest with you. I mean, that car leaves hard, but that car doesn't usually sky him. And he got a good look at the blue sky here in Las Vegas. Not once, not twice, 3 times.
A lady.
And I think he was very much over that. All right, chat bleachers, we appreciate you confirming. I think our audio is good. Well, I shouldn't say that. The audio is good. The people speaking, at least for myself, mediocre.
I was wondering where I was going to fit in.
I'll put you above mediocre. I'll put you as solid. We don't quite live up to the legend of Las Vegas, but hopefully I am somewhat mediocre. My name is Ronnie Court, Brett Carver, also Nate Hershey. Going to be on the microphone here on this Fuel Factory Friday Fling Million Day. Oh, it's going to be a great one.
Right now, we've seen no perfect lights. Peter, no perfect lights so far, buddy.
I'm taking the under on that one. And,
I've already taken the under. You can't take it halfway through the round.
Oh.
That doesn't count. There's a double O. Chris Northrup, right side, 005. BT Brandon Taylor, 13 on the let go and about 16 under. So you'd be real happy starting your day off with that lap that Brandon Taylor just put down.
Yeah, Taylor usually that achieves somewhere in the 6.0 high range and puts a 6.14 on it, so shows you where he's at. Northrup under by a bunch as well, too, as Seth Street and Bill Botello. Now, Bill is somebody who has made a lot of laps at the Strip at Las Vegas, and so this is a gentleman where I do think kind of having that home track advantage of understanding what the vehicle does in conditions like this will do for you. So we'll see how this plays out. 5 flat, the dial-in right side.
Ronnie,
Seth Street, yes.
The Trip Zip is coming in the next 5 pairs.
Okay.
I've said it.
Have you put the Notre Dame hat on?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
And if it isn't, I get $50.
Sounds
Sounds great. Actually, let's make 100.
Are you sure you want that? Did you see what's sitting in the water box and down here under me right now?
Talented racers.
You
Talented racers.
might want to reconsider that. 009 and a 14, both of them on the bad side. Everybody shooting at that tree. Shooting at the tree and looking for the dial just to make sure that they're going to be ready to dial for first round Friday Fling $1 million event coming up this afternoon. And their one and only time shot right now.
We got 1,600 watching strong on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. Hey, please do me a favor up in the chat. Thank our partners for being a part of this Fuel Factory, of course, on this Friday. Jags, Hoosier bringing you a free live feed. Chat Bleachers, let's give our partners some love in the Chat Bleachers. We appreciate them on this Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems as Bug McCarty and Zach Fulcher. This is a good pair, Brent.
I didn't say when the 5 started. Zach Fulcher let me down a little bit. I've still not. I haven't started those 5 pair yet. I didn't tell you which 5 pair we were going to get the goose eggs in. That one didn't count. It starts with the next one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Vulture was 004. It was red. And Bug McCarty was 11 up front.
Rob, this is not technically a round of elimination. This is a time run in which they are listing dials. It is what we call a bogey tree, where it drops simultaneous. If they are 000 and dead 0, they will be in the 50 grand at least pot. If we happen to have multiples, there will be a runoff. I don't imagine that happens, but we did see 2 perfect runs yesterday.
That's fact.
From Chuck Sanders and Chad Sandlin. So it should be interesting. Yeah, Troy, Jacob, Dan, thank you to our partners. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. See live feed. Michael Pennington dialed in, 007. How about 509? On the 514, Joe Schmall, 12 and above by 100.
I'm telling you it's coming. Ronnie, it's coming. This is pair number 3 since I said it, I think.
You owe me money already.
This is pair number 3.
I think you owe me money already. This is 3 plus 10?
This is pair number 3.
Okay.
I'll count them. So far, I'm still liking my horses here.
Okay, all right.
Preston Pennington. I mean, we got some hitters sitting right here, right now, and somebody's going to light it up Trip Zip. Could be Colby Walker in that Mustang.
Peep Show says the Roadster is going to go 475, and again, somebody who is very well aware of the Vegas breeze, the conditions for this vehicle. Both drivers. Walker, 566. Going to see that Ford put it on the bumper maybe.
That's a fact. If Lucas Walker had anything with setting that car up, it's going for a ride.
Wow, both drivers miss it by a thou, and Walker, a nice little wheel stand.
He had to drop that thing. It was headed straight to the moon.
Yeah.
And it was starting to drift right. He had to drop it down. It dropped pretty solidly there, but Colby doing a good job. 001. Doggone it. I thought I was getting ready to get in your pocket, Ronnie. As they were both 001, and they were both red.
By the way, we did have a pair yesterday where both drivers were 000 as well, too. So
Yep, I saw it.
Very much could happen. Ernie Macias and Kenny Peeves. Whoa, hold on to that Beretta Ernie. Yeah, he's out of the throttle. He was out in the weeds after the launch and did a little wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Kenny Pease, 618 on the 619. Sean Schaefer and Paul Lorton. Here come another pair of talented racers. And our friends in the chat bleachers, good morning, Chad. Good morning, James. Good morning, Robbie. Chad, I did not. No. Refresh my memory. Troy calling his shot with Bradley Johnson as his million winner. Certainly we will get the chat's thoughts as far as who's winning the million. Should be fun. Zach, we appreciate you guys and our friends at Jake's.
Hey!
We are 000. Sean Schaefer.
524.
522 with a 9 on the 524. Our first perfect reaction time. And, oh, we got Peter standing up.
That was in my 5, too. Whoa, you're going to have to make that one up. I'll give you a chance to win it back.
How many rounds did we run there? How many
4
rounds
and a half.
did we Oh, okay.
4 and a half.
4
that
and
was the
3
fifth
quarters.
one, yes. No
It's
matter, just depend on when I said we were starting.
It's kind of like when you're a kid and you're shooting hoops and it's like 5, 4, 3, and you got to make the last one, and then you miss it. It's like, oh, there's actually 2 seconds on the clock.
Somebody got fouled.
They got fouled. A couple of Vegas making their way down the racetrack. 000 from Sean Schaefer, but under, as that is our first perfect light of the Brodex run for the money. Oh, Chad. Chad owes me $50 for some sort of bet without my knowledge. Okay.
No, he owes you $50.
I don't know how that works.
I think you were down there. I can't remember what you went down there to do. And he said y'all had a bet for $50 and that he lost.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What a deal.
What
just
a deal.
Just send it to me now.
Yeah. I didn't even really know I was involved in this, but sure. Sure, I'll take it. I'm a big fan of people giving me money. Big fan of
Right? Hey, Randy Weller, by the way, was only 4 thou under. I mean, you got to like the way that thing's dialed. He might take a couple out of the box, but, boy, carrying 4 thou.
Joe Julesrud and Hank Primoff. Hank has been flirting with that 000 number. He's also been on the red side quite a bit. There he goes. Whoa! Hold on to it, Hank. He was 004 on the let go, but looking left immediately and had to abort mission on that one. Julesrud, 005 red. Hey, good morning, Jeremiah. Good morning, Tex Rob. Dennis, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Chad, I will take that. I will take that, my friend. Educate me. I don't even know what we were talking about. What did I know? Was it inside the Matt Daddis interview? Was it the fact that he is now in the echelon of 3, if you will, on the run for 5?
I don't think it was then. I don't remember. You may have been.
Was it Jacob Collins, a former junior dragster driver who is just tearing them up now in the dragster? I told him, man. I told him, I said, you need to double the million. That's just what you need to do. He's in single. I hope he doubles. KJ Mulligan, Henry Robertson. Well, KJ had wrong numbers in the box. Again, this is a bogey tree where both drivers, you should have a zeroed box, if you will. Henry Robertson, 11, 1 above 8.
Or you should have something like 1076 in the box.
Set up 0.
Set them up 0.
That's all I can say.
If I was
Set
setting
up
up
0.
if I was setting up 0, I would have
Oh.
1078 in my box. I like the solid black
I'd
fox.
say
That would have been Colby Walker.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Wow. Yeah. Won some cash and I didn't even know it. Thank you. That's awesome. I could have took that 50 and could have gotten the run for the money. Ty Farmer, Noah Lewis. Wheels up on the truck for Ty Farmer. Noah Lewis. Green by 17th out. What was that? Hey, Steven, how you doing, my friend? I'm getting close. Actually, when I get back from the Fling, we're looking to put primer on the Charger. We're getting there.
Are you going to paint it orange, Ronnie?
No, it's not
No,
going to be
come
orange.
on.
No, I feel like if you're going to do the whole generally thing, make sure it's a 69 or a 70. And mine's a 68. So
Well, yeah, you
Yeah.
know, respect.
yes.
Respect.
Yes,
For Bo and Luke.
RESPECT.
Ryder Biscay bailing out Cole with a pair of tires. Spencer Massey. There's another trip zip. There's another trip zip. Here it goes. Spencer Massey, 647. Goes 644. Trip zip for Spencer Massey. That's number 2 for trip zips.
So 2 000 lights and both drivers under. Sean was under by 11. Massey under by 3. No, it's actually like this. Capital F for fun, yes. Steven, I plan to be there, yes. I plan to be there. I think sign-up's next week, right? I plan to be there. We'll put that baby in pro and see if we can win us some cash. We went to the split twice last year, so that was good. I need money to pay for this restoration project. Here comes Hunter Whitehead. And Leroy Duran. He's looking for 000. 526 the dial in right side. Seriously, how do you not let the button go as a guy named Leroy and just screw Leroy Jenkins all the way up? Wow. Whoa, hold on to it, Leroy. He's 008. Leaving tracks. He can go 660. I think he went 700 feet. Look at that. You can see it in the racetrack.
Yeah, he was all the way over there by the 60-foot
My
column.
man is laying down rubber. 008 and a tenth above. Whitehead, red by 3 thou.
I have spent many a wheelies in my car doing that very same thing. Finally figured out what was wrong with it. I had the sidewalls had gone away, and I mean, I checked everything. You'd let go, and you had no idea which way it was going to go. So I got you. I'm feeling you there, Leroy.
Brodex run for the money session. We will now take all dragsters, odd and even, all dragsters. Any car or dragster that has not been down the track, bring them to the lanes.
Trip
Matt
Zip is coming
Davis
again in the next 5 pairs.
And Josh Pickett. This is your winner from yesterday. Skying in the air, 15 to an 18. Daddis just keeping it locked in. 604 on the 602. Talked to Daddis, of course, last night in the winner's circle where he said, man, this is a tough field. So you just take it round by round. And he will look to go back-to-back on Fling days and certainly etch his name into a legendary group. As Matt Daddis, your winner yesterday, as a part of the Cascade Trailers 30K Thursday.
Matt Daddis said, you know what? He's probably more worried about the main event than he was about the 50. He said, I'm not touching anything. Let's leave it alone, leave it exactly like we were racing it last night, because that did put him in the winner's circle. And how about the pair at the line? Owen Drake, 69, Coro net. That's a beast of a car. He is not going to be trip zip, as it never leaves the line. Mike Gardner went 003 red.
All right, so Owen Drake took the tree, which means his official pass for the run for the money has been logged. However, we will get him a time run, so we will get him a shot here. But this next hit for Owen will not count towards that run for the money, which would just be really interesting if, he is going to put that number up in memory. John Serra, 139. I think that's a great way to do it, as we will get him a time run. He's 10 on the tree. So again, you take the tree the first time. That is considered your lap, if you will. But certainly get them that time run there, and we will get back into action with the Brodex Run for the 50K. Something feels like we're getting close. We're starting to get things dialed in, and certainly we have a whole load of dragsters coming around the bend. Tony Farmer doesn't leave the starting line. Galiti is 10 and an under by a thou. So again, same situation. Tony Farmer is going to log a run for the run for the money. So this next lap here will just be a reset so he can get his time run. However, it will not count towards the Brodex 50K. Yeah, I'm not sure how that happens 2 times in a row. Drivers are
in different lanes, so it's not like there's something funny going on. It's just two pairs in a row the car hasn't left.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't that have been hurtful too? Because he was 002. He did have something set up right, but obviously something else was not set up right, as it never left the starting line on that official pass. The unofficial pass, he's 002.
Brings up Carl Geib and Donovan Williams, the race truck called Old Red. Boy, I tell you what, this truck's got a lot of laps on it. As Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, doing a lot of winning.
Peter says I'm not allowed to say anything on this lap.
Good morning, Lady Track Boss. That would be Michelle out there at Alaska Raceway Park. Hey, appreciate you for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. It's a beautiful and breezy morning here at the Strip at Las Vegas. Thanks for tuning in to the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. My name is Ronnie Court, Brett Carver. You'll hear Nate Hershey on the microphone as well. This Friday, Million Day. Fuel Factory Friday. 000. Donovan Williams looking for 571. Scoreboard says 567. 3 perfect lights.
There's a reason I wasn't allowed to say anything, and there it was. Trip
3
zip.
drivers under.
That's number 3
Number
for the
3.
goose eggs.
Number 3.
We're closing in on a dozen zeros.
We are getting locked in. Here are 2 drivers who very much could go 000. Cassie Davis, already one of the S&T truck repair winners for last female standing, and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow, right side, 479, the dial-in in the Roadster. He has been locked in, going deep in the rounds, not only this weekend, but last weekend in Tucson. This is a good pair on the line.
I don't know if you need reminding, Ronnie, but but I called another trip zip within the last 5 pairs.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I hit it again.
Boy, you were everything's coming up.
Everything's
Carver.
coming up for me right now.
Yeah, you should head on down a couple miles that way.
Probably won't go my way down there.
Cassie Davis points it to the sky. 003 red. And under by 6 down. Lithgow. How about 6? Dead 8. Put that down for 14 total. Lithgow very much going to be in the running, a part of the best package. Again, friendly reminder, top 3 going to win not only some opportunities there, the cash, the million entry, and a set of those SR20 Brodex heads. If we don't see 000, dead 0.
We're seeing some of these doubles coming back around, so you know that the zeros are going to become more plentiful on the doubles. And there's another
000,
one.
Dustin Schroeder. Oh, missed it by 1,000! Dustin Schroeder, 000, under by 1,000. We almost picked Peter's pocket for 50K. And that got Peter's blood pressure up and at him. Wow. Dustin Schroeder, 000, under by 1,000. Dustin, my man, good shot. We are getting close. I think Peter's nervous now. Look at him jumping up and down. He's pacing around.
Because we're still in.
baby.
Yeah, because we're still in door cars.
We are still in door cars. We got a whole load of lanes and dragsters. Jason Lynch, red by 5,000. Joel Young, 003, 1 above 6. Wow.
Remove everything sharp from Dustin's reach.
That is a time slip that, look, in reality, it's a time run, but that one's going to be painful. 1,000 away from perfect, would have awarded him at least an opportunity at $50,000. Remember, if this is done multiple times, they would run off for it.
Yeah, it would have been a maximum of 50.
Shane Carr, Travis Rutzel. We're dialing them in now. Chat bleachers, hang tight because, boy, they are figuring things out here as Dustin Schroeder just about had it. Would have been the second 50K Brodex winner here in Vegas history, and we missed it by 1,000.
And to quote my good friend Ronnie Court, because it's Vegas, baby.
It's Vegas, baby.
Boy, that was rolling the dice, and I'm telling you, whew, Peter said, you could feel the 1,000.
Yeah, 2,000 tuned in on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. We appreciate you all for being here, and you get to watch live as some of the best throw it down on this Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems on this Fuel Factory Friday. The Fling Million 50K Brodex run for the 50K.
I think you're going to see more and more of these 001, 002, trip zip kind of numbers. The doubles are coming back around. They've already had one shot at it, and they said, all right, I was 4. I'm going to take 5 out and go 002 red, like Ryan Barnes. Richard Taylor was 12 up front, 14 above on the big end. Next pair up, yes. The man that can see into the future, Chad Duke. I wonder if he sees triple O's coming right now in those ginormous mirrors. Mark Kidd, 67 Chevy 2 on the left side.
Yeah, Chad Duke's got the 2500 Ram tow package mirrors.
There comes your
fold
man.
out and hang out. Yeah, there's Schroeder, who, man, missed it by 1,000. Oh. I believe, though. I believe, guys. I'm just feeling something is in the air, my friend, and it's not just the Vegas breeze. Chad Duke, 6 flat the dial. Mark Kidd, 588. No dice here.
Safe again on that one. 17 let go for Kidd. under by 1 thou. Got her dialed just where he wants to race. I can guarantee you that. And Chad Duke going to work on the starting line, but only 7 thou under on his dial-in. So they're getting the cars dialed better and better the longer this round goes. They keep getting closer and closer as they know we are here in Fuel Factory Friday, the Fling Million, Las Vegas, baby.
This is where it starts to dial up. This is where the intensity starts to really show on these drivers' faces. It just means a little bit more, as I believe that's Dave Mazier over there on the left side. 501 the dial-in, and Andy Schmall. Again, the drivers coming around sometimes for the second driver, so we will unofficially, as they both leave red on the starting line. 499 on the 501. The Schmall machine under by 3 thou. I thought we had it with Schroeder.
That's as close as you get. Close as you get.
The tough part is he was under by 1 thou. So when we talk about total package, he ain't even in that either. That's a tough one.
Yeah, because 2 thou the other way, you would have still missed it by 1, but you would have nearly guaranteed yourself that set. Well, you probably would have guaranteed yourself at a minimum the set of the SR20 Brodix heads.
Would have been the third perfect lap of the day. Of course, again, Chuck Sanders and Chad Sandlin, should they say, the third perfect run of the weekend. Both of their perfect laps yesterday. You go perfect here, and we're going to have at least a slice of the pie and a highly likely opportunity at the 50K in this Brodex run for the 50K. Jeff Verdi, let's go 14. GTO is 4 thou under as the lawn darts start to make their way to the starting line.
We got a few door cars still mixed in, and then we're going to be, it looks like, all the way into the long cars.
So the Brodex run for the 50K on this Fuel Factory Friday. Fling Million, a part of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. Of course, you're going to hear multiple voices on this broadcast all day long. My name is Ronnie Court, of course, Brent Carver. And now, introduce the legend of Las Vegas.
The legend, baby.
Nate Hershey.
Wow, thank you, Ronnie. That's really cool. I'm so excited to be here.
That's great, guys.
Oh, guys, this is just going to be so much fun. No, guys, it is time. You guys got close. We got real close. What, Trip Zip under 1 thou. Schroeder trying to get her done. Tanya Street is red by 37 thou. Dragster over the left lane, 19 and 449. So it is breezy out there. You heard Ronnie talking about what the weather looks like. For those of you watching along on the Jags and Hoosier live feed, again, thank you so much. I understand that there was already a comment out there about the folks at Jags listening in.
Jags.com.
That's right. They're doing the whole Jags because that place is just cool.
I think the legend has us both. The
No.
legend of Las Vegas has.
I don't
he's got
know-
the voice for the Jags.
I don't know who the guy was that did that commercial for him, but yeah, or for them, that guy is awesome.
By the way, Ronnie, where are you trying to get out? Where are you trying to run out the door with that giant Fuel Factory Spring Fling Million Champion trophy? It's sitting here behind us. Got the Mosier Engineering logo on it, presented by Rad Torque Systems, and it is a rad trophy, that's for sure. So don't run off with it. We're keeping an eye on you, buddy. It's got all the previous champions on the back of it. Legends, every one of them. And when you win this deal, if you weren't a legend before, you immediately become one, don't you?
You absolutely do. You absolutely do. Well, good afternoon from Maryland. Good morning from Vegas. We are underway. Oh, Zach Fulcher, Mr. Cool, 001 dead 5. That's going to be 6 total. I don't know, guys, were we
I think that's going to put him at the top of the leaderboard there
were
for
we looking
package.
at that?
Yeah, I got AA Ron Milton over there.
Got it.
Was 10.
Got it. So Zach Fulcher is 6 total.
That's why we do it, Emily. Look, Emily just came in and said, "Oh, 1,000. You can still make your house payment because we were 1 thou away from it." Yeah, for now. Yeah.
So we had a 001 dead 5 to a 004 dead 8 as Corey Gallitti and McKenna Needham. McKenna from right here in Las Vegas, dialed in 452. He came in early this morning and ends up 003 red. On a 452, ends up 453. Corey Gallitti, 18 green, and then 432 on a 434. But it is certainly game on as Logan Scribner and Matt Hardy. Hardy, another one of the Las Vegas locals. All right, so as Matt Hardy, they are having to push Matt's dragster back. If they are having some sort of a trans brake issue, that is not going to be good. No, it looks like they may be pushing him all the way back. I'm not sure. You can see him looking at the car trying to figure it out. Maybe it rattled off. But Logan Scribner's dialed 484. Hardy's dialed 626. Again, we are in the middle of our Brodix run for the 50K. And for those of you that are on property, your attention, please. The S&T truck $10,000 Calcutta. Last man standing Calcutta for the million. The tickets are available. When they're gone, they're gone. It's $100 a ticket. They are available this morning. There is 130 of them. That's all there is. When they're gone, they're gone. If you wanted to buy your $100 ticket for the Calcutta, you need to get down below the tower now. Logan is 80 on the tree, and then 482 on the 484. But, yeah. Yep. So the S&T truck repair last man standing Calcutta tickets are on sale now. Come on down. Get them. Again, you come down, you buy your ticket, you get your name. And maybe, just maybe, at the end of the day, it can be $10,000 richer. Giovanni now at this end of the racetrack. And goes 492 on a 494. Mitch Lippin was 10 red and then goes 446 on the 443. In Brodix run for the 50K, 3 best packages are going to be getting some amazing prizes. Right now, unofficially, we've got Zach Fulcher at 6 total, Aaron Milton at 10 total, and Dennis Lithgow at 14 total. That is our unofficial tracker. Up, here we go. I said unofficial. 7 total. George LeBlanc, 7 total. All right. So I've got a 6 total, a 7 total. There we go. For LeBlanc, thank you very much. Again, like I said, we are unofficial up here until we pull the whole sheet. So with what we got happening, John Molinari, 29 green, Lukey again, another one misses it by 2 fouls. 002 red, and then 432 down the racetrack. Molinari ends up 414 on the 411 after being 29 green. So, Ronnie Court, just to let you know, we did have someone come in here and help us out. We've got a 6-pack, a 7-pack, and a 10-pack. George LeBlanc, 007 dead 0, ended up with a 7. Again, we are unofficial at this point. They will go back, verify everything, but that's what we are tracking as of right now is Grant Williamson and the stunner, Jesse Adams. Adams in the Sarmento-built car, dialed 484 on the right side, and Grant Williamson, he's got a 495 showing up on the board. We just need a bunch more perfect reaction times just for panic's sake. Just for Peter Panic. It's 11 green and 2 above for Jesse Adams, 486 on the 484. Grant Williamson, 005 red. And then goes $4.99 on a $4.95. Hello to those of you in the chat bleachers. It is a Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million Fuel Factory Friday. It is the Million Day. They are still selling tech cards out of the tower. If you have not jumped into this game just yet, you need to get there now. Ooh, how about last year's Million winner, Cooper Chun? You think about a year ago today, Cooper Chun was rolling up for his run in the 50K and probably feeling pretty comfortable, feeling pretty good. But had no idea at that point that he would be standing alongside the racetrack at the end of the night, hoisting the trophy as the $1 million winner. Cooper is 17 green and 481 on a 480. Brandon Hoover, 47 green, and then goes 496 on a 493. Again, I believe we have definitely got a bunch of really, really good cars, really, really good drivers. And just to confirm, all dragsters, odd and even, all dragsters, odd and even. If you are going to be playing along in the run for the 50K, we need you into the staging lanes now, please. Paul Dowdy, he made a deep run last night, made it into the round of 6 for the racer out of Centerville, Utah, 481 over on the left side, and Isaac Stetner, the dragster out of Regina up in Saskatchewan. One of our Canadian players, dialed in 476. I need some perfect lights. Need some perfect lights.
Have we cooled off a bit?
We need to inspire. Dang. Paul Dowdy, 008. And then 482 down the racetrack. Isaac Stetner, 36 green, and goes 474. I think we've cooled down a little bit. We need to re-engage. We need to renew, re-engage.
Reboot.
Mm-hmm.
Take the cartridge out, blow on it really quick. Stuff it back in the N64 and reset.
Steve says, good afternoon from Pennsylvania. We say good morning from Las Vegas. We say good morning from Las Vegas. As our next two, Alonso Sanchez and Hannah Vandermeer. Hannah. Dialed in with a 452. Alonso Sanchez dialed in with a 458. Double 01 red. Oh. And 461 down the racetrack. Hannah Vandermeer ends up with a 483 on a 452 dial after being 54 green. So we got a little close. Again, tracking our top 3 packages. Best overall package in this Brodix run for the 50K gets a set of Brodix SR20 heads. Those things are valued at over $6,100, $6,150 for a set of heads. If you end up with the best overall package here is Landon Wright and Anthony Bovin. Bovin out of Idaho dialed 478 down the right lane. Landon Wright dialed 439 down the left side. Come on.
By the way,
Ronnie, they need to hear your voice. Sorry.
By the way, Brodex, they had a fun little April Fools on their social media. They are coming out with a brand new set of SR20 carbon fiber. Yeah. It's all about flow. With carbon fiber.
All right, Anthony Bovin. 003 dead 6. 9 total. Aaron Milton's 10 gets bumped out of the way.
Okay.
So
starting to get into that single-digit range package-wise. That's when you know it's starting to tighten up.
We got Fulcher. Again, this is unofficial.
Unofficial.
Fulcher at 6, LeBlanc at 7, and now Anthony Bovin at 9.
Brings up Dylan Moody and Ryan O'Connor. Again, we have seen perfect out of Chad Sandlin, perfect out of Chuck Sanders, and 1 thou away inside the Brodex run for the 50K from Schroeder.
Couple of drivers right here perfectly capable of throwing 3 zeros up on that scoreboard. All the drivers are, but I'm going to say not quite going to get it this time. Ryan O'Connor is 15 green. Dylan Moody is 29 green. Dylan will go 459.9 on a 463. Ryan 457 on a 454. And I think as we had talked about, the last couple of days have been very, very nice weather-wise. It's been very little breeze, a little bit warmer. Today is cooler and windier. They've got a little bit of a headwind to worry about. They've got all kinds of stuff. Some of the cars like the headwind. They speed up.
By
Some
the
of
way,
cars don't.
DAA has moved about 300 feet since we checked in at the very beginning of this round. So again, a little bit of movement there, but overall it's gotten warmer. 56 degrees at least on my official ticker. Certainly it's going to be different for everybody else's weather station, but does show you that we are starting to see that, as expected, move up in DA as we progress through the morning. David Wright and Tommy Drake Jr. See if we can throw a whole bunch of zeros up on the scoreboard. The chat bleachers, they're ready for it. They're ready for it.
You know what we need to do? We need to have a run like yesterday where both of them were perfect. Not going to get it this time. Unfortunately, David Wright really missed it. Ends up going 445 on a 443. Had that reaction time that started with a 3. Tommy Drake Jr. is 34 green and 485. He is 5 above. And I know there are a lot of racers out there listening in going, hey, let me hear what the dragsters are running. Let me hear that. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. Some are under, some are over. Jake Jones, Mike McClure are going to be our next 2. And I really hope that what we see is that as we go through a few more pair of dragsters, that we start to see everybody kind of get a hold on it. Start zeroing in. Once again, all dragsters, you have been called to the staging lanes, please.
Now, we do have 4 full lanes of cars back there, so plenty more going to take their shot and swing at the Brodex run for the 50K. Obviously, as the weather continues to change, it will certainly affect things. But, door cars started off kind of that way, as they were a little loosey-goosey all over the place, but things really started to dial in. So we are 3 on the tree for Mike McClure. It's not going to be perfect. And 57 on the 60. Jake Jones red by 21.
Jones ends up 471 on the 469. That'll bring up Alfonso Vite and Mark Barnhart. Vite out of Pachuca, Hidalgo, Mexico. So another one of our Team Mexico players rolling in here is Mark Barnhart in his Zell-built car. Will roll up on the right side. 455 is the dial for Barnhart. 468 the dial for Vite.
Javier just checking in on the chat and says, I'm late. Is Team Mexico in the house? Team Mexico's on the starting line. As they've had a good weekend so far. Gabriel going rounds.
Is that what the Que Onda means? Is that how you say the Onda?
Onda? Sure.
Que Onda?
We're getting lessons this weekend.
We got
of course,
we
saw
que
Nachito
pasa?
In the final.
Yes.
On Tuesday. They've been holding their own here in Las Vegas. Barnhart, 42, 1 above 0. Vite, 007 red, and 3 above. All right. Maybe we need the Peter cam to get us kind of back and locked in. We peaked at Schroeder, and then it's gotten a little away from 0, if you will.
Yeah. We kind of went the wrong way.
Josh Harper, and there's that Mosier Engineering dragster. We appreciate our friends at Mosier Engineering, the Spring Fling Million, titled with them, and our friends at Rad Torque Systems as well too. As let's go 14 under, 52 on the 55. Harper 007 under by 13 thou. Paul Nero. Oh, I see what we're doing now. I see what we're doing here. Nate's taking the jacket off. He says, you know what? We got to get some good juju. We are putting on the official Fling uniform. That'll get the 000s here. I feel it. I feel it. Zach Clark, 454 the dial in right side. Paul Nero, flip those numbers around. 445. Again, it's a bogey tree, so they will basically go side by side on the launch. Looking for 000. 4 to a 6. Not bad. Not bad. How about Paul Nero? 7 total. 006. Dead 1. 7 total. Where's that put Paul?
Well, basically, we've got a 6 and 2 7s. I'm not going to say the 6 next number thing.
Oh, is that what you were trying to avoid? I was wondering why you were kind of hop, skipping, and jumping.
We got
in.
a 6 and 2 7s.
6 and 2 7s? Okay. All right.
Uh-huh.
All right.
It's game on. Loose change is in the chat bleachers. Jason Overstreet checking in. Man, I haven't seen you in a long time. Miss you too, man. I really wish I could find a way to get a little extra time in the schedule to get out here, but thank you very much for checking in, Jason. I'm sure the baby is not a baby anymore. Probably like, what, 5, 6, 7? I don't know.
They grow up so fast.
They grow up real quick. Butkowitz and Hart, Sean Hart, 009. Don Butkowitz, 15. Neither driver's reaction time will get him in there, but Butkowitz puts it on the number. 482 on a 482. Sean Hart goes 463 on a 462.
Again, a friendly reminder, this is just like their lap to prepare for the big one, which, of course, is coming up round number 1 of the Fuel Factory Friday Million, the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Red Torque Systems. So the data is valuable, and certainly to be somewhere better than 20 total on a time lap, that is a good boost of confidence, as you all know how much the mental game plays into this, as they'll be racing for a whole lot of zeros. Matthew Hardy.
All right, Matt Hardy, red 51, and goes 586 on what was a 626 dial. And yeah, I'm just kind of writing these 3 names in the middle of the sheet. Probably could have wrote them at the bottom because we're going to do nothing but get smaller, right? We're going to get smaller, smaller, smaller. Unofficially, Miss Carrie is in the house with Larice Motorsports Insurance. Thank you for all you guys are doing. That is awesome.
How are you?
Are you gonna talk to Austin later, or you guys just finished up?
Oh, is that what you guys were doing in there? Oh, sweet.
You should be happy
Very
that you
cool.
talked to Austin, because I had done a whole lot of research and had some really tough questions that I was going to give you about how I wanted to set up a, what advantages does Larice offer me? You know. Well, that would have been a difficult question too. You would have thought, you know what, let me get back to you next year when I have an answer.
But no, I am on site.
You're on site.
If anyone wants to.
Very good.
I'm telling you, that is the perfect thing to do today. There's plenty of time in between rounds. Go see Carrie. Get yourself set up with some Larice Motorsports Insurance. And, again, when you can do an on-site evaluation, an on-site assessment of this is what I have, go through it with her. Say, I need to protect this, 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 and this. If something were to happen, what do I need to make me whole again?
Yes, God forbid something happens on the road, on the racetrack, whatever may be the case, and it's so valuable because, she can come to your pit area, see your trailer, see your race car, and you're not even thinking golf carts could get covered. Wrong. And she can point that out for you and get you taken care of. And so I strongly recommend you get that taken care of. She'll take the pictures, get you a quote and everything, and get you protected, because in the event, and I hate seeing it, but inevitably we always see those social media posts of something catching on fire or in a ditch or anything like that, and again, God forbid that ever were to happen, you definitely want to be protected with our friends at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Yeah, Troy knows more about that than a lot of people, as he had to put them to good use in Bristol for our Fling last year, and they took care of him. 004, I think that was Rocky Van Note in the Vega wagon.
And that's kind of what I'm wondering is, since it was the number and that we know that there's a lot of drivers that are kind of jumping back and forth this morning, but it might have been Rocky. It might have been somebody else driving the Rocky Mobile. But Ty Sasser and it says Alexis Thompson. See, Alexis has jumped in here. I have seen her on property. Both drivers are 008. 008's great, but 008 doesn't get you in the top 3. Alexis, 008, and one above, 450 on a 449. Ty Sasser, 008, and 18th thou above, 488 on the 487. So racers at this point, again, unofficially, if you want to be in the top 3, obviously what you want is to be perfect. We are chasing perfection for $50,000. If you can't post perfection, then the second best option at this point in time be 007 on the tree, dead zero. I don't know if that'll do you any good. Let's just say be 006 or better right now. Then you got a shot at being in one of the top 3 packages. You got to be better than 7 total to get into the top 3. Tammy Peugeot was not quite 006 or better. Ends up with a 463 down at the big end of the racetrack. Gage Gilbert. I bumped into him down in the staging lanes, and he was debating what to dial it in at. He's like, man, it's fast out there. I'm not really sure. He was kicking around a couple of different numbers, said maybe 498. He ended up going with a 5.0 and runs 496.
But again, great data.
Absolutely.
Great data to understand is obviously the million's going to be important. So in the end, he could take a look at that and say, all right, we learned what we wanted to figure out and head for round number 1.
Brandon Taylor, Bobby Moat. Moat 2,000 red, Brandon Taylor 36 green. As Taylor goes 465 on the 460. I know. They're going to kick me off the mic again. No, you guys don't. I mean, we're being serious here. I don't either.
I mean, I didn't want to say it, but
no, say it. I know.
Peter sent you in here, didn't he?
Well, after we got that trip 0 1 under, Peter came out and looked at me and goes, you got to get in there. They're getting too close, man. You got to get in there. Like,
I hate to say that because I love you, Nate, but you jumped on the microphone and the racers have gotten a little loosey-goosey.
I can tell you at this point right now, the racers are probably looking at me going, get out.
Get out.
Just go away. Because what? Let's see here. Yesterday there were 2 perfect runs.
Yes.
Who was on the mic? Not me. This morning, you 2 had a trip zip under by 1,000. Who was on the mic? Not me. Right? Not me. They're like, you guys get out. 002 red to an 036 red. Jagger Anderson, 36 red. And then 453 on a 453. Robert Butler was 2,000 under on the tree and 1,000 under down at the finish line. All right, Ronnie, we're going to try something here.
Do you want to walk outside the booth?
Well, I'm going to click it off, set the mic down.
Okay.
And if these guys are like 00 or better, on behalf of all of my friends back in the staging lanes, I am going to exclude myself from the remainder of the round.
Troy Williams. Peter just came in to nullify that. He said, no, you got to stay.
I'm serious.
You got to stay.
After we had a trip zip 1,000 under, Peter knows that I have never been on the mic to call a perfect pass. When we got that close, he walked in and said, Nate, get in there. I do not want anybody getting that close. Go ruin it. Okay. Here we go. We're going to...
Now, is it just you turning the microphone off, or
I
is
don't
it you
know.
walking out
We'll
of the room?
We'll experiment.
Okay.
I'm going to turn it off, set it down.
Okay.
Go.
All right. Caden Harrell, left side, 490 the dial-in, and Scott Hess. Scott Hess, 472. If this works. Hey, what's that commercial? If it works, it's not weird. Beer commercial. And he's gonna. Scott Hess right side. Caden Harrell left side. Nate has set the microphone down. He is not touching it. He has crossed his arms as he observes. And we're going to put the jinx to the test. With Peter watching on. 17 to a 28. Okay, that's not bad. Let's test it out now with you outside the room. Don't leave too far. Just walk right out there. Just walk right out there, Nate. Dan Reynolds. Don't know who's over there in the door car. Is that Spencer? Okay, all right. He is, again, we're working on the doubles and everything like that, but Spencer Massey left side, Dan Reynolds right side. Nate is officially outside of the door. We're testing the jinx out. Bambi says, poor Nate. Chuck Reynolds, of course, was perfect yesterday. Chad Reynolds was perfect. Let's see what this player does. 13 and red by 34. Okay, all right. Nate, I think you're safe. Okay,
Hey.
now we got to close the door.
Hey, Ronnie, if this one doesn't work, Peter said maybe I should not be on it. Maybe I'm the X factor here.
Okay.
Look,
I'm
Nate-
probably Peter's worst enemy right now because I called the 2 perfect laps yesterday.
Right, look, Nate.
Look at Nate. He's outside like, please let me in. Please, may I have some more mic time, please? Nate's outside. We have officially closed the door. This is pair number 3 to test the Hershey Jinx. 458 the dial in left side. Mason Watts right side. 494. We have tested Nate no mic. We have tested Nate out of the room. And now we're testing Nate out of the room, door closed. Six to a 9 red.
Final test.
All right, Nate, you're going to have to leave the facility now. Nate, next test.
Final test. Is Brent Carver going to call a lap? And if it happens right now, I will be thrown out of the facility.
That was pretty close. 6 and 2 above. Okay.
I'm gonna be in here for one.
We're
And
testing
test
out the
theory.
jinx.
And if it's goose eggs right now, Peter is literally going to fire me and put me on the next plane home.
Nachito Rivera left side, 465. Who we got, Brent, right side?
Jacob Stolworthy, Boise, Idaho, 450 smooth on the dial-in board. Nachito Rivera, 465, and has been a bunch of laps so far this weekend.
2100 watching on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. We appreciate our friends at Hoosier and Jags for helping out with that so that you can watch the free. Jacob Stallworthy, 003.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to preserve my job for the weekend. I'm going to go back out and give it back to Nate. I think Pete says I'm more safe with Nate than when Carver's
Okay.
on the mic. So here you
right.
go. Back in here, Nate. Go ahead and put the jinxie on everybody.
All right. I don't know. The announcer jinx is an interesting. Wow, look at that flyover. Oh, that'd have been a good photo. As Matt Daddis and Ava Self come to the starting line, at least we believe it's Daddis over there. Left side, 456. Ava Self, 440. All right, let's get back into a groove, racers. We're looking for 000. I feel the magic on this Brodex run for the 50K. I so badly want to see Peter write a check for somebody for 50K. Ava Self is 10 and above by 500. Matt Daddis, 005 red and dead 2. That was not too shabby. Daddis, when it comes to perfect, If we were allowed to do this, he's 7 thou off. 2 on the dial and 5 on the red. But package-wise, again, we're somewhere in that 6-7 range unofficially, and all the kids are freaking out right now.
Yeah. All right. So if the reaction times start to go askew again,
You're
Ronnie, for the benefit of the racers,
going to go get coffee?
if you don't mind,
Yeah, okay.
I do not want to impact
Okay.
the racers' day.
Kaylee Beakley and Mitch Marcy. One's 24 green, one is 24 red. I wasn't going to say anything, but
What?
I'm sorry, man. I don't know. Kaylee's a pretty good driver, too.
I know,
And Mitch is a pretty darn good driver, too.
right?
They
Kaylee
both
and
missed
Mitch.
it by 24.
Kaylee and Mitch, like, dude, I hate that guy. All right, let's one last try. We're gonna try this. Caden Muth and Misty Unser. People out there right now rooting for Caden and Misty are like, God damn it, Nate, go away. We'll see. All right, 005. Workable. Under by 2,000. Dang.
Again, another one of those we're 7 away.
Yep.
We can't play that game, unfortunately, where we move numbers around, but that's fine lap from Caden.
Yes, it
Fine
is.
lap from Caden.
It's set up to play out really nice in round number 1. Misty Unser was 11 green and 2 above. As we bring up Trenton Ban and Jeff Taylor. Taylor, left side. They were scrambling for that MagnaFuel 500 last night, right? And for Trenton Ban out of Lewiston, Idaho, dials in at a 490. Got to think real careful. Put it in exactly the right spot. So you let go right. 22 green for Trayton and 009 for Jeff Taylor. Oops. So Talon Farmer is dialed 453. Britt Ban is dialed 468. And I'm telling you, if we can't start dialing them in, I am going to.
If somebody lets go 40, just walk out.
Yeah.
Just walk out.
I won't even turn off the mic. I'll just drop
Just
it.
drop it.
Just tonk. Like I'm not gonna do that to my racer friends.
Talon Farmer, left side, 453. Ban, dialed 468. The jinx feels like it's kind of looming right
It does, and I don't want to do that.
now. No, especially
Right now.
when we're trying to pick Peter's pocket.
Right now, Zach Fulcher unofficially in our records keeping is 6 total. George LeBlanc is 7 total. Paul Nero is 7 total. Yeah.
That man, as he clunks the microphone and says, well, nothing. Nate, get out. Get out. Ban, I'm sorry, Britt. I'm sorry. All right, to the announcer jinx, Nate is officially out. He is leaving the studio. We got to go trip zip. And we're going to try to turn this baby around as Talon Farmer lets go 21 and 3 above. Poor Nate. All right. Get out of here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, man. Jeff Dobbins the second and Mikey Coltrane. Mikey right side, Boise, Idaho. 39 the dial in. There we go. 006. Coltrane. Jeff Dobbins. Red by 9 thou. Race car says fire Nate now. Yeah, we have officially, I think we have officially extinguished the bad jujus that Nate Hershey, whatever for some reason, carries. And you get Ronnie Court for the rest of the round. Get out of here, Nate. Colt Som, Chad Broom. Broom, right side, 437 the dial in. Colt Som, 463. Looking for 000. Boy, Colt has been one of those drivers who's been hanging around that 00, 000 range all weekend long. The very talented Som brother. See if we can drop this bad boy perfect for $50,000. And the Brodex run for the 50K is 9. Nice try. Thanks for playing. 459 on the 463 Som. Let's go 9. Broom, let's go 10. As we continue on. Bob Siemens and Kevin Johnson. Johnson, right side. Draper, Utah runner. The Race Tech Machine, 444. Bob Siemens, 491 the dial in left side. Upswept header machine. We need the clappers, though. We need the clappers. That'd be an interesting one, race car. Be crazy if he announced the one that picks his pocket. 6 goes Bob. Not quite perfect. Oh, Bob Siemens, 6 dead, 1, 7 total. And we have quite a few drivers in that 7 total range. Going to be interesting to see is Kevin Johnson, let's go 8, but on the red side. All right. We're starting to see some tight packages. Starting to see the double O's. I think the Hershey jinx has officially left us. We're feeling good about this pair as Neil Presimone and Michael Johnson come to the starting line. Chat bleachers, do you believe? Let's get some good juju in the chat bleachers. Check in. Where are you tuned in from? Where are you tuned in from this morning or maybe this afternoon? How you been? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in as you are looking live from Vegas at the Fuel Factory Friday Million. Part of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. Neil Presimone and Michael Johnson. 449 left side. Michael Johnson, 477. Johnson is 007. Got to go dead zero. And 79 with a 9. Presimone, red by 10 thou. So, couple of double O's. We're kind of in the wheelhouse here. As Red Dragon checking in from Orlando, Florida. Unique checking in from Calgary. Bobby checking in from Central Illinois. Aiden checking in from Grand Junction. How you doing, Aiden? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Thanks for tuning in. As 2100 listen and watch live. Thanks to our video team. Done a great job. Of course, we're thinking about less. We got Tristan and Joey out there roaming around. We got Warren Evans, the GOAT. Punching up the ones and twos. Perfect! Leslie Douglas looking for 474. 473.6. Missed it by 4th thou. Leslie Douglas is 000, and Peter had to rush to the room to listen. He's getting nervous. Look at him. He's sweating. He's sweating. Leslie missed it by 4 thou. We have been 000 and under by 1 thou. 000 and under by 4 thou as Race Kid and Marlon Goats come to the starting line. Hey, don't forget, all drivers need to stay with your vehicles. All drivers need to stay with your vehicles. All drivers need to stay with your vehicles. Oh, Race Kid, let's go 1 thou red. And he's 464 on the 462. Again, if you're in the staging lanes, need to stay with your vehicles. Need to stay with your vehicles. All right, boy, we're getting close. Jacob checking in from Virginia. Peg checking in from Kalispell, Montana. Welcome, welcome. Sean checking in from Ohio. Hey, the Anderson fam. Checking in from Littleton. Thanks for joining us. Zach, you are correct. The video team is tremendous. Love the starting line camera. That's, of course, Tristan and Joey. Warren punching up the show. Les up there with the pan cam. Hopefully you enjoy the broadcast, and hopefully the announcing is somewhat mediocre and enjoyable for you, and maybe you're educated a little bit. My name is Ronnie Court. Of course, you're going to hear multiple voices all day today and all weekend long with Brent Carver and Nathan Herschel. We're kicking Nate out for the Brodex run for the 50K. Collins, 004. Thomas Bayer, 006. 2 above. Not quite there as far as package goes. Oh, man. We had 2 perfect runs yesterday. Chuck Sanders, Chad Sandlin. We were 000 under by a thou earlier with Schroeder. We were 000 under by 4 thou just a couple laps ago. We're getting oh so close. Jonathan checking in from North Carolina. Waylon checking in from the Chili's in Atlanta. Mikey Crater, Ty Farmer. Hey, tension in the pits. Goodyear still on the property, and they're going to be wrapping things up here at about, say noonish. So go find the boys over there if you need tires. And you know what I would tell you, man? Go get those so you don't have to worry about shipping or anything like that. Might as well take care of that. Skylar and Chandler checking in from the Top T workshop. Watching the boys. Welcome, welcome, guys. Hope you're doing well. Would have loved to see you out here racing, but that's all right. Maybe next year. Scott George out of Woodstock, Virginia, checking in. Tracy Lewis checking in. Olivia checking in from Queens. Preston Pennington and Justin Hoff. Hoff right side 462, the dial in. Preston 465. You want to talk about 000? This is a driver who absolutely could do that. Wow. All right then. Preston 45 on the let go. Not sure what happened there. Maybe he has 45 in the box. Hoff 26 and 1 above 4. Hey, thank you, Peg. I appreciate that. Hey, final call, all vehicles. Final call, all vehicles for the Brodex. Run for the 50K. Final call, all vehicles. If you have not made your hits down, final call. I assume this is Matt Daddis. Right side. 604 the dial-in right side, your winner yesterday. A part of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems on that Cascade Trailers Thursday. 30K. Donovan Williams, 005, dead 2, add his name to the list. There are a lot of drivers at 7 total. I think that's 4 or 5. Yeah, there's quite a bit. I don't know how that tiebreaker goes. I'll let people who know way more than me figure that one out. Hey, we appreciate you all tuning in. Welcome, Troy. Welcome, 66. Got the neighbor, Steven Allenock, racing with the Mustang. He says, good luck, Steven. Jason, checking in from Qatar. How about that? Logan's checking in, says, I'm on the way, guys. I'll be there. Don't you worry. I'll be there. Fanatic checking in from northern Utah. Cheers to the Boise and Salt Lake friends. Well, I tell you what, they are putting on a show upstairs. Thank you for the kind comments. Appreciate you. Yeah, hopefully you enjoy the announcing this weekend. Racing today and tomorrow. As Kyle Gibson, 4 flat and on point when it comes to the theme for him this weekend. He dials 399 and he's above by a hun. Jordan checking in from Washington. Rob. Howdy do Viola checking in from Las Vegas. Viola says, see you tomorrow. We'll be here. Of course, tomorrow and FTI Saturday. That'll be a fun one, but today's the big one. Fuel Factory $1 Million Friday. And this Brodex run for the 50K. Again, all cars who have not had your hit. Final call as we are approaching opening ceremonies. Smooth Engineering Spring Fling Million. Presented by Rad Torque Systems. Greg Hicks, 23 on the let go, 1 above 4. Again, you're going to have to be in that better than 7 range to be considered for prizes. We have a plethora of drivers at 7. Fox Boy, how you doing, my friend? The day is going great. It's a beautiful morning. It's a bit breezy. Welcome to Vegas. Sounds about right. We have been 000 under by 1,000. We have been 000 under by 4,000. I would really love to see Peter Biondo pull the checkbook out and write somebody a $50,000 check, a part of this Brodex run for the money. 005 Portland Carter, not going to happen here. 459 on the 463 Taylor, 445 on the 444. Dylan checks in, says, I was in the grandstands when Jeff Serra did it. That's pretty cool. Serra, of course, I think it was 2 years ago. D7, we have not had perfect yet. We were as close as 1,000. Schroeder was perfect, but under by 1,000. We also saw perfect under by 4,000. We had a stint that was a bit loosey-goosey when Nate Hershey came in. We have exhausted those demons. We'd love to call the 3rd perfect run of the weekend and get somebody a $50,000 check. That'd be sweet. Carla, 007, and well above. Scott Heyer, 12 on the let go, under by 18,000. Yeah, of course, you got many drivers who've got many different strategies. You see the spot drops. You've got the folks who are just dialing it on us. You've got folks who are just trying to figure out the weather. It is totally different from any other day that we've raced this week. It is more breezy than we've ever been, and the DA is lower than it's ever been, although it is climbing. Sean Mulligan, Chris Whitfield. Chris, 457 the dial in right side. Sean Mulligan, 473 left side. Undercover dragster over there in the right lane. Danny Nelson machine in the left side. We'll do a weather check here in just a second, guys. 12 to a 17. Prizes in this one. Temperature currently sits at about 60 degrees. Humidity, 19%. DA at 22:30 with the water grains at 15. This is all unofficial. This is just simply my weather station. And certainly yours could look a lot different. As we continue on, looking for 000, dead zero. Tyler Bohannon. Thomas Marlowe. Marlowe right side, 467. Bohannon, 472. You are correct, James. It was about 1800 when we started. And it is climbing. $2,200 is the DA. It happens to match the amount of folks who are watching on our live stream as Bohannon has to exit the vehicle, is broke on the starting line. That is relevant in many ways. Bohannon, not sure what's going on with the dragster, but has to push that one back. And again, that is relevant in a multitude of ways, not only from the fact that he doesn't get the lap, but for certain individuals that may or may not have selected him in Calcutta's. See where that goes. Brian Bennett, Blake Johnson. Blake right side, Arvada, Colorado, 459 the dial-in, and Brian Bennett left side, 458. Talented drivers, a pair. Bennett, of course, a name that has been very much associated with the winner's circle in Big Check Racing. We saw Blake Johnson make deep runs back, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? I think he got down to the final 6, final 4, I can't remember. Here in Vegas. Vegas been good to Johnson, and see if we can continue that on this Fuel Factory Friday. The Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. Blake Johnson, let's go 6. Gotta go dead 0. Dead 5. 11 total. Bennett, 21 on the let go. Of those two. Again, selling tickets for the last man standing Calcutta with our friends at S&T. We only have 130 tickets. So if you have not gotten into that, strongly recommend you do. An opportunity and some more cash. Chad Axford, left side. Eminem Dragster. Well, the Tebow machine is running. It is under power as he's going to take it back to the pits. Not sure what's going on with his machine, but regardless, not ideal. Roadster over there, right side, 004 green. And dead 1. 5 total. I think we have a new leader in the clubhouse. Unofficially, the Roadster. 5 total. And boy, it's going to make, I don't know how they're going to break that tie when it comes to the 7s that are everywhere. There are 2 7s that I did not log personally. I couldn't find a pen. So there's quite a few people tied at 7. So we are in at 5. We are in at 6. We are in at 7. And there are a lot of drivers that are in at 7. So the next one could bump some folks out of play when it comes to the prizes we got going on. Of course, we got the set of SR20 heads. We've got the $2,000 check. And of course, we're looking to the $1 million next year. 005, Logan War, got to go dead 1. 56 on the 58. 009, 1 above 1 over there right side. Yeah, you are, I believe you're correct. Leslie, 89. Steve Witherow and Jeff Serra, I believe, are the only 2 to ever do it. Sarah, of course, did it here in Vegas. About, I think, 2 years ago, if I remember correctly. Steven, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And hopefully you enjoy the show on this Fuel Factory Friday Fling Million Day. As we continue on with the Brodex Run for the Money, we have about a lane and a half full left of cars. Peter Biondo has hit his fair share of close calls. At one point, he was sweating, but I think things have calmed down a little bit. We've had double O's quite a bit. We have exhausted the Hershey Jinx. 001 Will Holloman. Holloman under by 6 now. As I believe that was either Gary or Donovan Williams. Figure out who's driving Old Red. Brodex Run for the 50K. Getting us started this morning. Thank you to our friends at Brodex. We say thank you to our friends at Fuel Factory. We say thank you to our friends at Jags. Jags. We say thanks to our friends at Hoosier. What do you think, Warren? Am I getting better at it? Deeper voice? Okay. Should I go smoke a cigar and try again? Couple of dragsters on the line. Tim Watts. Tyler Murrup. I love, yeah. Are you putting an announcer cam in here? Oh, baby. Red on both sides. 5 and 8. It's okay, TX. I got your back, my friend. I got your back. Don't you worry. Comes Ivy Hutto. Ivy right side out of Georgia. The Beretta over there, left side, 527 the dial in. Beretta will leave first, Dragster. Well, actually, they'll leave simultaneous, excuse me. The bogey tree for this Brodex Run for the 50K. A little bit of a pre-stage duel in the run for the 50K. Beretta don't want a stage. Hutto don't want a stage. All right, now we're finally in. Hutto is 6 on the tree. Got to go dead zero. Not dead zero. 43, 41. 12 red for the Beretta. I don't think the staging duel worked for either of them. What up, GBR? How you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well, brother. Good to see you. Hope you're doing hope you and the dad doing well. Yeah, staging duel in the time shot. I don't know if any of us feel good about that one. I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I love me a good staging duel, but inside a time shot, I'm not so sure about that. 10 Lewis in the truck. 18 on the left go. Ryan Johnson. 12. Jalen Bagster. And 489 on the 488. Kenny, how you doing, my friend? T. Stein, hope you're doing well. Donnie, good morning, good morning. Actually, it could be good afternoon in some places of the country. Welcome to Las Vegas. Ooh, is that something I should be saying? Sure. Hey, anytime the big boss says to promote it, I'm going to say sure. We are tickling the next monetary milestone when it comes to entries for the million, which means we're what? 1, 2, 3 entries away? A couple entries away from possibly rolling over to the next per se echelon of payout. The next 000. Johnny Ezel missed it by 200. 463 on the 461. Preston Pennington. And under by 3,000. Ezel 000. So again, drivers who are interested in the million, tech cards are still for sale, and we are very close to triggering the next payout echelon. I'm going to keep it a secret because, you know, drama. But we are very close to triggering the next payout echelon. We'd love to hit it. It would make it, yeah, quite a bit more richer to the winner. So if you want to jump in the million, if you've been thinking about it, this is God telling you on a Good Friday, enter thy tech card and win it with success. Shane Carr, Jeff Sarah. Say hello to the individual 2 years ago, I believe. He misses it by 8 thou. The man they call Sugar, 10. And under by 200 and some change. Steven says drama. Unique, that's a good question. Shelly, we had the staging duel conversation yesterday. You know, I don't mind it in the big money race, but let's get to the competition part and then do the staging duel. Time shots, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Rob says, enter thy tech card. Proceed with success. Oh! Is this going now? Is this officially live? We have the announcer cam. The announcer cam is officially live. You're going to get a peek inside here to the booth at the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. I have no idea when they switch to this cam or not, so I guess I'll just stay here. As Matt Hartzell's 002 and 2 above and some change, Willie Flores and Sean Schaefer. Sean Schaefer, last time we saw him, 000. So there you go, announcer cam. That's pretty cool. I don't know why they would ever put this announcer cam up because ain't nobody want to see my face. Come on, man. I have a face for radio and a voice for newspaper. Schaefer, 458 dial in left side. He's 19 on the let go. Willie Flores, 14. And 476.8. That is dead 8. 22 total. Schaefer, 19. Dead 6. Good laps a pair. But unfortunately, when it comes to the Brodex run for the 50K, no good. Yeah, there we are, Robbie. You got the announcer cam. You like that announcer cam, Rob? How we doing, GBR? My friend, welcome, welcome. To our friends out there, hope you're doing well. Yeah, we have the announcer cam. I don't know how I feel about it, Nate. Welcome, Mr. Hershey. That was a good look at the backside of your head. No, we are on right now. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, I should have shaved this morning. Hey, thanks, Chairman. Racer, you are correct. I think that's Matt Lee, 007. And under by 16 thou. 13 on the let go, 2 above, and some change over there left side. Hey, we appreciate the kind words, Racer G. Hopefully you enjoy the coverage. Thank you, my friend. Face. Mel, I don't know how I feel about that. One. Hey, thank you, Scott. Appreciate you. Steven, thank you for the kind words. We appreciate you, my friend. Hey, Laney, how you doing? Checking in from Western Colorado Dragway. Wants to cheer on Big Check, Brandon Umber. The chat bleachers are digging the announcer cam. All right, hey, by the way, in the announcer cam, you can kind of see it. This is the trophy. It is living with us right now, which I don't know why. They sure have a lot of trust in us because, quite frankly, Carver tried to pick it up and almost broke it. The trophy lives with us right now. Certainly it will be in the hands of somebody else in the future. Hey, thank you, Mel. Appreciate you. Oh, Mr. Riggins. How you 10 and 10. Yeah, the things that happen inside this tower. I could write a book over the 10 years that we've been involved with drag racing on the microphone. Actually, 10. It's been way longer than that. Brandon Umberger, 63 on the let go. Late. Not sure what happened there. Jody checking in says, Daddis for the million, question mark. Hey, thanks, Box Boy. You know, Box Boy, I'm going to be honest with you. Back home, used to it, right? You as an announcer, you talk to a whole lot of people, and I've had the pleasure, the blessing, the honor, the opportunity to walk out in front of 25,000 people and talk drag racing. And so it's just kind of what you do. It's just kind of what you do. So thanks, Jody. Appreciate you. Hey, thanks, Dylan. Yeah, you've heard a lot. I'm sure a lot of people are sick of me. They're like, oh boy, he's still talking. Had the blessing to be out in Tucson for the Southwest Showdown, and of course here with the Spring Fling in Vegas. And then we have a little bit of time off, and then we'll be in Galat. Bodie Bennett, Gordon Bowman, Bodie 2, and one above 1. Daniel checking in says, I really think this year's million winner is going to be someone who has yet to have that big-time win. Okay. That'd be cool. I look forward to that. Oh, Steve! You going to be in Galat? That's awesome. Chris checking in says, Charlie Lockhart off the bottom for the millie. Chat, at some point, we're going to turn that question to you. I don't want to do that now because I know then chat goes crazy, and I want to make sure I pay attention to it. But at some point, we will have the discussion of who's winning. The Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Radford. Yeah, we need put that on the checklist, Warren. Announcer Cam and Galat. We definitely need that. Paul Dowdy, red. Not going to make any prizes happen on those laps. Chad Sandlin, who was perfect yesterday. And Corey Galletti. You are correct, Mill City. Bandamere 2.0. We're working on that. Got some great news this week. Adam, thanks for checking in. We have a great group of folks who are tuned in. We have a great group of folks that I share the microphone with. Of course, Nate Hershey, as well as Brent Carver. My name is Ronnie Court. We are very blessed to have you join us all weekend long. Of course, we'll be on tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun. Yes, sir. Did you get the welder? Perfect. Mr. Cerrone is hooked up with the welder. I love it. Very good. Already fixed. Let it rip. Doubled in the million and everything, right? Yeah. All right. I love it. Both drivers are red on the starting line. Corey Galitti, 007, red, dead 8. You are correct, Bucks boy. Generally, the number that we have from our old location is about 50,000 runs per year. And it is very rare that we see a perfect run. In fact, it's usually one a year. Shows you the competition level here. We've had 2 yesterday, and we almost had one by 1,000 today. They are stellar. Hey, thanks, Fox. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, we got 2,500 tuned in. Look at that. That's awesome. Alonzo Sanchez, 002, 1 above 0. 12 total. Not going to be good enough for prizes, but 12 total is pretty good. Troy checks in, says he's had back-to-back perfect lights, but never a perfect package. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think the back-to-back perfects is a really huge achievement. Sometimes being like perfect, that's just stars align type thing. You know, that's just something that doesn't happen very often. I would always joke that, you know, I never for a long time I was never even dead zero racing because I'm always kicking it on the back end. Wink, wink. I can't drop a dead zero. I'm not a very good drag racer in general. Logan Scribner and Dylan Guy. They're both dialed 483. Let's see what we got here. Looking for 00 low, dead 0. How about 005? Dylan Guy. Gotta go dead 0. 483, 2. 7 total. And I'm not sure if 7 total is going to make it happen. I believe we're in at 5. I believe we're in at 6. This is all unofficial. Now we have several who are in at 7. And I have no interest in trying to figure out who and how that's tie broken. I have no idea. They just gave me a microphone and they said, hey, just start talking, man. Just go. Go. Troy Williams Jr. and Chandler Ball. Chandler Ball's 003. Need to see dead 2. Not quite. Troy Williams Jr. 009 and 1 above 1. Calcutta gonna be busting like the March Madness brackets. Yeah, it should be fun to watch the Calcuttas. That'll be cool. Tristan Craig, right side. No name over here on the left side. It's probably somebody we all know, but not recognized in the system on the double situation. Hey, thanks, Roy. I try to stay humble, you know. You got to stay humble. Yeah, you know, one of my great joys was having the opportunity and pleasure to go deep at this event. It was a couple years ago, and very blessed. I still consider myself very mediocre, though. Tristan Craig, that's somebody who won himself a way into this race. 5-0 for the dial-in. Yeah, make sure to hit that like button. As we have 2,500 who are tuned in, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe as well, too. the page here with the Fling bracket series. 19 green over there left side. Mr. Craig red light 11. Gonna be no go on either side. Oh boy. The text messages are rolling in. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate you, my friend. You are one of the best. Thank you, Travis. Travis, gonna miss seeing you at ET Finals, my friend. I know we got that new system, and that'll change how things go. I won't be able to see you, my friend. Although it will be cool to party at a new track. Reopening, that's pretty cool. It's Tanner Theobald, Jaden Lawler on the starting line. This is a good pair. Ed Parker checking in, says, congratulations, Matt Daddis. Yeah, congratulations, Matt. Winner yesterday. Russell Rowley. Winner on the Rowley side. Lawler. Red light 10. Eagle. 15 green. No dice when it comes to prizes. Boxboy says, if Chris Whitfield goes past round 3, I'll take him as my pick. I would love to have the ability to pick after round 3. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Ah, Jeff, yes. We appreciate the assistance with the skid steer. Yeah, that should be a whole lot of fun. Hiking view. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we've been trip zip at times. A blind squirrel finds a nut. Once every other full moon. Maybe. Maybe. Jason Lynch. Jake Jones. 14 to a 33, Lynch. We'll go dead 9. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 23 total. Hey, Parker, how we doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome to the Spring Fling. The Mosier Engineering Spring Fling. It's all a part of our friends with Rad Torque Systems. We're very excited for this one. Of course, running the Brodex run for the 50K. Hope you enjoy the broadcast. We got the announcer's cam going. Hold on. One, two, take a photo here. Oh, I gotta stand over here. This was a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Dylan checking in says Scott Taylor in pro. A winner already in pro. Ooh! Talon Farmer. Missed it by 1,000. 001. Winner by 2,000. Talon Farmer. Wow. Michelle Watts, 11 on the let go. 4 above. No good. All right, so we have a 5. And according to this sheet, 4 7s. I have no idea how this will be broken up. I'm sure there's rules somewhere that I haven't read. It will be interesting. It's Caden Muth and Isaac Stetner. I thought we had somebody at 6, but maybe they were 7. Mills City checking in said, I'm going to take Bradley Johnson. All right. John Dexter checking in. I will tell you, John Dexter, opening ceremonies is after we finish the Brodex run for the money, and I am looking out into the staging lanes, and there is 1 row of cars left. So it is not far. Probably within the next 20 minutes, I would guess. 473 left side, Stetner. 474 right side. Caden Muth, 002, looking for dead 3 or better. 2 above. No good. Thank you, Empire. You like that announcer cam? That's pretty cool. I like the cam too. Don't know. Don't know the answer to that question. Colby Fuller. And we've got the dragster on the right side. Again, because of the double in the situation, we've got the... some of these are not in the system. Even though we're pretty sure we know who they are, I don't want to get, start guessing. You never want to assume. No problem, John. Hopefully you continue to join us on the Jags and Hoosier Live. An announcer came up. We are 000 on the right side. Looking for 506. Oh, no! 5061! We missed it by 1,000 again! Oh, my gosh! 5061 000. Oh, man. Now, one total, we'll put 231D. Who is that? Wow. Missed it by 1,000. We missed it by 1,000 red. We missed it by 1,000 green now. But one total is very much going to be in play for those SR20 heads. One total. Brutal. 433 on the 429. Greg Brotherton, let's go 14. Taylor, 009 red. Gosh darn it. Very excited to give away Peter's money. Josh Ludke and Glenn C. DuPont. Glenn C. 453, the dial-in right side out of Hawaii. Josh Ludke, left side, 433 left side. Gosh. We had Chuck Sanders, who was perfect yesterday. We had Chad Sandlin, who was perfect yesterday. We were 1,000 under earlier. $231D, if I am correct. Josh Harper was one total. Certainly gonna like 000 dead one, because that does put you on the right side for prizes. And while we are starting to run the final row of cars, Peter is not safe. Peter is not safe in these streets right now. There are drivers getting really close. JP Schuster and Jesse DiBartolo. Robert, we are still in the Brodex run for the 50K. Yeah, chat, that one was close. That one was close. 000, Jesse! Oh, two above. And some change. No good. They are swinging for the fences. 000, two above. Tension in the pits. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. Round one. We will take you to the lanes, please. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. We will take you to lanes, please, for round number one. Super Pro door cars, you are on standby. Woo! Woo! Craig, say a prayer quick for perfect. Dusty says, I think Peter's going to need some water here. How we doing, Donnie? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Again, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro, round number 1. Need to see you in the lanes, please. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. Need to see you in the lanes for round number 1. Peter comes in and he says, it's getting a little spicy. I think he's nervous. We're coming down to the last row of cars. We probably have, 20 pairs left. So we see where we can go from here. Chad Duke and Alexis Thompson. Krista, the reason why we are not saying who won or who lost is because this is not actually eliminations. This is a time trial run, and so nobody's being eliminated right now. We have not gotten to round number 1. When we get to round number 1, I assure you, all us announcers will make sure you know who wins and who loses. But right now, this is just time trial runs. Essentially, this is their one shot to get data down the racetrack. We have a side kicker of money on the line, and that's why we're kind of hyping this one up. But round number 1 is coming up. Nick Janowick got us up on the big screen at work. I love it. I love it. By the way, for this Fuel Factory Friday, the text has gone out for the run order, if you want to go check that out now. That text has gone out as Alexis Thompson late, well above. Don't want to see that. Got to get that tightened up for round number 1. That looks like Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow in the Roadster machine. Again, just a time session. This is the Brodex run for the 50K. So nobody is being, per se, eliminated right now. Lithgow, let's go 10. And 478 on the 480. My guys over there at Chrysler, they're going nuts over the hot rods. So big shout out to our guys over there at Chrysler working, Nick Janowick and the team. Hey, thanks for doing what you guys do. Appreciate you. Guys over there at Stellantis making it happen. That's pretty cool. We have been 1 total. Almost. We were this close. This close. Cold Psalm, Dylan Moody. Psalm left side out of Oklahoma. Dylan Moody out of Texas. Moody, let's go 10. Moody under by 4th out. Colt Psalm 16 red. No good. Box Boy, the March Madness Million. It's Kevin Pope Jr. right side. And BT over there left side. I believe it's BT. Again, the call has gone out. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. You need to be in the lanes for round number 1. As we continue with Brodex. Look at 000. Taylor in the Achieva looking for 612. 615 with a 4. 3 above and some change, no good. We were 000 again. We're going to get really close to that 10 over-under number. I don't know where we're at. It's got to be 7 or 8 at this point. All right, with a couple more cars left, chat, I'm going to open the question up to you, chat bleachers. Who's winning the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. Who's winning the million? Chat bleachers, jump on in. Call your shot. Just for funsies. Who's winning the million? We got about, say 20 pairs left of our Brodex Run for the 50K. The last 20 pairs. This is where it gets a little spicy. These are the guys who have sat back, have seen the most data, and working on some things. Cody Graham, race kid. But again, for our friends in the chat bleachers, very simply put, who is winning and etching their name on a trophy that has last names like the names of Pennington, Butner, Richardson, Schmall, Verdi, legendary folks who have won this race. It's the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. Led by Rad Torque Systems. Who's winning the million? Cody Graham is 000. Looking for 476. 476. 2 total. No! Oh, we're so close, guys. We are so close. 000. Dead 2. Cody Graham is going to be very much in play for best package. We have seen 1 total. We have seen 2 total. Chat, I'm going to come to your answers here in a second. But simply put, chat bleachers, who is winning the million? Put it in the chat now. Call your shot. Mark Kidd, left side. I believe that's Paul Lorton, right side. Again, Larice Pro Insurance, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. You are not in the lanes now for round number 1. You are in the wrong spot. Mark Kidd, 008, dead 6. That's pretty good, 14 total. Alfonso Vite and our roadster friend over here on the right side. All right, chat bleachers, let's see here. I'm just going to shout them out quick. Names that we're seeing: Schaefer, Galitti, someone from the east side of the country, Gary Williams, CG, Jake Clayton, Donovan Williams, Phil Bryant. Jeff chiming in, says Whitfield, Cooper Chun. Could Cooper Chun go back-to-back? Will Holloman, BT, G-Dub. Pulling for Matt Data, says Eric Parker. Hey, thanks for tuning in. From Spain. That's pretty cool. Butch says Jason Lynch. Shane says, got my coin on Donovan. He's due. Always says, whoever's driving the motor. Disco says, Old Red has been too consistent to not take it. Donnie will work on that number for you and eventually get it to you. Troy says Bradley Johnson. Troy Inskeep says Lucas Walker. Box Boy checking in says Taylor in the Oldsmobile. Kyle says if Lucas Walker wins the bottom, he is taking it all. Troy checks in with the young Jacob Collins. Cody says Sean, the Sheriff Schaefer. Lynn checking in with Cole Castile, who, by the way, at one point last week in Tucson was triple in round 5. Jeff Dobbins, let's go, 001. 001, dead 2. 3 total. We have had 1 total. We have had 2 total. We have had 3 total. But no perfect run. I see the end of our line of the Brodex run for the 50K. Josh Burrow checking in with Dennis Lithgow. One of the Penningtons or Chet. You can't choose 5 guys. Come on now. GBR checking in with Talon Farmer. Mon, the answer is no. We have not seen Nasty Nick. Dustin Henry checking in with Dave Mazier. Brian checking in with the man they call Sugar. Lou says Ezel. 2 guys says Astunna. Jesse Adams. You know, Donnie, I think enough people have had enough of that conversation for the last week or two. I want to focus on the individual racers as opposed to East Coast, West Coast. Michael checking in with Lawler or Holloman. Davey checking in says Aaron Milton. Jesse checking in with Cody Graham, who I believe we just saw go 000 just a little while ago. Mitch Marcy, let's go 18, dead 3. Nate Dogg, 10, 2 above. Would it be Nate Dogg? Nathan Martin, no stranger to high-profile bracket racing. Brittany says JBR, but I'm not biased at all. Hey, Roger Sauter got that baby set up good. I love it. Devin would love to see the first 750 ride. Cole in the love truck. Jason Grimes checks in, says Tyler Bohannon. Colin checks in with one of the farmer boys. Names like Orbson, McGinnis, Coltrera, Verdi, Fulcher, Mazier. Chat is going wild. Who is winning the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems? Jump in the chat. Get your name in now because round 1 is incoming. 11, dead 7. Over there on the left side. Hank Pramov's got great fans from Barcelona. That's pretty cool. Dave, I don't think Tucker's here. And Don, we'd love to see Marco, but Marco's got to work. D checks in, says Fulcher. Got a lot of Datus votes. Got some Ryan Barnes votes. Got some Abruzzi votes. Got some Verdi votes. Whole lot of G-Dub. Whole lot of Lucas Walker. There are names aplenty who you could list. In fact, when you think of the top 50 names, you could do that off the top of your head and still have plenty of names available to say that guy could get it done. Roger Sauter getting Williams boys getting votes. Jake Clayton, Gaddis, as they both let go 6. Tony Henderson, Mike McClure. Andy checks in and says, I want big check. Brandon Umberger. Morris checks in, says, give me a little bit of Henry Robertson. Joe Schmall, Rocky Van Note, Seth Street, Lucas Walker getting votes. We are 2,600 strong on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. I believe that's Bree Johnson checking in, says, got a root on Lil Bro, Blake Johnson. Mike checking in says, gotta go with Victo. He's got a good race car. Just gotta let go. 000 or we'll give him 3. How about 3? I don't know, Racer. Probably not. I'm gonna be honest. Johnny Carter, let's go 008. You basically got to be 3 or better. Again, make sure to hit the like and take the link, share it with your friends as round 1. Door cars, odd and doubles. Odd and doubles. Need to see you in the lanes, please. Odd and doubles. Need to see you in the lanes, please. We will also now take Super Pro door cars even to the lanes. All door cars. All door cars. You have been called to the lanes. Please note, if you are a door car double, you will be running your second entry after dragsters. If you are a door car double, you will be running your second entry after dragsters. Bohannon, let's go 18, under by 9,000. Oh, let's see. Yeah, we may try to do something like that. Unique? I don't know. I don't call the shots. I just grab the microphone and talk. Riley says Chad Sandlin. Our buddy Logan checking in. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. OT says if Mason Epperson is not safe in the chat. Chris Whitfield, right side. He has been to a final in the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million back a couple years ago. Need to see his left side. Whitfield, let's go 2. Gotta go dead 0 to have a shot at prizes. Dead 0, but unfortunately, 10,000 too quick. Dial 461, and you would have been in the running, but 462, the dial is under by 10,000. Lorice Motorsports Insurance Pro. You are in the lanes and just about ready to go. Super Pro door cars. All door cars have been called for round 1. And again, a friendly reminder, if you are a door car double, you will be running your second entry after dragsters. Jeff Sarah, let's go 3,000 and under by 12. Rodney, we will get you that car count as soon as we get the people who report for round number 1. I know that that's a popular question around this time. It's going to be a hot second. Dolly checks in and says, let's go Team Kid. Grandma Kid in the chat. Go, Grandma. Double 002, 003, Gotta go dead. Oh, Tony Trim, 002 dead 1, 3 total. Holloman 003 under by 5 thou. Again, I think we've seen 1 total, we've seen 2 total, we've seen 3 total, but nothing perfect. And running out of cars. Kyle Gibson, left side, 401 the dial-in. This has basically been the theme for Kyle Gibson. 401 is up on the board, so basically he's going to run 402 on this lap. He has been 1 hunt above his dial all weekend long. He dialed 401 at one point, ran 402. He dialed 402, he ran 403. He dialed 403, he ran 404. So here you go. I don't want to say bet the house on it, but 003. Oh! 4 flat with a 9. Okay. He was shooting for the perfect run, so he was tightening it up. Makes sense. So he finally took our advice and dropped it a hunt. Is this the final pair of the Brodex run for the 50K? Wow. The final pair will be Kyle Coltrera and Willie Flores. Flores dialed 477. Coltrera dialed 452. We have seen 1 total. We have seen 2 total. We have seen 3 total. We have not had a perfect lap. Willie right side. Coltrera left side. Somebody got to let go perfect here. Come on, baby. Come on. Take Peter's money. Take it. Don't let him keep the cash. No. Coltrera's 9. Flores is 8. Coltrera under by 2 thou. Flores 8. Dead 8. And officially that completes the Brodex run for the money, and I do believe Emily gets a brand new porch. We're going to redo the bathroom. And how about a new roof? Oh, they already did that last year? No, last year they were recovering from the Sarah situation. All righty. Oh, man. One of the most exciting times as the suspense begins to build is when the tractors are out on the racetrack. We have Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro in the lanes. They have not come around the tower, but this is, I think, most eloquently said in the chat, time for the real deal. The Brodex run for the 50K is done. As you see Nate Hershey on the live stream, hold up. The beautiful Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems, winner's trophy. Show them the backside with the etched champions. Winner will forever be immortalized with names like Pennington and Verdi, Bagecki, Reed, Richardson, an incredible talent amount of drivers. For the last time, I'm going to say congratulations, Cooper Chun, because he is now officially on the clock to defend his championship from last year, and it is going to be a doozy of a Fuel Factory Friday. Chat, oh, baby. Let's go. This is the time. This is when all the marbles are in play. This is the whole enchilada, and I love enchiladas. The race has seen tightening packages as the morning progressed, and the conditions are starting to now replicate what we've seen for the last couple days, which means racers now have more data. They're a little bit more familiar. And obviously, as evidence, as we saw 1 total, 2 total, 3 total. We did not see perfect, though. and Biondo gets to exhale. That sound you heard, that was Peter.
Yeah, I definitely got to agree with you, Ronnie. It's going to be a great day. We have got some track prep taking place right now. We're going to get that track prep all taken care of. We've got Pro back in the staging lanes, as you'd mentioned. There's kind of, if you want to run through kind of what the run order looks like, the difference between the doubles, the singles, how everything is going to work today while they do that, I am going to head downstairs and start getting things ready to go for opening ceremonies, because once we get opening ceremonies done, we're into the show.
Yes, we are. So again, Super Pro door cars, all Super Pro door cars have been called for round number 1. Again, obviously we will lead out with our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. We will then get into our Super Pro door cars, and all door cars have been called. Now the doubles for our door car double, if you are doubled, all right, for our door car doubles, you will be running your second entry after dragsters. So essentially what we'll do is we will start with our Larice Pro, and this order has been submitted to the text, and we will start with our Larice Pro. We will then get into our Super Pro door cars, all Super Pro dragsters, go back to Super Pro door car doubles, and finish with Super Pro dragster doubles. So there is a lot of racing to go. Obviously, we will have buyback. So there is a ton of racing to get us started here at the Strip at Las Vegas. We got the announcer cam live. You are looking live inside the announcer's booth. My name is Ronnie Court. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. Our friends at Jags, they've been helping us out. We appreciate them. And Hoosier, they've been, of course, a big-time supporter here at the Fling series, and we appreciate them so very much. Our friends at Mosier Engineering. Gosh, what do you say? Great products. I got them on my own race car. We love our friends at Mosier Engineering. We appreciate them so very much. Our friends at Rad Torque Systems helping out and presenting the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. Getting really excited. Getting really excited for this one, and you're going to look live. It's going to be a great time. Of course, we have asked you, chat, in the chat bleachers, who do you got? Simply put, who do you got in the Spring Fling Million? Drop it in the chat bleachers, and I don't know about you. I'm starting to get goosebumps, man. I'm starting to get goosebumps as, of course, Larice Pro will be coming around the bend here shortly. We will be running round number 1, and once we complete our buyback round, we will officially have the number for you. I know there's going to be, we don't know the number. We don't know the entry number. That's the people who report for round number 1. And I like I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of folks who were looking to get in last second. And on top of that, we were this close to rolling over to, I'm going to describe it without giving away the number, rolling over to a new echelon. The reason why I don't want to give that number away, because again, it depends on who reports for round number 1. So we'll see how things go. Cooper Chun, of course, was your champion last year. Want to congratulate Matt Daddis, who won yesterday. Russell Rowley won on the pro side. We've had winners like Corey Costin. We have a talented group of field. I mean, yesterday I'm going through the list of names and I'm thinking, gosh, the amount of people who are winning this event is plentiful. And you think of the names that are on that trophy. It's crazy. I mean, you think of the names like who are here on the property, obviously looking to defend things. It's going to be a great time. All righty. So I think we have a finishing touch, if you will, on the racetrack. And then we will get into our opening ceremony. Again, thank you so much for joining us on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. All righty. Of course, we have so much planned for this live feed. And you folks on the live feed, you're going to get an opportunity to check out a nice little hype video as we get ready for the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems.
Las Vegas, a city where history is made and legends are born as the greatest spectacles in sport unfold. This is the stage where triumphs echo through time. True champions are defined by what lies deep within, the unwavering grit, the unyielding determination, and the relentless pursuit of a dream that refuses to die. Today, one racer will weave their name into the fabric of drag racing lore. But make no mistake, today will not be easy. Victories that truly matter never are. This is not just another race. This is not just another day. This is the Spring Fling Million.
All right, what a cool way to check things out here at the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling presented by our friends at Rad Torque Systems. Gosh, this has been a exciting morning with the Brodex run for the 50K. And we are getting ready, getting set, getting the track prepped. I think we're getting our friends in the first responder ready and in place. And I think we've got the tractors making some laps, putting some final touches on the racetrack. We appreciate our friends at Rad Torque Systems, Mosier Engineering. All righty. They tell me up here in the tower that I do believe this is the final lap for the tractors. So I want to welcome you all. We are nearly 2,700 tuned in to Fuel Factory Friday, the Fling Million. It's all with our friends at Mosier Engineering and Rad Torque Systems. Okay, one more up and back. Oh, they were teasing us. So again, with this opening ceremonies, we want to say thank you to our friends at Jags and Hoosier. This has been a tremendous morning where we got so close to giving away $50,000 with our friends at Brodex. Boy, we were 1 total, we were 2 total, we were 3 total, but we couldn't quite put together 000, dead zero, like we did yesterday. Twice, Chuck Sanders and Chad Sandlin were 000, dead zero. That was cool to watch, but it's a new day. It's a new day, and as the day turns, this one is going to be for a whole lot of cheddar. And again, say thank you to the partners who have been involved. And this is a free live stream, guys, with so many different angles. Of course, we want to say thank you to the video team, Tristan, Joey, and we're thinking of you, Les, up there. Of course, Warren punching the keys, the 1s and 2s, and for the announcing team as well, too, Brent Carver and Nate Hershey. My name is Ronnie Court. We have a great broadcast ahead for you. We want to say thank you to the Strip at Las Vegas, the team here particularly, the safety team. They've done a tremendous job this week in making sure everything has been exactly up to snuff. The track has been terrific, and we're getting a little bit of help from the man upstairs, maybe with a little just beautiful weather. It's been blue skies on a great racetrack as we get closer and closer to round number 1. So thank you to the friends who have joined us in the chat bleachers. You guys are just as important to the program as the folks are here in the tower or on the property. Again, don't forget, that run order has been submitted through the text message. We will start, obviously, with the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. Thank you so much to our friends over there at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Again, Carrie was up here this morning. She's roaming the facility. And what a great way and an opportunity to get somebody who represents Larice Motorsports Insurance to see your program right then and there, take photos, and obviously get into a quote and then the purchase and usage of that insurance. In fact, as soon as I leave this event, I'll be putting Larice Motorsports Insurance on my personal vehicle. A terrific deal. So we want to wish all our racers good luck as the airplanes fly overhead. The pilots are going to give us a show ahead of opening ceremonies as well, too, as the tractors look to finish up the final touches on a beautiful strip at Las Vegas racetrack. Just about ready to go. For the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. It's presented by Rad Torque Systems. I tell you what, we have a great group of people who are going to bring you this event, and I'm going to throw it to one of them, Mr. Nate Hershey, who is down on the starting line as we get ready for opening ceremonies. Nate?
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Racers and race fans, welcome once again to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as the time has arrived. The Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. It is Fuel Factory main event Friday, and the million is here. We would like to start by first taking a moment and offering recognition to our fire and safety team. They are joining us down here on the starting line, and ladies and gentlemen, over the past couple of weekends, This team has been forced into action more times than they would care to. But it is good to know that when we need them, they are there. This is a team that handles every situation with professionalism, with courtesy, and received compliments from those that they help. It is our pleasure to bring to you our fire and safety team from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Would you please give them a well-deserved round of applause and thank them for being there when they are needed? Again, the last 2 weekends have seen them have to do way more than they needed to, but from all of us here, we appreciate the fact that you are out of sight, but we know when necessary, you will jump into the fight. Thank you once again on behalf of all of us, on behalf of all the racers. We appreciate it. Racers, as we get ready to go, I'd like to bring up Mr. Peter Biondo. Peter?
Hey guys, just to reiterate what Nate said, this group has been put to the test, and we're here to have fun, but it's also a dangerous sport on and off the racetrack, and thank God everyone's okay. Credit to these guys. Credit to all the racers that came. You know, Kyle and I started this in 2013. Everyone thought we were crazy. It's out in the desert. No one would travel that far. Not only did you guys travel far and wide, but the diesel prices are through the roof. And I can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart. We couldn't do this without you guys. And it takes a team. It takes a bunch of great racers. And let's have some fun and crown a champion tonight.
Sorry, I had to go over and give my personal thanks to our fire and safety team. Racers, Las Vegas is a city where sports history isn't just remembered, it's made. From iconic title fights to record-breaking performances, this town has built a legacy of moments that define greatness. Today, the tradition continues as we celebrate the 11th year of this storied event, where the best of the best come to compete. The racers taking the line aren't just chasing a win, they're chasing a place among the legends, adding their names to the storied list of the greatest bracket racers the sport has ever seen. But in a place like this, it takes more than just speed. It takes focus, precision, and the ability to rise in the moment. Take a breath. Look around. Remember how this feels. Race it. Experience it. This day will continue to echo in history long after the engines go silent. As you pull under the arch, don't ask yourself, is today my day? Tell yourself, today is my day. And we are going to start this off in the best way possible. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your caps as Chaplain Craig Ritchell provides our invocation.
Thank you, Nate. Let's pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, as the engines quiet for a moment and our hearts turn towards you, we gather on this Good Friday morning with gratitude for the great sacrifice that you made on our behalf, the death and resurrection of your Son, Jesus Christ. Lord, remind us not only of this race at the track, but of the race of faith, and that we can run it with endurance and hope. And Lord, we ask for your protection and guidance over our men and women serving here and abroad in our military and their families who wait for their return. And Lord, we'd also ask that you would grant safety on the track, on the pits, give us wisdom in our decisions, and keep us ever mindful of those around us this weekend. And it's in your precious name we pray. Amen.
Racers, as the jets roar overhead, we ask again that if you are able to, rise and remove your caps. As we listen to the words of our national anthem, let us keep in mind the brave men and women who currently serve and those who have gone before, who give of their time, their efforts, their livelihood, and in some cases, their very lives to defend our freedom. For our national anthem, Our nation's colors are presented by the Nellis Air Force Base Color Guard. Racers, here to present our national anthem, our very own Brent Carver.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is amazing to have the jets flying overhead. And in the words of Kyle Seipel, let's roll!
Unbelievable opening ceremonies. Nate Hershey, Brent Carver, job well done. Thank you to our military and first responders giving us a show above as we are ready to go with round number 1 of the Larice Pro category. My name is Ronnie Court. What a day we have ready for you. As you watch live on the Jags and Hoosier live feed, welcome to Las Vegas. A terrific anthem. Thank you to Craig as he prays over the facility as we are ready to go with Pro Cars. Nick Engler and Steve Roars will get us started in the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. We're going to put our safety team in place. This is going to be a great one. God bless America. What a amazing opening ceremonies we had. Nice job, boys. Terrific. Boy, you got some pipes on you, my friend. Well done. As they pull the race cars out for round number 1 in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. We have about 20 tickets left in that last man standing. Just a couple left. I would strongly suggest you head on over there and check that out as they get the burnout started. With round number 1, Nick Angler left side, 626 the dial in. Steve Roars 670 right side. It will be Mopar and the bow tie. Get us started in round number 1. 626 left side. Angler will try to chase Steven Roars. Steve? Never been more fired up from the couch. I love it. Thanks for joining us in the chat bleachers on this Fuel Factory Million Friday. They're catching this on camera, by the way. You can just keep giving me the side. Yeah, there you go. Oh, how about that? 16 to a 44 in favor of Nick Angler. Win light. Nick Angler 16, 2 above for the win as Nate Hershey. Terrific opening ceremony, my friend. Wow.
Thank you very much. But I got to tell you, man, the guy who stole the show was Brent, man.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? Belt
Thank you,
that
sir.
baby. Belt that baby. That
Yeah.
was beautiful.
Unbelievable. Our first win light has been turned on this Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. Craig Marilees and Lucas Walker. Good pair here. Marilees left side dialed 630. Walker dialed 552 right side. Walker out of Mayfield, Kentucky. 67 Camaro will try to run down Marilees. Marilees, a longtime Fling racer. There goes Craig. Craig turns on the red light by 2 foul. Lucas Walker, your automatic winner. 004 and under by 3 hun and some change. As Marilees holding a little also. 002 red, though. He will have to buy back into competition. Steve Allenach and Joel Young. Young, right side, 620 the dial in. That's a 1970 Camaro. And Steve Allenach, left side, 641 the dial in. Steve was getting a little love in the chat bleachers earlier. Allenach, 70 Mustang, the Mach 1 machine. Will leave the starting line first, and Joel Young will go give chase. 2 tenths difference off the starting line, and when we're bottom bulbing, it means a lot. Red light time for Steve Allenach. Win light, Joel Young. It's a freebie on to round number 2. 616 on the 620, 007. Both drivers under, and that's going to be a theme I think we watch early in this pro category. How we doing, friends in the chat bleachers? You feeling good about your picks? As we are 3,000 strong. Just shy of it on the Fuel Factory Friday Million at the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. Presented by Rad Torque Systems. Travis Rutzel and Jason England. England right side. It's a 91 Mustang, 576 the dial. Travis, 539 the dial in left side. The Camaro Roadster. That's actually the Corvette Roadster, I believe. Trying to run down the Ford. Not going to happen. England, 24, 1 above 9. Take 27. Travis, dead 0. And going to have to buy back into competition. He was dead late. 70 on the tree. No good. Jason England on to round number 2. Here comes Cole Dickoff, the Love truck. Needed slicks and found them. He is going to be alongside Junior Staley. Love to see racers helping racers. Awesome stuff. Staley will chase the truck. Truck dialed 756. The Love truck is off and running and into round 2. Staley is red by 3,000. Cole Dickoff is 56 on the tree and 761 on the 7. 56 as we continue on. The Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Panella Race Engines round number 1. Andy Schmall, former $1 million winner. Couple years ago, right side in the banana yellow Beretta. Out of Idaho Falls, right side 591, the dial in, and Steve Brings. 64 Ford Falcon. Chat bleachers been oohing and ahhing over this one. Beautiful machine out of Howard Lake, Minnesota. Yeah. Bo, James, Parker. There ain't nothing more American than that, man. With the Jets flying over, an amazing anthem from one of our announcers. Brent Carter killing it. Nate Hershey always killing the game. Win light, Andy Schmall. 592 on the 591 and 002 off the starting line. Steve Brings, red by 20 thou. We'll have to navigate the buyback window. Hey, make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the page. Just about 3,000 people tuned in to some drag racing on a Friday. It is the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. Mark Fall, Mitchell Seymour. Seymour, left side, getting a lot of love from the chat bleachers when it comes to the potential best appearing car with our friends at Autoland Outlets. We are working on something over there on Mark Fall's machine. Is it the gas cap? There we go. Yeah, close that bin. Hit the window and say, go get him, Mark. Mark Fall, 706. What did he say? Mitchell Seymour, left side. 615, the dial in. 68 Camaro. Reaction time advantage is worth 24 thou in favor of Seymour. Seymour for the win. 005, 3 above, and some change. Take 29 as Mark Fall. 29 on the let go. Little tardy on the starting line. 4 above. No good. Looks like we are pushing some vehicles back. As Rob and Kelly will take the racetrack. I think we're going to do just a slight bit of cleanup on the starting line. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to share the link. We are officially over 3,000 tuned in. Welcome. We appreciate you for tuning in. We even got the announcer cam. We got the tower cam inside the announcer's booth. Hopefully you appreciate the broadcast. Want to give a shout out to so many people. Les, Tristan, Joey, Warren Evans, the GOAT, on the ones and twos, making sure that this is a beautiful broadcast that you will get to watch. You will hear so many different great voices on this Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems, Fuel Factory Friday $1 Million Day. Of course, Nate Hershey as well as Brent Carver going to be on the call with myself. My name is Ronnie Cord, as Rob and Steve will push pause for just a second, do a little bit of cleanup on that right side as Fall's machine laid down just a little bit of that fuel. So we'll make sure to clean that guy up. And go ahead and just get a snack. Grab your favorite food. Kick up on the couch. Ain't nobody doing any work on this Friday. They're tuned into the million. It's going to be a great time. We appreciate all our partners. This is a free live stream with our friends over there at Jags and Hoosier. I heard we are on in the headquarters at Jags. That's how cool this gig is. We appreciate our friends at Jags. The event coverage, courtesy of them and Hoosier, as we turn our attention back to the burnout box. It's a good question, Daniel. We'll throw that out to the chat bleachers. How many Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coins will we give away on this $1 Million Friday? Throw your guesses out there. Daryl checking in says, I'm enjoying some Panda Express. Love it. Donnie checking in. It's warmer in New Jersey than Vegas. Yeah, a little breezy today. We'll get you a car count as soon as first round is completed, as Rob and Steve on the starting line, and away we go. We do not have a pair of greens. Boy, tell you what, the red lights, they are plaguing the early pairs. Rob is 39 on the let go and under by 7 thou. You know, as a driver, you know, you're in the lanes, you're trying to stay focused, you're trying to stay locked in, and then I think you turn the corner, and then you're under the arch at Las Vegas, and then you get to the burnout box, and the moment of the million really starts to kind of encompass over you. It's a feeling unlike any other. It really is. And that could be a tough one, especially if this is your first million. Joe Kidd and Scott Taylor, right side, your winner in pro this weekend. A little bit earlier in the week, Joe Kidd, reaction time advantage. He will win the round. 003, 3 above, as Scott Taylor is 20. Under by 18, took 33. He had a slight window to work with at the top end of the racetrack, but could not park that baby for a win. Your winner from pro earlier in the week will have to duke it out in the buyback round. Charlie Lockhart left side and Brian King right side. 80 Chevy Camaro out of Pahrump, Nevada. Charlie Lockhart left side out of Mayfield, Kentucky. Wheels up and down for a win. 10. Under by a bunch. King, 23 red, will have to duke it out in that second chance buyback opportunity. Thank you to, again, our friends at Larice Motorsports Insurance, part of this pro category as we start out here in the million. 3,000 plus tuned in. Welcome to Vegas. As Curtis Zinzalita and Chad Sandlin. Chad Sandlin was perfect at one point yesterday. 000, dead zero. He was one of 2 perfect laps this weekend. Sandlin dialed 619. Zinzalita, 584, representing the Arizona team out there. Has been a lot of racing for the B-Body Mopar over the last 2 weeks. Out in Tucson last weekend, here in Vegas this weekend. Looking for a million win, but red by 9 thou to get it started is Chad Sandlin. Bad Chad, 11, and under by 14 thou. He will advance to round number 2. Here comes Henry Robertson and Paige Smith. Paige, one of the Rancho Cucamonga runners, the 67 Cheval, 608 the dial in left side. Henry Robertson in the stickers machine. Robertson out of California has been busy over the last 2 weeks. He also out in Tucson, getting laps in, and now it all kind of leads to today. As entry number 1 creeps into the pre-stage beams, the 84 Mustang Henry, the laps have been good, and it just kind of is one of those things where it's like, how do we piece these together? Whether it's the reaction time, the top end, dial, put it all together on $1 Million Day would be Henry's goal. As Paige slowly creeping to the starting line beams. There we go. Again, this is one of those things where when you're pre-stage, what's going through a racer's mind right now? Is it more on the confidence side? Is it more on the anxiety side? Reaction time advantage is plentiful. It is in favor of Robertson. Robertson for the win. 10, 1 above 1, take 004. Tighten that one up as Paige, a little late on the starting line, 53 and under by 200 and some change.
Ronnie Court.
Yes.
In the words of the old McDonald's commercial, you deserve a break today. You have been handling the duties up here on the mic, my friend, for a long time. You are definitely welcome to hang around and watch more round number 1.
Is there some food over there?
There's definitely some snacks.
I'm going to go get some
You
snacks.
deserve a break today. So, Ronnie, thank you very much for taking us through all of that. And as we get going with pro round number 1, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category is on track. Gene Milton and Brian McGinnis. Gene in the pickup truck out of Wisconsin, dialed in at 660. McGinnis dialed in 663, and the big 56 Chevrolet Winlight is going to turn on for Brian. Brian was holding 54 thou advantage in reaction time and ends up getting to the line first by 13 thousandths of a second, is 4 above in his attempt. Gene ends up dead 7, but had an 074 reaction time and that is certainly not what Gene wanted to have happen here in round number 1. That will bring out Seth Lancaster and Zachary Zerbrug. Zerbrug in the 68-bodied Camaro out of Bremerton, Washington, and the pickup truck, the S10, out of Alabama, dialed in with the 602. Again, it is a Fuel Factory Friday here at the Spring Fling Million, the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. Pro is on track. It's the Larice Pro category. Big advantage on the starting line goes to Zachary Zerbrug, and he will get the win light. 006, 3 above. Zach is 647 on a 644. That will be your winner out of that pair. Lancaster gave up enough. Was 47 green and then takes the stripe by 14th thou to break out and be 600 on the 602. As we'll bring up Brian Cerruti out of Niles, Ohio, and Jason Sandstrom coming in out of Minnesota. Part of the Minnesota Mafia, the Atwater car, down 654. 11th thou separate them, win light Cerruti on a double breakout. 625 on the 627. Cerruti getting there second, turning on the scoreboard. Sandstrom took the stripe by 10th thou. Ends up 652 on the 654. And the win light will belong to Cerruti here in round number 1 is Steve Wilmoth and Jason McFarland. McFarland in the truck that's being doubled between himself and Jeff Serra throughout the weekend, or throughout the week. Going up against Wilmoth out of Emmett, Idaho. Wilmoth in the Vega dialed 653. The truck is dialed in 525 out of Azle, Texas. 8th thou the difference up front. As the Door truck takes on the Vega, stripe is going to belong to Steve Wilmoth. Win light is going to belong to Jason McFarland. Wilmoth by 26th thou takes the stripe and ends up 561 on a 563 to be under by 15 thousandths of a second. McFarland puts it dead 3, 19 dead 3. On his first lap of the day, on the main event Million Day, is George LeBlanc and Phil Bryant. LeBlanc, during that run for the 50K, put up 7 total. Was 007 and dead 0 on what was a 574 dial at the time. They have bumped it up a hunt. Moved it to a 575, trying to get around Phil Bryant. Bryant was in that second shot shootout last night. Bryant's going to win this one. 21 dead 2 is 23 total coming out of the left lane. LeBlanc was 22 green, had a thou to work with, ended up getting there first by 6 thousandths of a second. Taking 6 thou, ends up breaking out 5 thou, and Phil Bryant punches his ticket into round number 2 as Robert Butler and Matt Daddis. Butler in the Chevelle out of California, 624 is the dial. Daddis in that Grand Am that was piloted by Jimmy DeFrank and owned by the DeFrank family for so many years. Found its way into the hands of Daddis. He is dialed in at 606. Will give the head start to the Chevelle, dialed in at 624. We've got the chat bleachers going on. I know that Ronnie said they are live at the JEGS headquarters. Apparently, they're live at a lot of places. We had folks in the chat bleachers saying, hey, look, I just got back from Famous Dave. Somebody else had it on in there. So they're just random people running into each other at random restaurants who are all paying attention to what's going on here today as our win light turns on for Daddis. Both drivers had the same numbers in their reaction time, just put them together as a different combination. Butler was 041. Matt Daddis was 14 green as Daddis goes 2 above exactly. 606 on the 608 on the 606 dial, taking 11th thou at the stripe. Butler, 41 and dead on 4. Goes 624 on the 624. But it wouldn't be enough to get around Daddis. I'll bring out Noah Lewis in the Nova. Out of Abilene, Texas, 653 is the dial. Dialed in 0.4 of a second quicker than that out of the left lane is Noah Lewis. The Clarksville, Tennessee-based door truck. First one to find their way into the pre-stage bulbs is going to be Talon Farmer. Noah Lewis starts to slide up alongside of him here at the strip. Las Vegas, definitely a sports showplace. Actually started with a lot of boxing and stuff way back in the day, and motorsports. First got its start here on this property. We had drag racing around here for a long, long time. Talon is 005. Lewis is 13 green, and Lewis ends up a thou under. Talon had him covered. 005, take 2. Little thou down at the stripe to be dead on 5. 653 on a 653 puts the 8-pack up on the board, as Noah Lewis will have to find his way to a big payday via the buyback round as Josh Pickett and Jaden Lawler. Lawler, who was your runner-up on that first 30K day, came up a little bit short against Gary Williams, who has absolutely been on fire. Lawler has been lights out in his driving as well behind the wheel of that little Cobalt. The Jacksonville, North Carolina runner is dialed 603, and Josh Pickett coming in out of Indianapolis, Indiana, rolling up as we are in Pinella Race Engines, round number 1 of the million. Tree begins to drop. 44 thou, the difference in reaction time, advantage, and win light to Jaden Lawler. Lawler was not going to let that one slip through his fingers. 005, take 3 thou. Puts it 608 on a 603. Pickett, 49, and ends up one above the dial. They'll bring out Sean Schaefer and Andrew Olson. Schaefer, who was put to the test as he had to run through the gauntlet of some of the best racers in the country down in Tucson during that East versus West shootout that took place. He is now behind the wheel of the family Chevelle out of Boise, Idaho. 524 dial left side, and Andrew Olson in the Camaro coming in from NorCal. Sacramento area, 584 the dial over to the right side. 19,000 separated him up front. Win light's going to belong to Schaefer. Sean, 27, takes 7 to be dead 7. Vegas, 777. 27 green, 524 with a 7, taking 7 thou at the stripe. It's the jackpot here in round number 1. Andrew Olson was 008 and ends up with a 587 on a 584. So Olson will have to come up and see the Divas as Brianna Jones and Ryder Biscay. Ryder, big part of keeping Cole Dickoff's love truck on the racetrack. They pretty much were down to nothing on those tires. We're searching for a good set of shoes, and Ryder Biscay came to the rescue. He now sits behind the wheel of the Nova out of Olympia, Washington. So a 658 dial for Ryder for Brianna Jones out of Green Acres, Washington. It is a 613 dial and a red light start for Brianna. Brianna left 22 thousandths of a second early and ends up dead on 7. Biscay dodged a bullet. He left the door wide open with an 087 reaction time. Ends up one above, 659 on a 658, but the win light did turn on his side of the racetrack. And that will mean that Brianna is going to have to find her way up here to the top of the stairs behind the tower if she wants to continue as Corey Costin and Mr. Carl out of Montrose, Minnesota, the Monza. It's the Minnesota Monza for Carl Gieb. 627 is the dial. Going up against Costin's gorgeous, and I do mean gorgeous, Chevelle, that car that was originally being built for Dad. Unfortunately, Dad passed away, and they wanted to make sure that Dad's car got done. I understand they finished it just about a month ago, and this is its debut performance. So with a 604 over on the left side and a red light start for Costin, 009 on the wrong side of the reaction time. Carl is 16, dead 9, as the Monza for the Mafia out of Minnesota will move on into the next round of competition. Jeff Verdi, Dalton Allendorf. Start talking about you remember back when. You remember back in, was it 2016? Jeff Verdi rolled in here with an open trailer and the Top Gun car on it, drove it all the way across the country, and ended up walking out of here as the first million winner ever. Thank you, Ryan Leonard, or Ryan Leonard. I appreciate that. Never get that one right. Double breakout. Win light goes to Verdi. 2 thou separated Dalton and Jeff on the starting line. Allendorf was 20 green. Verdi was 22. As Verdi gets there second to go 627 on a 629. Dalton Allendorf, 725 on a 728. Win light to Verdi. The GTO is moving on as KJ Mulligan and Dustin Wirtz. Mulligan in the Beretta. Wirtz in the Corvette Roadster. 508 is the dial for Dustin. And a player that has been to many, many, many of the big buck bracket races around this part of the country and has raced himself at a final in some of them, picked up several big checks. Trying to do it here in Las Vegas. Got to get around KJ Mulligan out of Dixon, Illinois, and unfortunately Wirtz will eliminate himself by way of the 005 red light. 005 red. KJ is 007 green. KJ going to go 524 on the 527. That is correct, Troy. He did hold both the cars out here. And then went on to win another $1 million that year. Mark Kidd, Dan Bain. Dan out of New Mexico, 552. The dial for the 68-bodied Camaro. And for Mark Kidd, the Kidd Performance and Dyno Group. Mark was on it yesterday. The car was on it yesterday. They're separated by a thou at this end of the racetrack, and unfortunately Mark Kidd is going to be upstairs today if he wants to continue on in the competition. Kidd was 19, take 5 thou at the stripe to end up 13 thou under with that 587 on the 590. Dan Bain goes 550 on a 552, double breakout again. The name of the game is the weather conditions, as we saw during the Brodix run for the 50K, having everybody kind of second guessing themselves. Spencer Massey, Ken Sweo. Sweo in the Capri, 573 the dial, and for Spencer Massey in the Nova. He's parked that car in the winner's circle before. Won't do it coming out of round number 1 with that red light. Gonna have to buy back. Goes 644-2 on a 644. Red by a bunch and dead on 2 for Spencer Massey. Ken 005. Ends up 571 on a 573. Saw his win light come on and legged it out to get it done. Garrett, what are we wondering if anybody knows? Anybody knows what? Toby Geezy and Jake Swigert. Swiger's GTO dialed 515. Toby's dialed 541. 10th the difference up front. And the win light's going to turn on for Toby. Another of the members of the Minnesota team. 542 and a 541. He was 20 on the tree. Jake Swiger had a slight advantage leaving the starting line. Take 26 thou at the stripe. Needed to take 23 thou or less as he breaks it out 3 thou. So Swiger is going to have to find his way up here to the tower and visit the Divas. The question, how much are the buybacks today? The answer, $600. The re-entry round will cost you $600 for another shot at a massive payout. Hey, Dragsters. Round number 1. Dragsters, odd and double the cars. Round number 1. Let's get you headed to the lanes. If you are doubling a dragster, you're going to run the second entry after door car at doubles. So again, dragsters, let's bring up your first entry and odd number. If you are doubled, bring up your first entry. If you've got an odd number, we want all of you in the odd number. So again, dragsters, odd and doubles. Go ahead and make your way into the staging lanes as Brandon Hoover is going to bow out against Joe Schmall. Schmall was holding 20 thou advantage in reaction time. 006. And then 624 on a 623 gets the job done. Brandon was 26 green, take a thou at the stripe to end up 9 thou under. Ted Seipel, Dustin Schroeder. Seipel in the Ferrari out of San Leandro, California. Dustin Schroeder is able to get things handled, 14, and goes 596 on a 585. Ted Seipel lets go a little bit late, ends up running 655 on a 657. But Schroeder in that 56 Chevrolet going to get the win light here in round number 1 as James Lee out of Missouri, part of the Mr. Cool DIY Direct Group, and Bug McCarty. McCarty out of Georgia coming up in the 97 bodied Sonoma. 594 to a 545. Head start going to go to Bug's ride. Stage, set, and ready. Separated by a thou at this end of the racetrack. Tight up front. And at the finish line, it's going to be a margin of 8 thousandths of a second. James Lee gets there first, turns on the scoreboard. 548 on a 545. Ends up 3 above 4. First to the stripe by 8 thousandths of a second. Bug McCarty was 27 green and runs 4 above. 598 on the 594. So Lee, 26 green, beats McCarty's 27 green and takes an 8 thou stripe for the win as Rocky Van Note and Michael Johnson. Johnson dialed 623. Rocky, the Mosier Engineering Vega wagon, dialed in 572. Again, it's the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, and we got a double red light. Van Note left second, was 003 red. Michael Johnson left first, was 14 red. A win light to Van Note as he goes 569 on the 572. I know everybody in the chat bleachers has already kind of provided their predictions of who they think is going to be able to navigate this field and end up on top at the end of the day. It's Calvin Tani and Cole Castile. Go back and take a look. I think we figured that we had was it 45 states of the 50 represented. Calvin Tani representing Hawaii out of Kapa'a, Hawaii. Dialed in at 624. Cole Castile out of Minot, North Dakota. The Dakota team is going to light it up. 17 green and 638 on a 636. Gets there first by 45 thou and gets the win light. Calvin Tani was 114 on the tree and goes 621 on a 624. But for Calvin, this is one of those races that he just doesn't miss. Just doesn't miss it. Here every year, rolls in out of Hawaii to be here as Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee, and Brandon Taylor coming in out of Alabama, BT. Made it down late into the round last night. Seventh thou the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Peace, win light Taylor. Double breakout. Name of the game at the finish line. Taylor dialed 615, goes 10 thou under to be 614-0 after the 022 reaction time. Peace got there first, takes 11 thou and breaks out 15 thou. Make it 14 thou. 618 on a 620 is 592 is the dial for Zach Fulcher in the Mr. Cool car. Tom in the Corvette Roadster dialed in at 563. So with Fulcher and Carlson continuing our way through the Super Pro door cars. Once again, Super Pro dragsters, odd numbers and doubles. Super Pro dragsters, odd numbers and doubles. Let's go ahead and get you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro dragsters. Carlson's green. Zach Fulcher is the better green. Fulcher 003. Take 9 thou at the stripe. Ends up 596 on a 592. Carlson was 31 green and 2 above, 565 on a 563, but it will not turn on the scoreboard. Fulcher's advancing. Carlson will make his way up here to pay the $600 and get back into the buyback round as Donovan Williams, Jerry Lone. Lone and the Firebird out of Virginia. The big chief car going up against Donovan Williams in Old Red. Old Red has been pretty much an unstoppable force. Yesterday, Donovan and Gary took it deep, deep, deep into the rounds. Gary, of course, taking it into the winner's circle on Wednesday. Yesterday, they had that thing doubled way down into the rounds. And Donovan Williams get around Jerry Lone. Jerry's giving him a run. Donovan's going to get the win. Donovan was 13. Take 4th out at the stripe to end up 1 above 9. 575 on that 574 dial. Jerry Lone at 20 green and 1 above 6. So just a 7th thou split in reaction time. 4th thou margin of victory. And Donovan Williams advancing on into round number 2. Chance Parker taking on Corey Gallitti. Gallitti in the Beretta, dialed 583. Chance Parker in the S10 out of Roy, Utah, dialed in at 607. For the Gallittis, it's been a decent couple of weeks here in Vegas. Chris came out here last weekend, ended up winning the Super Pro category. Corey came out here. Is it Cassie? Okay. Again, looking at some of the number swaps to get those squared away. Wheels up charge. And a win light for Cassie. 18 green, dead 6. Miss Davis turns on the scoreboard. I'd say it's been a pretty decent weekend for her here in Vegas, or decent week for her here in Vegas as well, because for those of you that maybe hadn't seen, let's just say they showed up here as a couple and are leaving as an engaged couple. That's pretty cool. Chance was 25 on the tree and goes 605 on the 607. We'll bring up Jorge Alberto Cons and Chris Northup. Northup in the Guess Who Camaro. 639 is the dial, and Alberto Cons in the 84 Thunderbird. 5 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light turns on for Cons. 11 dead 1 is 12 thou total. Gets there first by 11 thousandths of a second. Northup was 006, 1 above 7, and falls just short. We got like a rule. Lela comes walking in here with a rule book going, I'm sorry, we're going to have to talk about some official business. Not quite. Not quite. Clayton Clark gonna light it up. 25 green, dead 5, 609 on a 609. Yeah. Yeah. Doug Carter, Thornton, Colorado for the Camaro. Doug, who for a long, long time lived down here in Las Vegas, ended up moving up to Colorado, has been racing up there for a while. And Steven Johnson out of Cooley City, Washington. 68 Barracuda. Red light start for Doug by 2,000ths of a second. Steven Johnson had left the door unlocked. He had a 36 thou reaction time. Goes 647 on a 646. Carter, 002 red, gets to the stripe under 5 thou. But the Barracuda gets the win. Is Scott Hess, Dave Mazier. Hess out of Surprise, Arizona. Silver and Blue Nova. dialed 552. Mazier. In the 05 Cavalier Roadster, dialed 501. Again, Mazier Enterprises. One of the folks that are putting up some prizes is part of our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Treasure Chest, which we will be drawing for those here in a little bit. We got a lot of drawings, a lot of raffles, a lot of things that we're going to do. Scott Hess. Ooh. How about a 000 hero coin in round number 1 of the million for Scott Hess? Hess puts it perfect on the reaction clock and then goes dead 4 to be 4 thou total. Dave Mazier was 10 on the tree and had nowhere to go. Ends up running $4.99 on the 501. But Scott Hess, trip, zip, dead 4. Surprise! Dave Mazier's like, I hate that kind of surprise. That's a dumb surprise. Especially here in round number 1. Gary Roost, Daryl Hemley. Roost's 55 Bel Air. It's another one of those beautiful cars that has been selected as best appearing here at the Spring Fling Million. And Daryl Hemley, 2002 bodied Cavalier coming out of Burley, Washington. Hemley's dialed 459. Gary Roost will be getting a sizable head start with that 696 dial. Both drivers leave early and a true start affair comes into play. Gary Roost left first with 002 red. Daryl Hemley left second and was 004 red. Wow. Daryl Hemley, 454 on the 459. But true start next one. Gary Roost, the benefactor of it, will be moving into round number 2. Jacob Beakley. So don't misunderstand me. He was a previous best appearing. He was a good choice. I'm absolutely on board with that. Absolutely on board with that. Tony Henderson, Jacob Beakley. Henderson in the KJ car. The old 2002 Cavalier. Belonged to Kurt Johnson, was used in competition around the NHRA Pro Stock circuit and has now found its way under the ownership of Tony Henderson, Jacob Beakley. The Chevelle out of Lamar, Colorado. $598 to a 500. In, set, and ready is Beakley. Here comes Tony. And Tony goes red by 0.003 of a second. Ends up with a 5030 down the racetrack. Beakley was 20 green, goes 597 on a 598. Had predicted just about perfectly, ended up 4 thou under. But the win light was already on, and Beakley is moving into round number 2 as Shane Herman and Jason Lynch. Jason Lynch is dialed 525. Shane Herman is dialed 545. Once again, dragsters, odd and doubles. If you have not yet made your way to the stadium lane, come on down. Join us there. 4 thou the difference in reaction time. Herman is 003. Jason Lynch is 007. And on the double breakout, Jason Lynch is going to get her done. Lynch on that 525 dial ends up 17 thou under. Shane Herman goes 542 on the 545. To end up 23 thou under. Win light goes to Jason Lynch. Paul Lorton, Aaron Milton. Milton's 583 dial. Paul Lorton's 612 dial. Head start went to the Vega. Win light goes to the Vega. Lorton 13 to Milton's 12. Separated by just a thou. Lorton puts it dead on 1 to wrap up the run here in round number 1. Milton takes 6th thou at the stripe, breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Brings up Tanya Street and Bill Botello. That is Uncle Bill. Dialed at 503. Tanya Street dialed 601. About a second head start. Going to belong to Tanya. Yeah? You can rub it in my face until I reach over and like just snag that other piece right out there. No, man, that pizza smells good. Pizza smells good. Bill Botello's in trouble. Tanya's in control. Tanya puts her dead on 3. 601 on a 601. She took a bunch, but like a lot of racers say, you ain't got to lift if you ain't breaking out. Tanya's 27, dead 3. Gets the win light over Botello. Bill, 042 green. And then goes 522 on the 503. Didn't quite have her set up right here in round number 1 as Ernie Macias, Dennis Lithgow. I want to talk about some selective color combinations on the starting line. Lithgow's car is amazing. It is beautiful. That orange and black stripe down the top of it. Ernie Macias has got that bright yellow 92 Beretta. It's one of those cars that when it rolls out, you're like, yep, there's Ernie. Where's Ernie? There's Ernie. It ain't even like difficult like a Where's Waldo. You can pick him out sitting in the staging lanes. We can sit up here, look at the camera, and be like, there's Ernie. He's about 12 cars back on the right. If you sit, that thing is just, you know where it's at. Dennis Lithgow knows where it's at on the tree. 003 dead 9. 3 thou on the reaction time at this end of the racetrack. Take 6 thou down at that end of the racetrack to be dead on 9. Ernie Macias was 20 green and then goes 525 on a 528. Macias wasn't going to get there. Ernie's 12 total. Macias moves on. It's Chuck Sanders and Leroy Duran. Chuck, that truck was perfect yesterday. Oh, and by the way, since nobody did win the $50,000, if we see a perfect reaction time in eliminations today, it is worth a $5,000 bonus. The first one to do it. So if we see a perfect reaction time today, since the 50 grand was not claimed, perfect run during the million main event could net you $5 grand. Chuck was 11. Leroy was 12. Chuck goes 2 above 7. Leroy ends up 5 above. 631 on a 531 on a 526 for Leroy. Chuck 11, 2 above 7, gets their first 24 thou. Win light to the truck. It's a perfect pass. Yeah. Why did I say? No, it's perfect. If you're perfect. No. Then maybe I did say that, but I meant perfect lap, right? Trip 0, dead 0. You got to be perfect. Partially perfect doesn't work. It has to be perfect. That's what I meant. Perfect package. So excuse me, you have to be perfect. Partially perfect doesn't pay that $5 grand. Perfect pays the $5 grand. Thank you for catching me on that. Preston Pennington, 477 was the dial and ends up 12 in the tree. 476.2 gets their second under 8 thou. So yes, thank you. Perfect. That is right. Not just the perfect light. So my apologies. Perfect. Trip zip dead 0. A perfect run pays $5K. No. I need that's exactly the type of thing that if you hear that, you're like, no. Let me verify. Let me clarify, let me confirm, and let me correct it. Roger Sauter and Andrew DiPiazza. Wasn't Sauter the one that did like 3 wheel stands in a single run this morning? That Barracuda, when it was nice and cool this morning, thing went up once, down once, up twice, down twice, up 3 times, and man, was in there. Carried the tires out again, not quite as much. DiPiazza goes red by 0.004 of a second. How many people are watching? I see like 3.2 thousand. That's really what I see on my screen. It says 3,269 viewers from what I've got on my screen, and we've only got 600 likes. So I absolutely 100% as DiPiazza is 004 red, hands the win light over to Sauter, who goes 11 green and 513. If you guys catch me saying something because I'm, thinking about something else, excited, we are right here in round number 1 of the million. If you guys catch me doing something, absolutely. Reach out, let me know. They did, and I appreciate it. I do mean a perfect lap. What I would like is for you to like the live feed. Not for me. Not for Brent. Not for Ronnie. Like it because you like watching drag racing. 650 with an 8. Junior Stanley, he and his dad are down here out of the Sacramento area having a bucket list type deal. They've always wanted to come down and run this race, and a round number 1 win against a name like Michael Pennington is something that will be remembered always. Pennington is 009 red, dead on 7. Thank you, Mr. Matthew. I only see 600 likes right now. I do appreciate it, Terry. We know that, Terry Lee. And I appreciate it. 30 on the tree for Joe Kidd. Goes 695 and Stephanie Cummett, 11 green, 660 on a 656. 4 above gets the win light. Yeah, there's only 635 likes. So the little heart, if you're looking at the same screen I am, I'm watching it on my iPad. The little heart is not the like button. Right underneath of where the video is displaying, there is if you haven't liked it yet, you're going to see an empty thumbs up. It's going to be like an outline of a thumbs up. And you'll see a number near there like 655. You need to reach over and click on the little thumbs up. Put your finger over it and tap it. And when you see the number go up, you'll know that you've done it right. Just tap it in. Just tap, slight little tap. Sweet. Thank you very much. Is that Southern Scent Chick? You guys, what do you like, sell candles? That would make sense. Chad Duke, the winged one. 006 gets there a ton and ends up 603 out of 602. Colton Munson at a 1:23 reaction time goes 540 on a 537. Yeah, we're not going to go. We did the whole mirror thing yesterday, and that's just, yeah. That guy's got mirrors on the side of that car that you can actually see. Thank you, dude. We are jumping big. That's the way. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Full steam. Bob Cerruti and Kelsey Paget. Paget, 21. Cerruti was 14. If yours is full, you've done your job. Thank you, Rodney. 630 on a 630. Cerruti 14, dead 9. Going to turn on the win light his side of the racetrack. Kelsey Paget out of Baxley, Georgia was 21 green, ends up 1 above 3. but behind 11 thousandths of a second down at the finish line. Now we're starting to climb. Andy Schmall and Joel Julesrid. Julesrid out of Stony Point, North Carolina, 485 in the Roadster Corvette, going up against a former million winner. Andy won it in the Nuclear Banana, was whisked away in the limousine to his suite for the night. Because the winner gets, pictures with showgirls, you get champagne, you get the trophy. The suite's at the Rio this time. Whoa! Have you been there to get it yet? Have you been here to get it yet? When you do, let me know if it's one of the ones that's kind of the curved one with the strip view, because that one takes up like half the floor. Ooh, 485 on a 485. Joel, 22 green at dead 5. Andy Schmall going to have to buy back if he wants to repeat. 19 and then goes 589 with a 6 on the 590. Take 12 thou at the stripe, break it out 4 thou. Wow. Colby Walker, Kyle Coltrera. This is a round number 1, like first round, final round. Coltrera's dialed 619. Walker is dialed 566. Coltrera in the truck. Walker in the Mustang. Walker is red by 15 thousandths of a second. Coltrera was on it. 008 and 615 on a 619 for Coltrera. You're out there going, holding much? Holding much? Henry Robertson. Ty Farmer. Farmer dialed 603. Henry Robertson dialed 628. Whoa! Ty Farmer stands that thing up on the tailgate. He went past the bumper and has scraped the paint off the back of that pickup truck. 790 on a 603. Henry's going to be sick to his stomach. He is going to be so sick. It's same thing. 001 red, dead 0. Henry let go a thou early. Ty Farmer was busy trying to go to the moon. And Robertson ends up dead on 0 and will still visit the buyback window. Oh, my goodness. Henry is going to need more than a friend. Henry is going to need a village. To help him feel better about that. But, man, the wheel stand and show that happened on the opposite. Oof. That was pretty cool. Stallworthy is dialed 454 as we make our way from our final pair of door cars into the dragsters. The dragsters are rolling up. Hey, the S&T truck repair, last man standing, Calcutta. We only have 18 tickets left. $100 a ticket. You'll be given a driver in today's million. And for that, you could get a chance at winning 10 grand thanks to the folks at S&T Truck Repair. Troy Williams Jr., Jacob Stallworthy, they both leave early, and Troy left really early. Wow. Very uncharacteristic. T-Dub was 048 red. Jacob Stallworthy, 14 red, goes 452. Richard, you're probably right. Watched the Artemis rocket launch the other day and decided I can do that. I can do that. Jacob Collins had a pretty nice day yesterday. meet him, a new entry here today. And, ooh, McKenna. Off the trailer today is 10 dead 2, 455 on a 455. Collins is going to have to buy back after ending up in the final pair of the night last night. Wow. Wow. Marco Abruzzi and Giovanni Colecci. That's crazy. Look at that. We are working on like the split screen action. Warren's got the announcer cam. He's got the race going on. He's got the time. Oh, we got a potential. We got a potential. We got another Trip Zip Hero coin. Giovanni 000 dead 8. We have had a 4-pack. We've had an 8-pack. We've had a lot of them that have been 000. Again, if you make a perfect run, the first person that puts up a perfect run could get a $5,000 bonus, since we did not get that 50K winner. Marco was 009 and goes 554 on the 551. I think we just need to like rearrange it. Warren's working on it, but we'll make the announcer cam, because we're going to do so many raffles today. We're going to put the announcer cam up in the little one. We'll have the race in the big one. I know Warren's doing that. He's the man. Tommy Drake Jr. and Dylan Moody. Moody's dialed 463. Tommy Drake's dialed 486. Dylan's in control. 006. Oh, Dylan. Dylan's going to need a friend as well. If you are Dylan's friend, go ahead and make your way up here towards the top end of the tower, because when Dylan comes up to buy back, instead of running one of those gauntlets, he's going to need a hug gauntlet. He's going to need like 8 people standing there to give him. He was 006 in full control, took 38 thou at the stripe, and breaks out to hand the win light back to Tommy Drake. Drake also broke out. Drake ends up with a 484 and a 46, but oof, Dylan just taking a chunk too much down at the finish line, and that is going to hurt. Maybe not as much as, 001 Red Dead 0, while the guy next to you is trying to, do his best impression of a NASA rocket. Sean Hart, Brandon Taylor. Taylor, 466 is the dial. Sean Hart dialed 466. 4 thou separate him at this end. The win light turns on for Sean Hart. 37, take 5 thou, ends up 1 hun above. 467, 1 above 5. The win light turns on for Sean Hart. Brandon Taylor is 33 green and then goes 468 on a 466. I'll bring out Jeff Taylor and Race Kid. Ooh. Ooh. Jeff's dialed 455 left side of the racetrack. Race is dialed 466 right side of the racetrack. I got to agree. That's one of those that if something like that happened to me, I'd just put a brick on the accelerator, send it into the sand trap, and walk back to the pits. Ooh. Race Kid, Jeff Taylor, as advertised, separated by 3 thou. Kid was 16, Jeff Taylor was 19. Jeff gets there first by 1 thou, breaks out by 7 thou. Race Kid follows him through to break it out by 3 thou, and it's going to be Race Kid moving on to round number 2. Chad Axford, Cooper Chun. Cooper's first defense of his title comes against Chad Axford. Axford, who lived out at this part of the world, lived in California for a long, long time, lived in Vegas for a long, long time, relocated back to Tennessee, and has been flying around the country. I think he told me that he's probably felt like he sat in and driven about 300 different cars. Like there's things that are really good about that. Oh, no. Cooper Chun by 1 thou goes red. Cooper's attempt at defending the title in round number 1, Red by a thou. Hopefully he still has a few extra bucks from last year's win. We'll come up here to the tower and go, all right, needed the practice lap. Got it. We're going to be set. Axford, 23 green and 432 on a 433. He's under 3,000. Ooh. Ooh. Bodie Bennett, Chandler Ball. I agree. I agree, Miss Kim. I'll be back. Chandler Ball's down 475. Bennett's down 460. Bodie, one of those names that a lot of folks have said, watch it. Watch out. He will be there. Ball in one of the kid dragsters. Dialed 475. Huh. Bodie's 009 to Chandler's 032. Chandler ends up 32 green and goes 477 on a 475. Bodie 009 and 2 above. 462 on a 460. So on a main event Friday, Fuel Factory Friday, for the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. Again, for those of you that were asking, what's the car count? We have to get all the way through round number 1. Because there's a difference in the number of tech cards purchased versus the number of entries that go down the racetrack. There's always that unfortunate chance that one of our racers might have some sort of a problem, has to withdraw, can't quite make the run. We don't want to see that happen, but everybody's had their chance to come up and buy their tech card. Yeah. Is Ed in here? Do we have the ultimate barn hammer in here? Because if we don't, maybe I'm going to be the one that's going to have to actually utilize my hammer. The barn hammer. Mark Barnhart, 36 green and goes dead 1, no good. Richard Taylor, 002, 1 above 1. Ends up with a win line. Takes 24 thou down at the stripe. As Tyler Bohannon Yes, Donnie. But for those of you that hadn't joined us early in the weekend, as Tyler Bohannon and Logan Ward take to the starting line, Logan's dialed 457, Tyler's dialed 472. What happens is we have renamed it the Barn Hammer. Barn was one of our moderators in this chat for a long time, and unfortunately, we lost Barn. Barn was our mod. He held the hammer. Wow. Tyler Bohannon, 13 dead 0, take 4 thou at the stripe. And he did a fantastic job moderating the chat. And since his screen name was Barn, rather than call it the Ban Hammer, it has forever been renamed the Barn Hammer. So if somebody gets out of line, we'll toss the Barn Hammer. Okay. Ready? Apparently it's a day we're making history. Grant Williamson and Mitch Lippin Williamson dialed 499. Mitch dialed 446. Mitch looks up, 454 on a 446. Williamson had issues on the starting line. All right, let's see. Ready? I think we'll just start. Let me see if I can. How do I get there?
All right. Yeah, problems there for Williamson. Idles down the track. It looks like has not made the turnoff yet. There it goes around the corner at the big end. Next pair sitting at the line, J.P. Schuster, Vienna, Ohio, and Jake Jones. 474 on the right side for Jones. Schuster down 458, and away they go. And boy, somebody has a bunch of work to do. J.P. missed it by a tenth. Reaction time started with a 1. Jake Jones, 26 up front, dead 8 out the back. So 32 total. JP probably not going to tell anybody or not going to show them that time slip. You know, we all get back to the trailer and we go, hey, look at this time slip, right? You know, and sometimes we get back to the trailer and we show the time slip, but we conveniently have our thumb over the part that says the reaction time. And JP's probably getting ready to do that.
Well, thank you very much, Brent. I appreciate you. Man, Brent, what a job on that national anthem. I'm just going to congratulate you again. That was beautiful. As Leslie Dugas and Talon Farmer are up now. Took me just a second, but yeah, I started easy. I think I only went with the 5-minute deal, but Talon 54 green, 3 above, no good. Leslie Dugas 008, and then 1 above 5 gets the win light. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's the right, give him a 5-minute timeout. I don't know. But
the timeout on the chat, yeah.
It might be.
Maybe a permanent timeout.
Well, it might be the parental instinct and be like, I'm going to give you a chance.
Right.
I'm gonna give you a chance.
We tried to let him go. Josh Harper, 2010 American Dragster, right side. White machine out of Waverly, Georgia. Left side, down 432. So pretty good difference in the ETs here for Harper. Going to be down 507 over on that Pennzoil lane. All right, Harper in. Oh, just 5 thou apart on the starting line. Harper breaks out by 18. Left side above, Harper took 35 to break out by 18. It was a little behind on the starting line, but not bad enough to take that much. Shane Molinari. The next dragster through the burnout box out of Battleground, Washington on the right side, the 2023 M&M machine. It'll be dialed 415, definitely on the quicker end of the dial-ins. Paul Dowdy over on the left, dialed 483. 2025 Race Tech machine out of Centerville, Utah. Double red light, and that gets Shane Molinari. Molinari actually is the benefactor of True Start. He's 004 red. Dowdy was 14 red. So the worst one to do it here on True Start. I know there's people that kind of go back and forth on whether they believe in True Start or they think it's right. I think it's right. I mean, you know, you're judged on the performance of both cars, and it kind of takes that one more thing out of the way that would maybe give a particular advantage. If bracket racing is supposed to be the ultimate equalizer, then, yeah, use True Start. Justin Hoff, right side. Bobby Mott, left side, and Hoff, oof. 0-0-1 red there for Justin Hoff. Bobby Mott was 11 up front. Dips under by quite a lot. Does not matter. We're going to see exactly what he had ready to go. So Bobby Mott moving on to round number 2 for free with that entry. True Start is right, period. I agree. Jacob McNeil going to be on the left side out of Gilmer, Texas, and that guy drives everything. McNeil going to be dialed 434. I think they picked that dragster up 8 days ago. So this is a brand new ride for McNeil, but McNeil has been making waves all over the country, driving everything that exists. He won an Outlaw Pro Mod shootout last weekend in Montgomery, Alabama. He drives Nitro Funny Car and Pro Mod in the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Bodie Bennett is driving his top dragster car, who is also here racing this weekend, and McNeil himself going to be in the machine on the left side, now 434. Alexis Thompson going to be over on the right side out of Henderson, Nevada, 452, and both of them are in, and here comes the tree. And McNeil lets go 8 thou too soon. Thompson is 22 up front, 14 above. McNeil was 16 above, but 8 thou too soon junior. Next pair up, Mike Crater. Gonna be over on the right side out of Bedford, Texas, also dialed 434. That must be a popular ET for the Texans. Jeff Dobbins, the second. 479 over on the Summit lane. We are in Pinella Race Engines round number 1 of Fuel Factory Friday Millions. I know everybody's asking about what is the car count and whatnot. We have to get through this round. Finish the round, then we can tell you how many cars actually went down in round number 1. What a race that was. Dobbins is 0-0-1 on the let go. 80 with the 5 on the 79. So what is that, 16 total? Mike Crater lets go 008 to go 22 above. Jeff Dobbins puts together a lap there to move to round number 2. Oh, there is still a few tickets left in the last man standing Calcutta. I know I had somebody online saying, how can we get in on that? I don't think they can get in on that, can they? All right, listen up. bracketraces@gmail.com is the PayPal. If you are on the chat, you're watching online, and you want in on the last man standing Calcutta that pays $10,000, and we got how many entries left there, Emily? About 15 entries left. It's $100 a ticket. The PayPal is bracketraces@gmail.com on your PayPal. You'd send over $100 per entry that you want, and she will email you back with who your drivers are. It's what you'll call a blind Calcutta, right? All the entries were put in a bucket. We're going to pay $10,000 to the last man standing Calcutta. There are some huge names still in the bucket. So if you are online and you would like a ticket in the Blind Calcutta here today, Fuel Factory Million, you would send $100 to bracketraces@gmail.com. Yes, and once it's sold out, we'll say, hey, stop sending them in. PayPal $100. Emily will draw you a ticket, and she will email you who your driver is. So I know you would rather be here, but if you want a shot at the $10,000 Calcutta, $100, PayPal, bracketraces@gmail.com, and Emily will draw you out a driver. And yes, there are some very fine horses still in the bucket. So don't think that there's not a winner still in that bucket, because it's very, very possible. And there's only about 15 spots left. So if you're watching online, you say, hey, how did we get in the chat bleachers? How do we get in to the Calcutta? I've just told you. If you overpay, then it goes into the tip jar for the tower. I like that. I'll go with that, but I don't think that's the way it's going to work. We're going to make sure it all goes in the Calcutta. Boy, Jagger Anderson mows down the tree, 002. Cody Graham was right behind with a 009, but Graham with problems and sits at a dead stop. Right past the finish line. I see a couple of things on the track. I don't know if something came off of that car. I was looking at the screen and kind of seeing what the lap looked like. I look up, and Cody Graham is sitting immobile at about 750 feet out there. Wind light shining brightly for Jagger Anderson, and tough break for Cody Graham. I'd say he was going to make a race out of it. He was 009. Anderson catches the break there, looks over the shoulder, says, oh, actually probably wasn't looking over the shoulder, came by in a hurry as Graham breaks. Let's see if I can. Well, they've got the quad down there, going to push it off, and I'm not saying I see any fluid of any sort, so I think we're okay there. I can do it. Hey, so while we get the Graham machine moving off of the racetrack, as we know, it takes many, many people to put this together. Companies, great companies that all support this event this weekend. So we're going to go to a quick break on the live feed, and we'll be back to you as we clear off the left lane from the Cody Graham machine.
Speed, power, precision. At the track, performance is everything. And in industry, performance matters just as much. That's why bolting professionals around the world rely on Rad Torque systems. Our precision torque tools power the work behind mining, oil and gas, wind energy, rail, and construction. Built for power, engineered for performance and durability. Rad Torque Systems, proud supporters of motorsports. Learn more at radtorque.com.
For more than 45 years, Rob's Automotive and Collision has been an industry leader in auto and truck recovery, as well as all facets of automotive repair. With over 15 factory certifications from the likes of Porsche, Ford, and many others, along with the industry's best equipment, such as the Vision Carliner frame measuring system and factory-certified aluminum repair, we're a full-service automotive center. Additionally, Rob's offers motorhomes and towers for all mechanical and collision needs. Our heavy-duty towing and hauling division is complemented by a full-line heavy-duty truck and trailer mechanical repair and collision center as well. 24-hour roadside assistance is available. Visit us at robsautocenter.com for more.
If you're a hot rodder, drag racer, or muscle car enthusiast, no doubt you're familiar with Jegs. But did you know that they have their own line of performance parts, restoration products, and tools and garage gear? When you shop Jegs branded products, not only do you get a great value, but it's also backed by excellent customer service and a huge selection of parts. So if you're looking for performance products, restoration parts, or tools and garage gear, give us a call or head over to jegs.com.
Jegs.
Here we are at the PRI show. I'm at the Advanced Product Design booth with Joe Hessling. Joe, tell us a little bit about your stuff and what's new.
Hi, Peter. Everyone knows us for our full line of billet carburetors, both in racing and street applications. What a lot of people don't know, though, is that we also produce a full line of belt-driven fuel systems. We offer a variety of pump sizes and flow ratings for various power levels. Also offer a variety of mounting brackets for big and small Chevrolet. Also some drive options for big and small Chevrolet. We produce these kits all in-house, all custom, built to order, and we do have some stocking options as well.
And that's key that you guys do it all in-house, because racers want things yesterday, right? And it also gives you control of production a lot more.
Total control is our biggest advantage. We're able to keep these pieces the quality that they need to be. We're able to keep up on the demand and continue to make changes and evolve them to today's racing combinations.
Yeah, and I'm a racer, Joe, so I'm going through my years of racing. I ran alcohol, I ran gas. I always used to wonder, and now I get to question myself a lot, what's the advantages of a belt-driven fuel pump?
One of the biggest advantages is there's no draw on your electric system. Obviously, some of your races allow double entries. You can just go round and round and round, and you don't have the draw on the electric system pass after pass. Not so much on the gas, but more on the alcohol side. The advantage is the varying fuel pressure with engine RPM. So we can idle a combination on 3 pounds and still have 8, 9, or 12 pounds at wide open if we need it. And in some of the boosted stuff, more yet, with still a low idle pressure that won't push past the needle and seats and still have good manners driving around the pits and doing the burnout and everything.
Yeah, so basically it gives you more fuel pressure when you need the more fuel pressure, not just a flat 7 pounds or whatever it is all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. If we had a blower combination that needs 12 pounds of fuel pressure at wide open, we'd never be able to idle on that with an electric system. The needle and seats just wouldn't handle it. So the beauty of the belt is we can idle it on 2 or 3 and still have whatever we need down track.
And is it more advantageous for alcohol over, like, where does it really shine?
Alcohol is the biggest place that it shines, but there's no disadvantage to run it on gas either. Again, back to the draw on the electric system of your car, there's nothing there. You're just turning a pump with an engine that's already running.
Yeah, and I like the idea of giving it the pressure when it needs it, because obviously that's going to end up leading to more efficiency and more consistency, which in this day and age is everything.
Yeah, we know this is a game of thousands and it's getting tighter every day. So if there's anything we can do to make the whole package better for the user and more consistent, that's what we're here for.
Well, you guys keep doing what you're doing. You guys are killing it. Great products, and you're the premier brand.
Glad to be out there and continue to do what we do.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
John Schaefer has sent the valves to the tower. So Stetner's come on back up. Stetner's come on back up. And while they are getting that all figured out, okay, we're good to go. So racers, I don't know that I'm seeing it on screen on the live feed, but I'm just seeing black. There we are. There we are. Ronnie, what's up, man? What, Lela, you're going to hide? She's like, nope, I want nothing to do with this. I want nothing to do with this.
She put us in front of the screen, and, yeah.
Well,
take care of some giveaways.
It's the right choice because when you look at you've got that face. You've got just like
a face for radio
no,
and a voice for newspaper.
I'm the one with the face for radio.
No, that's my
but
saying.
you are definitely you look good on camera,
I need
man.
a longer cord on this.
You need a longer cord?
Yeah, I'm too small. I'll just squat down a little bit.
It keeps pulling that out. That's all right. Okay, so we've got some drawings. We got a lot of drawings that we need to take care of today. But first things first, in our Brodix run for the 50K, we had our top 3 packages. Josh Harper was 1 total, 000 dead on 1. And Ronnie, I think the entire world will remember your call of being 000 and 1 thou above.
I don't know about that, but sure.
Oh, they will. They will. You come up short by 1,000th of a second, and hey, still great. You're going to get a set of Brodix SR20 heads valued at, what are they, like $6,100? Almost 8 now. So the fly, okay. So we're, wow. Well, everything's a little bit outdated as far as prices are concerned anymore. So congratulations to Josh Harper, the #1 best package in our Brodix run for the 50K. Second best was Cody Graham, was 2 total. Cody was 2 total. So our top 3 packages ended up being 1 total, 2 total, and 3 total. The only thing is we had 2 racers that were 3 total.
Yes. We had Jeff Dobbins II
Mm-hmm.
and Tony Trimp, who were 3 total. So the tiebreaker states we're going to put these 2 in a cup.
It says right here.
Oh, read it from the Bible.
From the rule book.
From thy rule book.
From page 2 of thine rule book. If perfect run is not made. Oh, wait, it says if first, second, and third best package prize, tiebreaker will be a random draw of the racers who are tied.
Easy enough, right?
Yeah, Isaac Stetner should come back up, and because the valves are up here, right? Yeah. Guys, we're handling something here. Holy crap. Just because it's your freaking birthday doesn't mean you get to go wherever you want. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff is herding cats. So we need to go ahead and draw a name. Ronnie, do you want to be the
sure.
do the honors?
Tony and Jeff are in here. We're going to pull one name, and that one is going to win the tiebreaker. That individual, congratulations, Tony Trimp.
Hi.
Tony, congratulations.
So Tony Trimp,
Tony Trimp, you are the
you were drawn.
winner. Number 3.
Which that is good for an entry to the million in 2027. So
Very
a
cool.
2027 million entry for Tony Trimp for that third best package. So congratulations. We also have, and again, I'm going to the official scripture for the Spring Fling Million. It is time to do a drawing for the Larice Motorsports Insurance Profield Treasure Chest. Oh, so it's an Impact cam lock restraint? All right. So we've got the folks at Summit. We've got Impact. We've got Mazir Enterprises. We've got ATI Performance Products. We are going to be drawing out 6 of these. And looking at what we've got here, we want to make sure we got $500 gift certificates from Summit.
Mhm.
We've got an Impact, what was it, the restraint system.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Mazir starter and a water pump and an ATI Performance Products converter. So 2 of the restraint systems, just the same?
2 of them, yes.
So if I'm counting right, $500 gift certificate, 2, 2, and 1, 6.
Boom.
Wow.
Basic math.
That,
Basic
that,
math.
that eludes me.
Unbelievable.
They draw it. So it's like a double drawing. It's a double drawing. We will draw 6 random names, then they get to come up here and randomly draw for what their prize will be. All right, do you want to do the first? You want to draw you make somebody happy, you draw the first one? Sure. Okay. Here, we'll just swap. You draw 3 and then I'll draw 3. Okay. All right. Oh, okay, I'll draw 3 first. So we'll go with 1. I like this one. You know what? I'm going to go off the very top. 2 and 1 from down here. 3. All right, swap.
All right. I like this one looks pretty good. I like this one. I like oh, this one kind of has a bent corner. Oh, okay, I'll take that one. Okay. All right, looking around here. Oh, this one's got a little bit of a oil stain, so maybe they've been working hard. Yep. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Are you ready, Ronnie? Yes. Here, I'll give this back to you.
Okay.
Our first winner.
You want to go with your 3 and then I'll go with my 3?
Sure. First winner, Scott Taylor.
Ooh.
Scott Taylor, congratulations.
Scott
You are
Taylor,
one of our winners. Yeah.
Last pro standing on Wednesday.
Well, I thought we were doing this one by one.
Oh, we're going to all right.
It's
I'm
your
good
turn.
with it.
It's your turn.
I drew Chad Sandlin. Chad, you're going to get a prize out of the Larice Motorsports Insurance Treasure Chest.
There you go. Okay. Next winner, Mark Fall. Mark Fall in the El Camino. Congratulations, Mark. I would show it, but I don't want to show the pertinent info.
Oh, that's right. My fault. My fault.
Probably don't want to show that.
My mistake. Okay, so just believe me when it says Charlie Lockhart. Charlie Lockhart. See, you're so sharp.
You know.
You're such a sharp guy.
Know.
So Charlie Lockhart, come on.
Last third one that I have. Congratulations, Travis Rutzel. Travis in the Roadster. You're a winner.
My final card is Steve Kelly. Steve Kelly, congratulations. Steve Kelly, you are one of the 6 that gets to come out here and draw from the hat for a Larice Motorsports Insurance Treasure Chest prize. Again, Thank you very much, Summit. Thank you, Impact. Thank you, Mazir. And thank you to ATI Performance Products for all of that.
Talk about this a lot as somebody who is in marketing, the importance of partners with the event. And
you're a marketing guy?
Yes, I am. Yeah, and the beauty is
I'm
that,
an IT guy. We hate each other.
Oh, do we?
It's in our DNA.
Well, I already kicked you out of the studio earlier.
That was in the interest.
That was for the benefit
apparently
of everybody else.
for the benefit of the racers, because anytime I was up here, like you said, you're like, if we're up here and somebody goes 40, and sure enough, I at that point it was like, all right, I got to do this for the racers. Can't keep punishing the racers. Ronnie, thank you very much for coming up here. Lela, you are amazing for all that you do. This is just unbelievable. Just way cool. Parker wants one of the spring fling hats that we have on. You know what's the best way to get one of these spring fling hats that we have on? Come visit us at the event. You visit us at the event, you can buy one. They will. We got that. Thank you very much. And thank you to Warren and his team for all that they're doing today. Thank you to Jags. Thank you to Hoosiers. I really appreciate that. The chat bleachers really appreciate that for what you are doing, for what you guys are doing. And Ed, welcome back, man. I'm glad you're here. I had all kinds of unnecessary pressure being the guy with the hammer in here. I put somebody in timeout, and I don't know if they came back, if you just, I don't know what you did, but thank you for having my back. It took me a minute to figure it out, but I got it figured out. Don Butzkowitz and Kyler Hergemuller, they are going to be the first two back after a little bit of cleanup here in round number one. Hergemuller, 446 is the dial. Don Butzkowitz, dial 483, game on. Win light on for Butzkowitz. Don is 21 green and 484 on the 483. Kyler Hergemuller, 37 green, and goes 447 on the 446. We're going to continue to make our way through round number one of Super Pro Dragsters Logan Scrivener, and Tyler Hartzell. Hartzell, who ended up down in the one of the second shot shootout. Thank you very much to the Mr. Cool DIY guys. We're going to have that again. Edward Barn hammered him hard. I saw the option there. I saw the option on the screen. Maybe because it was my first hammering, I was just feeling a little bit skeptical, a little bit, hesitant. But you'll have to help educate me on the ways of hammer etiquette. Tyler Hartzell 005 and then goes 4 above. Gets the win light over at Logan Scrivener. Scrivener was 44 green and 1 above. 483 on a 482. Win light Hartzell by 12 thousandths of a second. Down the right side is Philip Pennington and Zach Clark. And for those of you that were in the chat bleachers with me at the time, I appreciate you being there for me during my first hammering. My first throwing of the hammer. It was a scary moment. It was one that you really have to, there was a great deal of trepidation. Phil Pennington and Zach Clark. Clark style 455 right side. Pennington out of Poth, Texas. The Penningtons are another group of folks that, let's just say, they're looking pretty good. They found some success early in the weekend. We'll see if they can keep moving forward with that momentum. Philip Pennington, 34 to a 59. Pennington for the win. 467 on a 466. Pennington with the advantage on the tree. Not anything they're really going to be proud of. Zach Clark was 59 green and goes 456. Apparently, like the sitting around for a minute, got everybody really kind of thinking about, is this really what we want to do? Holloman out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Hannah Vandermeer's dialed 455. So Vandermeer. 39 thou, the advantage goes to Will Holloman. 003. Take 21 thou at the stripe. And Holloman ends up 435 on a 433. Hannah Vandermeer was 42 green and ends up dead on 9. So Holloman's through in his first entry as we bring up Johnny Ezel and Gary Williams. Williams dragster. That's the folk built ride. 441 for everybody down there at Overkill Motorsports and Johnny Ezel, the chassis builder and bracket racer extraordinaire coming in out of Louisiana. I'm surprised I haven't heard more from him. He's got to be paying attention. Got to be paying attention. Red light start Ezel by 0.004 of a second. 004 red. G-dub was 004 green. He goes 440 on a 441. Dialed at 441, ends up 5 thou under. He goes 004 green. All right, once again, Scott Taylor, Chad Sandlin, Mark Fall, Charlie Lockhart, Travis Rutzel, and Steve Kelly. Y'all need to come on up here and see us to draw for your Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Treasure Chest prizes. That is a lot to say. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Treasure Chest prize. Yeah. Andy Chris. Ooh. Whitfield put it to Neil Bresinov. 002 to Neil's 059. Neil had, let's just say he found himself 50 thou behind, or 57 thou behind really fast. Ends up putting it dead on one, but cannot recover from what he gave up on the starting line. Whitfield 002, 34 thou above. Will move on. Bring up Caden Muth and Tim Watts. Watts? Would you think that was kind of like an in case of emergency break glass thing? I think Watts goes red, 16 thousandths of a second. Caden Muth 12 green, 474 on a 479 for Caden. Watts ends up 493 on a 494, but. Ended up turning it red by 16 thousandths of a second. Alonso Sanchez and Robert Butler. Butler's dialed 468. Sanchez dialed 461. Sanchez dialed 461. Butler dialed 468. I'm going to make this my last pair, and the man who brought us one of the most amazing is going to be taking on the microphone next. 7 thou separate him up front. Win light's going to belong to Butler. Butler's 008 and dead on 6, getting the win light over Alonso Sanchez. Sanchez got dirty, 15 green, take a thou, and ends up 2 thou under, and oops. All right, so with that, hey, if you were not around during opening ceremonies, you missed one of the most amazing renditions of the national anthem. I got to tell you, and a lot of times it surprises people when they talk, and then you realize that, wow, this person has this talent that doesn't really show through. You've been hearing him on the mic. You heard him this morning with that gorgeous national anthem. It's Brent Carver, man. That was beautiful.
I appreciate it, and it couldn't have been set up better. I mean, we're standing out here in Las Vegas with the legend of Las Vegas leading opening ceremonies, and then you have the fighter jets coming over right, almost perfect timing.
It was
a fun and a great experience. So
Very
glad to have been a part of it. Yeah,
very patriotic moment, man. You nailed it.
Well, thank you, sir. Go get you some pizza. We're going to watch a little more racing here. Landon Wright just gets the win, goes 10 up front. Dead 3, 13 total for Landon Wright. David Wright was 15 on the tree. So 15 up front, dead 0, and locked out. That's what this day is going to be like, by the way. If you're not ready for that, You better work on your game some more. Yeah. 13 total takes out 15 total. 15 dead, 0, and nothing but burning gas. Jeff Serra and James Lee. James Lee lights the pre-stage bulb and now turns it on. 466 an hour for Lee Serra. Going to lead just a tenth out front, goes 475, and they are 11 thou apart. James Lee is 0-0-1, dead 1. A 2-pack for James Lee right here in round number 1. 0-0-1, dead 1. Serra was 12 up front. It didn't matter what happened, mathematically ineligible. James Lee putting together the lap of the morning that at least I have seen. Wow. Johnny Carter, right side, Hobbs, New Mexico. Going to be down 460, and he's pre-staged already. The left side, Paul Nero. 447. The 2009 TNT Dragster out of Aurora, Oregon. Another tightly dialed pair. Coming in the way they go, and they're 3 thou apart. It's a 10 to a 13. The 10 belonged to Carter. The 13 belonged to Nero. Margin of victory, 18 thou. Nero, 13 up front, and dead 2. Carter, 10 up front, 23 above. What a lap. I mean, that's 2 in a row that have been absolutely spectacular laps. I mean, I don't know. This is what the whole day is going to be like here on Fuel Factory Friday at the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, brought to you by Red Torque Systems. Ava Self and Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor, 461 over on the left side of Alberta. Right side, Ava Self, Durant, Oklahoma, 2015 American Drags are going to be down 447. So 47 right, 61 left, and they are 10 thou apart on the starting line. How about Ava Self? 006, 1 below, takes 0, 0, 0, 4. Takes 4 10 thou on the double breakout. Great job again. I think every lap is being determined with double O's on the Christmas tree already, and we are just now in round numero uno. What do you got, Emily? You got something for me? The Calcutta is sold out. You paid after it was sold out. That all goes to the announcers. I mean, no. She's going to send that back. She's going to refund those. So the all right, so if you got an email, you're online, you got an email from Emily with your number for your driver, then you know you got in. If you get a refund, you're not in, right? So we oversold it. We sold it in about 5 minutes once we put it out there that you can do it that way. So Calcutta is sold out. Oh, my goodness. Corey Galitti, 008, dead 1, 9 total. And Michael Johnson, the fastest man on the planet, is 17 dead, 0, and just wasting fuel. It is an absolute gunfight here. And again, we're in round 1. Now, we're on round 1 of day 3, but the conditions are significantly different than they were the last couple days. Strong headwind, cooler temperature, DA considerably lower. Yeah, that was a hole shot, a 1,000ths at the big end, dead 1 to dead 0. There's Alfonso Vite, left side, out of Pachuca, Hidalgo, Mexico. Left side 472. I've been working on that, so online here we're working on the Team Mexico call. I think I'm about to get it down. Tristan Craig, right side, Henderson, Nevada. 2007 Mullis. Vitae is in. I'm just about getting ready to see a red light come on. Wow. Whew, I was counting in my head, and I guarantee Craig was. And Vitae was as well. It took a long time for Tristan Craig to get in. They were 2 thou apart on the starting line. Vitae was 21 up front, dead 3. Tristan Craig gets there 11 in front to break out by 6. It is lap after lap after lap of the baddest in the country doing it to each other, right? You say, ooh, this is a good matchup. And then you get to the next one. Ooh, this is a good matchup. Ooh, this is a good matchup. We are running through Pinella Race Engines round number 1 here at Spring Fling, Vegas style. Colt Psalm left side, Willie Flores right side, and they're 3 thou apart. It's pass after pass. Margin of victory 0-0-0-0-3. 3-10 thou. Psalm is 15 up front, 3 above, 3 thou. Yeah, dead 3. Willie Flores is 12 up front, dead 6. Colt Psalm gets there 3 10,000s. It makes me chuckle. It's crazy. And I'm glad I get to talk about it and I'm not the one down there getting my head chopped off. Because there is a lot of chopping going on. Gage Gilbert, right side. Going to be dialed 499. Thomas Marlowe. 467 out of Canton, Texas, over on the Summit side of the racetrack. Your live stream event coverage is courtesy of Jags.com and Hoosier Racing Tires and Hoosier Daddy products. Those are a real thing, by the way. Check with your Hoosier distributor or Hoosier dealer. They've got tire shine, glass cleaner. They got some new products through Hoosier, the Hoosier Daddy. Or the Hoosier Racing Tire. 1 thou apart on the starting line. It's a 12 to a 13. Double breakout. Marlowe under by 11. Gilbert under by 10. Margin of victory 0-0-1. I mean, it's pass after pass after pass. Here's another one. What are we going to get here? Josh Lukey out of Boonville, Indiana. I'm going to sort of call that my hometown. I'm closing on a house there in Evansville in the next couple of weeks. And that is part of the Law Chevy and Steve Law team out of Boonville, Indiana. 469 on the left side. Right side, Mitch Marcy going to be down 477. The 2002 Cameron Dragster out of Farmington, New Mexico. So just 400 apart on the dial in, and away they go. And they're 4 thou apart on the starting line. Marcy on the right side breaks out by 4 thou. I don't know what to say. It's every pass. Thousandths of seconds between winning and losing right here in round number 1. It is absolute battle. Caden Harrell, right side, Madisonville, Tennessee. I know where Madisonville, Kentucky is because that's where we currently live. Left side, Mark Kidd. 453 out of Twin Falls, Idaho, the 2023 Race Tech machine. On the left side, the Las Vegas lane, Summit Racing lane, is now staged. I look to see at least 1 00 and 1 team light right here. It's everywhere. And as I say it, somebody misses. Caden Harrell is 004. 32 above just because they could be. Mark Kidd was 43 on the let go. Mathematically ineligible. Ivy Hutto out of Jessup, Georgia. 2017 Maddox machine on the right side. Going to be dialed 444. JT John Taylor, left side out of Oley, Pennsylvania. 2023 Miller machine. Going to be dialed 446. 2 measly little hundredths difference in the dial-in. So they literally should be just dead locked together from the hit. If they're not, you know who's in trouble. It'll be easy to spot. Oh, man. And Hutto was absolutely there for the taking. It was 55 on the let go. Did go dead 4. John Taylor is 007 red. He's going to get that slip and go, how did I go 7 red while my competitor was 55? At least it makes you feel better if your competitor was 002. So when you look at that, you go, I was barely red and my competitor missed the tree. Of course, that's the way it likes to happen. Kyle Gibson and Scott Heyer. Heyer out of Morrison, Colorado. Jim Morrison, Colorado, 477. Kyle Gibson, 402. For the Pro-Charged machine, I'm pretty certain. And I think wins for the loudest dragster on the property. Going to be dialed 402. Left side. And Gibson is 12 on the let go, and I'm certain that Ronnie's going to say, ha. He dialed 402, he went 403. He does it almost every time he's 1 above. When you're 12 up front and your competitor's 47, you can be 1 above, and that is just fine. Kyle Coultrera. Elliot Maine. Is Maine M-E? I think so. Coultrera going to be dialed 455 on the right side. And Brandon Hoover going to be on the left side and going to be dialed 498. Round 1, we will now take door card doubles for your second entry. Door card doubles for your second entry. The lanes for round number 1. Your door car second entry. Your doubled door car second entry. We need you to the lanes for round number 1, please. Oh, and the Larice Pro Treasure Chest winners. Scott Taylor drew a Mizir starter. Hey, y'all pay attention out there because you know that there might be some spare parts around. So if you have some breakage, you go, hey, I think I remember Brent saying something over the PA that somebody won a starter. Scott Taylor drew a Mizir starter. Mark Fall with the El Camino drew an Impact Camlock restraint system. Charlie Lockhart drew out an ATI converter. Travis Retzel, $500 to Summit. Steve Kelly, a Mizir water pump. Chad Sandlin won the second Impact cam lock restraint system. And the Tony Trimp Brodix prize was indeed Chad Axford. So the X-Man won the Brodix prize that we had initially announced as Tony Trimp. All right, I look away. I'm just be honest, I don't know what I missed. Gabe Torres, 003 red. Jason Lynch, will say, gets away with one there. Because Lynch was 42 on the let go, but Torres was red. Brian Bennett and Dan Reynolds on the double breakout. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dan Reynolds was 004, takes 38 to break out. Worse than Brian Bennett. Brian Bennett was 41 up front. You understand that one's breakout. He breaks out by 11. Reynolds breaks out by 12. But was 004. Hide the sharp objects. Bradley Johnson, Colby Fuller. Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia on the left side. Down to be dialed 482. That teal scoop rocking up there. Right side, Bradley Johnson. Morrison, Colorado. Yes, there is a buyback. I see on the chat bleachers, yes, there's a buyback at $600. If you're already in for a double entry, another $600 ain't gonna hurt. 1 thou apart on the starting line. 15 up front for Bradley Johnson, 16 up front for Colby Fuller. And Fuller does the better job at the big end. What did I miss? You missed a lot if you're just tuning in. We're rolling through Pinella Race Engines. Round number 1. All right. Tanner Theobald. Going to be on the left side. Blake Johnson right side. 461 right. 485 left for Tanner. Tanner has got the pre-stage bulb on out of Washington, Utah, the 2023 Miller machine. Johnson is now fully staged on that 461. There comes Theobald in. There comes the tree, and Blake Johnson is 1 thou red, dead 6. 1 thou red, dead 6. Theobald was 005. That was not going to be an easy round, but you sure would have liked to have been the one on the other side of that. All right. Brodix run for the 50K this morning. The Brodix run for the 50K this morning. Josh Harper was 001 total. He was 1 thou from 50K. He does win a brand new set of SR20 Brodix heads, courtesy of Brodix. Your number 2 prize was Cody Graham. Cody Graham, Pete, reach in your wallet and give Cody Graham $2,000. Just like that. If you come in here, we're reaching in your pocket. So come on over here close to me so I can reach in there, because I know there's got to be some left. Chad Axford, the X-Man, won a 2027 Spring Fling Million entry. You've already got an entry for next year. Yeah, we're off and running for 2027. All right, what was that? Greg Brotherton, 14 up front. Trayton Ban, 005. It is nasty, Peter. It is nasty. You're seeing 9 total, 2 total. Was there 10? Oh. Remember, I said reach in that pocket. I took the under. You said 11. Can you throw Warren under the bus? Sure. Here you go.
Said 2. does a live stream for more drag races than anybody in the world. He said 2. There'll be 2.
2? Seriously?
Ryan said 2.
Oh my goodness. You know what I said? I said under, and you said 11. Just saying. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to send you that bill. Shane Carr gets the win over Ty Sasser. And Carr was 009, 2 under on the double breakout. Sasser was 11 under. He was 22 up front, 11 under. Shane Carr gets their 4th out ahead. It was 009 and 2 below. Mike Coltrane, right side, Boise, Idaho, 2024 Miller Dragster. Going to be dialed 440. And Carla Pontillo. I was giving the Spanish version, calling it Pontillo. We'll flip over to Italian. Pontillo. There we go. 455 dial in for Pontillo. Carla is 004. Oh! Took 26 to break out by 10. Coltrane was 22. So behind by 18. Breaks out by 2,000. So Mike Coltrane on the double breakout. Takes out Carla Pontillo. First round. I am telling you what, it is hot in here. Kevin Johnson, 444 the dial for the Draper Utah 2024 Race Tech Machine. On the right side, the Pennzoil lane. We're on the left side, Haley Beakley. Beakley in control. Beakley gives it back. Beakley was 15 up front. 92.6 on the 87. Kevin Johnson was 27 up front. It gets around as Beakley does not cover the number. We'll just say that. Marlon Goats, left side. Goats. 486 out of Troy, Texas. Right side, Gordon Bovin. Bovin out of Boise, Idaho, 2015 American Machine. Going to be dialed 461. Slightly slower dial in of 486 for Goats. Goats is in a bit of trouble. Not bad trouble, but can't make it stick. Bovin is 002. 18 above. Gets there by 9,000, and that is the MOV is 009. Sean Schaefer coming to the rescue for another racer about 20, 30 minutes ago. So huge shout out to Sean Schaefer, who was able to provide an intake valve for a Prodix SR20 head for another competitor to keep that competitor in the game. Misty Unser, right side, I believe was the last lady standing in yesterday's 30 grander, if I'm not mistaken. Misty in a little bit of trouble here, and that is a fact. Sean Schaefer, 001, 1-1 above. 11-12 total for Schaefer. Unser, 30 on the let go, mathematically DUN. Chad Broom, 440 the dial for the 2023 Miller out of Fort Worth, Texas. Left side, Tammy Peugeot out of British Columbia. So French-Canadian up there. So I suspect that Peugeot is actually the correct way to say it. Now, if you were named that and you lived in Kentucky with me, you would definitely not say it's Peugeot. We would probably call it That's not even close, right? Chad Broom, 006. 442.3 takes 31. Peugeot swinging a miss on the Christmas tree and headed to the buyback door. Round 1, final call, door car doubles for your second entry. Door car doubles, your second entry. We need you to the lanes, please. Final call. Door car doubles for your second entry of the Pinella Race Engines round number 1. Go to the next screen here. Brian Johnson and Thomas Bayer. Bayer out of Cherry Valley, California. Going to be dialed 466 over there. On the left side, right side, Brian Johnson. Northern Minnesota, 2008 undercover. 490 the dial. Going to leave first. 2.5 tenths later, Thomas going to chase. Try to get him at the big end. Not going to matter. As Bayer, that one's going to give him a headache. 21 red. Brian Johnson, 23 up front. Dead 6. That's 29 total. Bayer. $21 red. Mason Watts. We are running out of cars here, and I'm going to say this may be doubles time because we need our doubles final call. Door car doubles for your second entry to the lanes, please. Final call, door car doubles for your second entry to the lanes in round number 1. Pinella Race Engines, round 1 here at the Friday, the big day. Fuel Factory Friday. Here at the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. Mason Watts, well, they're identical. Neither are good, but they are identical. So it's still going to come down to the driver's race and check it out. Mason Watts and Tyler Mirup. Watts was dead 1. Mirup was 3 thou red. So they were 4 thou at the finish line. One on the right side, one on the wrong side. They were identical on the starting line. So 4 thou at the finish line, and that plays out to Watts as he was the one of the pair that was on the right side of the finish line. Glenson DePonte, the left side. 2008 Race Tech machine out of Hawaii. Going to be down 456 in that beautiful bright orange machine. Right side, Justin Jones. 445. Let's find out if Green Acres, Washington is the place to be here in round number 1. Both cars pre-staged. Who is moving? I don't see a tire moving in either lane. Very early on in the million for these kind of shenanigans. Are those shenanigans? Shenanigans. We're having a little duel here of who wants to go in, and it is DePonte. I'm going to tell you this. It worked out better to go on in than it did to wait. DePonte was 11 up front, dead 3. Jones, after all that drama, let's go 38 and a bunch above. I think he probably let DePonte go there at the end, said, I ain't getting there. So perhaps my only chance is for him to bust out, and Glenson did not bust out. So we're going to touch up the racetrack after the dragsters. Great job down there. We're going to go to a quick commercial on the live feed. We're going to go to the commercial as we have so many companies that it takes to put on an event like the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. So we're going to go to commercial. We're going to touch up the racetrack, and we'll be back to you here shortly.
For 30 years, Autoland Outlets has supported the sport of drag racing. We support the tracks, the events, and you, the racers. In fact, Autoland Outlets customers have been winning on the track and picking up big checks from the Autoland Outlets Big Money Bracket Racing Contingency Program. Be or refer an Autoland Outlets customer to qualify. Trucks, SUVs, and more. Nationwide shipping available. Go to AutolandOutlets.com/racing.
All right, welcome back. Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, as it has been a terrific round one so far. We've still got racing going on. We're kind of up and down. I don't know. Hopefully this thing stays on, Warren. All right, very good. We've got the tractors that are making their way on the racetrack, touching things up. Wax on, wax off. We've got door cars sitting alongside the racetrack here on this $1 Million Fuel Factory Friday. Hopefully you have enjoyed the broadcast. It's been a good one so far. Thankfully, the chat's mentioned it before. The wind has kind of been on and off, so certainly that has been the case. It's changed the forecast, or I should say the conditions a little bit. Now, dragster doubles for round number one. This would be your second entry. We'll see you in the lanes, please. Dragster doubles for round number one. See you in the lanes, please, for the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. How are we doing, chat? We are almost 3,000 strong. We dropped a little bit. Let's get those numbers back up. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe on the chat there. Our Jags and Hoosier live stream. We appreciate our friends at Jags helping out. I hear that we are live inside the Jags headquarters, which I think is awesome. Our friends at Jags, we appreciate them for being a part of the local bracket racing scene, the regional bracket racing scene, and certainly helping out and making sure that we can bring you the coverage while you sit on your couch and eat Cheetos. Unless you like chips. I don't know. Maybe we'll throw that out to chat. What you eating right now? It's about lunchtime. We had pizza out here. So we got lots of stuff going on here at the Spring Fling Million. Of course, obviously, we still have a full day of racing tomorrow. But the focus on today, as soon as we get the numbers, we will let you know as far as how many cars made the call for round number one. So again, not sure if this has been put out, but the final call on door car doubles for your second entry. And again, dragster doubles for round number one. You have been called. Say thanks to our friends who are in the chat bleachers. You are just as much a important part of this program as the people who are on property. And by the way, first one out of the gate here, coming up shortly, is going to be the gentleman who was almost perfect. Missed it by a thou a little earlier. All right, we got some folks in the grandstands who are also in the chat bleachers. They're in the bleachers while in the bleachers. How y'all doing out there? Yeah. You're partying out there. I see y'all. Thanks for joining us. Whether it's the chat bleachers, the regular bleachers. Shorts, James, SFR. Thanks for joining us. Texas Rob, how you doing, my friend? All right, get us started with Joel Young and Dustin Schroeder. Schroeder dialed 585. Joel Young, 618. What's going on, Donnie? How are you, my friend? Thanks for tuning in. 005 to a 12. Win light top end, Joel Young. Young. How about 005 take 004 to be one above 4 is Dustin Schroeder at 12. And one above 1 finds himself 4 thou behind at the top end of the racetrack in the gorgeous 56 Chevy. Chat bleachers, hope you're doing well. Hopefully you were enjoying the action here in this Pinella Race Engines round number 1. All a part of Fuel Factory Friday. It's Million Day. Somebody's life going to change as we start to whittle entries away. Hank Mulligan and Jaden Lawler. Lawler right side, 606 the dial in. Lawler, if I remember correctly, was pretty nasty in the first entry. And Mulligan left side, 526 the dial in out of Illinois, the Beretta. Box checking in from Montana. How you doing? Parker checking in. MD Clayton checking in from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Callan, I can absolutely explain the Calcutta. Once we get some time, I will. It's 2. It's 4. It's very good on the starting line. And win light Mulligan. 002. Dead 6. 8 total. Jaden Lawler is 004 and under by 7 thou. Had to get to the stripe, taking 4 or less. Hank Mullen, little loosey-goosey off the starting line, but the Beretta gets it done. Cassie Davis was your last lady standing. What was that? Was that yesterday or the day before? Chad Sandlin, right side. Bad Chad. Sandlin dialed 657. Sandlin, who was one of our drivers yesterday along with Chuck Sanders, to go 000 dead 0. Jeff checking in from Pulaski, Tennessee. I think it's pronounced Pulaski. It could be Pulaski. Chad's in. Cassie got to get in. There we go. Buttercup checking in from Ohio, 11. 13 light advantage. Sandlin, win light Sandlin. 11, dead 3, take 003. That's 14 total. Cassie Davis, 13 on the let go, dead 4. 17 total, not a bad lap. And unfortunately for Cassie, no good at the top end of the racetrack. That is a tough one. Curtis Zinzalita and J.P. Schuster. Robert checking in from Emmett, Idaho. And Jamie checking in from Butte, Montana. Schuster, right side, 605 that island. Zinzalita dealt 584 in that yellow Roadrunner. Curtis got the hands full with the Schuster. Gaddis Beretta. Midlight top end is going to be JP. 005. Under by 16 thou. Curtis 1 thou. Red. That's a tough one. You know, sometimes you just got to go for it, right? When you're talking about an atmosphere like this, it's the Spring Fling Million. You got to go for it. 1 thou red. It is what it is. That's what buybacks are for. Bug McCarty, 594 the dial in left side. Carl Geib. Geib out of Minnesota, 629 the dial in right side. Snowmobile checking in from South Dakota. James checking in from Florida. Box checking in from Montana. They are identical. 14 lights. Wind light top end. It's going to go Bug's way. 14 on a double breakout. He's 9 thou under. Guy, 14 under. 17 thou. Get their first 008. As Hunter Whitehead and Zach Fulcher come to the starting line. So the Calcutta, pretty simple. If I remember correctly, Calcutta is it sold out? I'll have to double check. It is a pretty cool deal, though. We were limited to the $130, 130 options that we sold. $100 ticket. You draw a name, and essentially the driver who's longest or essentially stays in the farthest, that person who per se drafted that driver, going to win some cash. So again, just another way to kind of have a little bit of fun with each individual driver. Is then that gives the fans, gives the other racers a chance at a little bit of rooting interest, if you will, when it comes to the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Red Torque Systems. Zach Vulture is going to win the double breakout. He's 4 thou red. Whitehead, red by 8 thou. True Start says 8 is more than 4. That's the more egregious of the two penalties, and Zach Vulture for the win. Josh Pickett, left side. Josh Pickett been no stranger to final rounds here with the Fling, and Jeff Verdi, the original Spring Fling Million winner, the GTO. Here come the Verdi fans as they go wheeled up. This one is all Jeff Verdi. Win line top end Verdi, 009. Get behind 6 thou as he's 1 above 1. That's 20 total. Pickett let go 37 and locked out on the starting line. Verdi with that entry to round 2. Ernie Macias, Shane Carr, the one they call Sugar. Shane Carr dialed 508. Roadster. Ernie Macias, Beretta, out of Ramona, California, 527 the dial in left side. Macias will lead first, and then Shane Carr will go give chase. Running. Win light. Macias, 22 dead, 3 take 002 is Shane Carr's 005, but 2 above. That's a tough one for Shane. Ernie for the win. Cole Castile and Preston Pennington. We were all kind of wondering. You know, Preston's been nasty in the Roadster. Phil's been nasty in the Roadster. Who was going to drive the Roadster? And it is Preston. Dialed 475, the dial in right side. Cole Castile, 436 left side. North Dakota v. Texas. Castile was a heavy hitter out in Tucson, tripled up towards the later rounds, and no need to brag about Preston Pennington. I'm going to do it anyways. He's a former $1 million winner. That's all you need to say. There goes Castile. There goes Pennington. Pennington is your round winner as Castile's red by a bunch. And Castile has issues with the truck. It's a freebie for Preston. 005. And under by 3 thou. All right, so unfortunately for Cole, red light time, we're looking underneath the machine. I don't think I see anything. Chad Bleacher's a big fan of the Pennington Roadster for that best appearance. I don't know who's picking. Certainly won't be me. But whoever does has a really difficult job ahead of them. There is a car in the water box that's gotten a lot of love. All right, so making our way through Pinella Race Engines round number 1 with our friends at Fuel Factory. Of course, this Friday Million Day, all a part of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems.
Capacity of Philadelphia Yard Trucks, the right choice and solution for your business when it comes to new, pre-owned, or service for your yard truck. We offer industry-knowledgeable sales professionals, well-trained technicians, a fully stocked parts department, and a mobile repair fleet. Capacity of Philadelphia has the ability to service all makes and models of yard trucks. Kalmar, Ottawa, Tico, Capacity, and more. We have new or used yard trucks in stock to own, rent, or lease. We're the area's only dealer with a global leader Capacity brand in stock and ready to deliver nationwide. We keep the world and your customers moving. Visit us at CapacityofPhiladelphia.com.
Racers deserve more than just insurance. They deserve Larice. The Flings is proud to stand with Larice Motorsports Insurance, a company built by racers for racers. After over 80 years in the industry, Larice continues to offer contingency payouts, big check sponsorships, and legendary racer appreciation dinners alongside affordable policies that protect you on the starting line, in the pits, and all the miles in between. Take it from some of the best in the business. Larice Motorsports Insurance is more than just a piece of paper and a promise. It's a lifetime of relationships and dedication. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Win more. Worry less. Trust Larice.
Hello, everyone. We are here at the PRI show. I'm caught up with Mark Wessler from Fuel Factory. Mark, we appreciate all that you do for us, and tell us a little bit about your product.
Hey, Marco, it's good to be here, right? I love this week, right? I think like the PRI show is just so important to the industry. It's unbelievable that when you get here, when you get to Indianapolis, from the time you get out of the truck to the time you leave, it's all performance driven. And when you think about all the performance or all the high performance things that are here in the convention center and over at Lucas Oil, right? What an unbelievable opportunity when you think about the performance aftermarket and what PRI is. The foot traffic here today has been fantastic. So yeah, Fuel Factory here. This is our 4th year, hard to believe, at the PRI show with Fuel Factory as a brand, talking about all of our different fuels, where you can find them, the different types of motorsports that we're in. And, you know, the biggest kind of thing for us this year is pushing our F15 product, right? F15 fits right into the wheelhouse of your customers. We can find, or we can tally up that last year F15 won almost $2 million at high dollar bracket events around the country, right? So we're touting it as the richest fuel in drag racing, right? Which is a hell of a feat given all the different platforms and different opportunities that exist for drag racers.
That is so awesome to hear. And a lot of times you're putting so much into your race program that you want every aspect of it to be as reliable as it possibly can. And Fuel Factory is definitely one of those companies that continuously delivers a great product, supports the community, and we're thankful that they support us. So, Mark, thank you for your time, and we look forward to next year.
Yeah, looking forward to a great 2026 and putting F15 right back on top where it belongs.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
Hello, everyone. We are here at the Mazier Enterprises booth. I'm caught up here with Don Mazier, going to introduce some new products from Mazier Enterprises. Don?
Hi, Marco. Thanks for coming by. We are excited to introduce some new chassis components that we've been working on. We've been making chassis parts for, 35, 40 years, and a lot of people don't think of us for that, but we have chassis tabs, we have rod ends, we have clevises, a lot of creative components also for if you're building a dragster or if you're building a door car. We have some stuff that'll really save you some time. And now we have some stuff that'll save you some weight as well. We are adding some titanium components to our lineup with the tube end line, and also with our anti-roll devices, the arms for the anti-roll, especially for the high horsepower door cars. We now have these really nicely made titanium anti-roll arms as well.
Well, that's fantastic. So starting with the anti-roll components and the tube ends here, that's quite a difference between the steel and titanium. As we can see here, the titanium is just about half the weight of the steel. So as far as the difference in weight, when it's under that much load, how does it help the high horsepower applications?
It's always a struggle to take weight out of a race car. So, every pound is worth a heck of a lot, especially for the Pro Nitrous, Pro Mod type racers. Even the top dragster, top sportsman guys, we're always stretching for a little bit more. The titanium is a space age material. It was built for the aircraft and spacecraft industry, and it's great to move that into the racing industry because we are actually facing a lot of the same challenges. Acceleration.
Well, speaking of innovation and constantly making upgrades to help your race program, and most importantly, the safety of your race program, tell me about the safer swing out bar that we have here.
Okay, yeah, really proud of this one actually, because we like to focus on safety. We've done that with our radiator caps a few years back with the locking radiator caps. This is applying our knowledge to make a safer swing out bar. So times past, people would use a spade and clevis arrangement that relied on the strength of the bolt. In the case of a side impact, the bolt was the only thing protecting the driver from something coming in. This new spade and clevis arrangement actually has a feature I want to show you. The feature actually will protect the driver by not allowing the spade to travel past the clevis. And in that way, you can't over travel it. The pin lines up really nicely, and you've got that extra safety in case of an accident.
Well, always better to be safe, especially when you have any mechanism in the event of an impact. But nonetheless, we thank you and everybody at Mazir Enterprises for your continued support and always having the cutting edge technology in this sport. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Marco. It's a pleasure to be associated with the Flings and excited for 26. Thanks for coming by.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Alrighty, back with Nick Engler and Ryder Biscay. A special thank you. I know Cole would got a chance to say thank you last night, but certainly would love to say thank you again to Ryder, as Ryder was looking for some good racing juju. Got slicks for Cole Dickoff in the Love Truck. So love to see that. Racers helping racers. Ryder out of Washington. 663, the dial-in right side. Nick Engler, 629. The dial-in in the 69 Coronet. This is a vehicle that was owned in the family. Grandpa had this one right after Vietnam. And it's been kind of handed down through the family. Super cool story. Now a race car. And Nick Engler, red on the starting line by 16 thou. Ryder Biscay to round number 2, 005 and under quite a bit. Rocky Van Oak, 569, dial in left side. One of the long roof Vegas. Randy Weller, Illinois runner, 76 Vega. I guess we never really did a Vega wagon checker or a Vega ticker, if you will. Quite a few of them out here this weekend, though, as part of the Fuel Factory Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque System. Staged up, ready to go. They are both 00. Winlight Weller, 007, take 11 to be 1 above 6. Rocky Van Note, 009. Just ever so slightly behind, and we'll have to navigate the buyback window as this will be a great pair. Chris Galiti and Dennis Lithgow. These are two drivers that I think a lot of people had in their minds when it came to Calcuttas and picks and everything like that. Lithgow, red hot back in Tucson and still red hot right now. Lithgow, red by 6 thou. Here's Galiti for the win. Galiti, 22, 1 above 6. Quite a few racers who we have a prize cleanup, if you will. If we call your name, we have in some way, shape, or form a prize or the 000 Hero Coin Cash. Greg Brotherton, Matt Daddis, Chad Sandlin, Brandon Taylor, Misty Unser, Josh Harper, Cody Graham, Chad Axford, Aaron Milton. You have prizes for here at the Diva Desk. 000 Hero, $50. Sean Schaefer, Jaden Lawler, Mike McClure, Ken Winley, Gabriel Hernandez, Ryder Biscay, Zach Fulcher, Donovan Williams, Scott Hess, Giovanni Colecci, and is it Jesse Bepley? I knew I was going to get it wrong. You have prizes and or cash at the Diva Desk. Taylor, dunk in the nose, win light, top end, Lorton, 000, under by 3 thou. Another one of the Kyle Seipel, 000 hero coin winners. Noah Lewis, Chad Duke. No, we did not, Bass. We would never. Chad Duke, 602, the dial in right side. With the tow package mirrors. Somebody said he can see sound. Noah Lewis, tough customer, left side out of Tennessee. Win like top end. It's going to go Chad's way. 17, dead 2. Take 004. Lewis, 20 on the let go. Finds himself locked out mathematically by 1 thou. Dead 3. No good. Chad Duke on around 2. Brings up Spencer Massey and James Lee. Massey, James Lee. Massey out running this one. He's all Spencer Massey. Oh, my goodness. 002, dead 1. How about 3 total? Slapping James Lee around. Wow. Spencer. 3 total. James Lee for the Mr. Cool DIY direct team will have to navigate the buyback window as Massey cools him down. And it's 3 total. Dave Mazier. Andrew DiPiazza. Mazier dialed 499 left side. DiPiazza 476. Like top end, DiPiazza, 17, dead 4, 17, dead 8, take 4 thou. As Dave Mazier, 22, dead 7, 29 total is going to find himself 4 thou behind at the top end. Win like top end, DiPiazza. Yeah, chat bleachers. It's getting pretty good out there. Spencer Massey laying down 3 total. We haven't even seen the dragsters here. They're coming. Jason McFarland and Joe Julesrud. North Carolina runner, 485 the dial in. McFarland, 527 left side. Found back in the staging lanes. It's one of those, actually, this is one of those fancy Pro Work fuel caps, usually for a dragster. Found back in the staging lanes if you're missing your fuel cap. Come on up to the tower. McFarland, 15, dead 4, 19 total. Julesrud, 14, and under by 10 thou. as we continue on. Don't forget Carrie Carr with our friends at Larice Motorsports Insurance on the property. Carrie can get the race car insured, trailer, equipment, motor home, whatever it may be. As Hank Premov and Gary Williams come to the starting line. G-Dub has been on a tear. G-Dub kicking it a couple times for the win. 16 and 2 above 2. Take 22 is Hank. 34 on the let go, 2 above, no good. Jerry, as you can see, we are still in Pinella Race Engines round number 1. So we would not know that answer. We will let you know. All right, we're trying to get the... All right, so the Hemley door car, unfortunately, I believe is not going to be able to make the call. And because of that, the gentleman who pulled the wheels about 4 times in his Brodex session probably had to change his pants too. Roger Sauter. This will be a freebie. Sauter, like I said in the Brodex session, boy, it actually launched pretty nice off the starting line. I pulled him high, but then he let it down and then got back into it, and then that second one, I think, is what really scared him. And then it kind of came down hard again. This one, yeah, there we go. Nice and soft. Nice and straight. Dead 7. Atta boy, Roger. 38. Dead 7. 45 total. Michael Pennington. Pennington right side. I think this was scheduled to be a single as well too. Oh, Pennington, Lavernia, Texas. So maybe it was Hemley and Pennington. Hemley, of course, with the breakage. So Pennington, 5'11", the dial in out of Lavernia, Texas. There goes the roadster. Michael Pennington is 000. And, ooh, 512 with a 0 on the 511. Pennington dials up to 512. It would have been a perfect run. He will collect the Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin. In a round win. Troy Williams Jr. and Race Kid. Oh, yeah. How we doing out there, guys, in chat land? As we are 3,000 strong on this Fuel Factory Friday, the Fling Million Day. Spring Fling Million here in Vegas. Williams left side. Big races. Race Kid is locked in. Get out of here. 001. Take 002. That's how we do it. Where he's from, which would be Idaho. 11 total. Race Kid. 1 take 2. To be 1 above 0. 11 total. That's pretty good. Troy Williams Jr. 16. Mathematically ineligible. See in the buyback window. Tyler Bohannon, Mike McClure. McClure. 463 the dial in. Right side. Out of Topeka, Kansas. Tyler Bohannon, Tebow left side dragster. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Schneegelsberger, but it's got to be up there. Parker firing up the grill. The dogs. Yeah. Get those burgers going. I'll take 1. I'll take 2, actually. 472 the dial in for Tebow. Tebow on the ropes. Mike McClure, 005. Oh, win light Tebow. 17. And one above 4 for 31 total. McClure is 005, under by 4 thou. That is too much stripe, my young friend. Under by 4 thou took 30. Had to take 26 or less. Mark Barnhart and Leslie Douglas. Leslie, right side, 474 the dial in. Leslie was one of those 000 earners. He's got the Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50 cash. Mark Barnhart, left side, 457 the dial in. Actually, I take that back. Leslie did that in Rodex session, so technically not a round of competition, but certainly not but under by 2 thou. Brutal. Took 17, had to take 15 or less. Barnhart, 12. Dead 7. 19 total. On to round 2. Will Holloman. Cortland Carter. I know Will Holloman's perking up a lot of ears. I had that guy in Calcutta. It's probably what a lot of people just said. Holloman dialed 433. Cortland Carter dialed 463. 3/10 of separation, little over half a bowl. Well, up the top anyways. Will Holloman is red by 2 thou. Cortland Carter, 009. 9 thou under for the win. Jacob McNeil and Dylan Moody as we continue on with the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. It's presented by Rad Torque Systems. We have yet to hit the buyback. So again, you know, as these drivers are very much still in competition, obviously you want to get out of round 1, but buybacks are available. We have not hit those rounds yet, and certainly those will be the important ones. Because at that point, 2 going down, 1 coming back, and we just whittle them down one by one by one by one. McNeil dialed 436 left side. Moody dialed 461 right side. Wow. 2, take 44 to be dead 2. Dylan Moody, 4 total. Jacob McNeil is 60 on the let go and absolutely locked out. No chance, my friend. Dylan Moody, no fear in the eyes of the young man. He just said, who cares? Why do you got to kick it when you're 4 total? Can't disagree with him. Hey, nice little pair here. JP Schuster and Nate Dogg. Nathan Martin. 436 the dial in right side. Kennedale, Texas runner. Schuster. Dialed 458 left side. Separated by 2,000 left top end. JP Schuster double breakout. 009. Under by 4 thou. Nate Dogg, 11, under by 6 thou. Last time I checked, 4's less than 6. JP Schuster, double breakout win. Nate Dogg will have to take an entry into the buyback. Brings up Corey Galitti. Josh Harper. Harper, right side, 506 the dial. Corey Galitti. 436 the dial in left side. Lot of people watching the young Galitti. He has been a popular pick, potentially to take it all the way as you watch the Jags and Hoosier live stream. for the win. 008. Under by 18, Galiti. Red by 3 thou. Under by 5 thou. Will have to navigate the buyback to get back into the show, at least in that entry. Jeffrey Dobbins II. Jeff in the race tech. 480 the dial in left side. Another name that has been really making an impact. And Richard Taylor. Taylor right side, 457 the dial. The pressure of each round. Always so... You gotta be good. Can't be red. You can't be 36 either. Richard Taylor, let's go 36. The door is well open for Dobbins, and he's going to walk through it and shut it on Richard. 14. 1 above 2. 26 total. Taylor's locked out. Johnny Ezel. 467 the dial in left side. Jacob Stallworthy right side. Boise runner. Nice little pair here. Ezel will let go and try to drop the Louisiana dragster. 467. Stallworthy dialed 453. JBR. Winlight Ezel. 006. 1 above 2. Stallworthy. I don't know what happened. Stallworthy let go 74. Dead 7. No good. Giovanni Colecci. 497 the dial in, and Alexis Thompson. Alexis Henderson, Nevada, runner right side, race tech. 454 the dial in. The young lady will try to get into round number 2 as Giovanni. In favor of Colecci. Giovanni, 11. Under by 9 thou on the double breakout. Alexis Thompson, 14. Under by 9 thou. We go to the margin of victory. It's also the difference in reaction time. 3 thou. Giovanni, 11 on the line. Thompson, 14 on the line. Giovanni to round number 2. Tension in the pits. Again, need to see our dragster doubles. If you are not already there for your second entry, you are well late. But buyback round for the Larice Pro. Larice Pro. Need to see you in the lanes for the buyback round. Larice Pro. Need to see you in the lanes for the buyback. That is a bigger gulp. Wow. That's a lot. Jake Jones, David Wright, Winlight Jones, 006, 2 above. David Wright, 34, and 2 above, no good. Yeah, Nate ended up going out, grabbing some goods, some refreshments, if you will, for us. And my guy brought back a keg of soda. That's a lot. That's a lot. I thought you were going to bring back like a iced coffee and some cake and cookies too. What's up with that? What happened? All right. They must have not had that. They were out of that. Okay. All right. Paul Dowdy. All right. 484 the dial in left side. Justin Hoff. Idaho runner right side. What did you just say? 5, dead 3. Take 3. 8 total. Paul Dowdy, he was one of those I think a lot of people are kind of keeping an eye on. 18 and absolutely no chance. Justin Hoff rides 8 total into round number 2. Philip Pennington and Chris Whitfield. Ooh. Again, thinking about final round, first round stuff. Sweet. Whitfield, 464 right side. Pennington, 468 left side. Advantage is worth 11 thou. Win light. It's going to be Whitfield. 11. And one above 8. Pennington, 22 and under by 1 stinking thou. He took 8. He needed to take 7. Win light Whitfield. Larice Pro to the buyback round. Larice Pro to the lanes for your buyback round. Also, for our buyback round, need to see our door cars. Odds and doubles. Odds and doubles door cars for the buyback round. To the lanes, please. If you are doubled in the buyback round, you will run your second buyback entry after dragsters. My hope is you are not doubled in the buyback round, because that would be quite painful. But if you happen to be, you will run your second buyback entry after dragsters. Willie Flores, Bobby Moat, Winlight top end, Flores, 18. And 1 above 0, take 0. 0. 1 at the top end. Chat bleachers chiming in. Drewski rooting on Chris Whitfield. Robert checking in from Arkansas. Why do they call it Arkansas when we call it Kansas? When Ken is K-E-N, the things I think about, I don't know. Marco Abruzzi, Alonso Sanchez, as we continue on with Pinella Race Engines. Round number 1, all apart. Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. Presented by Rad Torque Systems. There's the Mosier machine. This one is all Marco. 002, well above. Out of the throttle at the top end. Take 11 as Sanchez missed it, 50. And 4 above and some change. Doesn't matter. Kansas is superior. Okay, all right. I'll let you two battle that out. I'm going to answer with neither, but I'll let you two battle it out. Hey, Steve checking in out in Topeka. Hey, appreciate you for tuning in. We're on out in Topeka. We're on out at the Jake's headquarters, and probably in quite a few living rooms right now. Is everybody about 3,000 checking in? Logan Moore, Matt Light, Logan Moore. War 004. And 1 above 9, Matt Hartzell. That is too much straight, my friend. Under by 9 thou, took 21, had to take 22 or less. Yeah, RTC. You are correct, my friend. I don't even want to say it because then everybody's going to think it in its head, and then they're, the whole day going to be like, oh no, he done did it. Mitch Marcy, right side, 476 at Island out of New Mexico. No name listed on top on the left side, so not exactly sure who this entry is. Let's see. Let me double check. Let me see. Let me get my manual sheet out. 150D. I believe this is Thomas Marlowe. So Marlowe left side, Mitch Marcy right side. This one is all Marlowe. Line top end Marlowe. 006, one above two. Take 003 is Marcy. Let's go 27 and under by 6 thou. Buyback round. We will take our door cars even to the lanes. Again, door cars even to the lanes for the buyback round. Remember, if you are a door car that has 2 entries in the buyback round, your second entry is after dragsters. So we will have basically that second session. You don't have to hurry back around. We will have that second designated entry to ensure. Oh, that's Ryan Barnes. Okay. All right. It says it's listed in here as Marlowe. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Very good. Yeah, no, you don't do that. Oh, hey, there's Thomas Marlowe. So I guess it was Ryan Barnes previously. And it's Thomas Marlowe here. Wow, both drivers are 1 thou red. To the fourth number, we go for the win. 483 on the 482. 001 red a pair. Win light. Fuller. Logan Scribner. 483 the dial-in, and the one they call Sugar. Sugar Shane car. 439 the dial-in. Hey, friendly reminder, Kerry car is on the property. Kerry would love to check out what you got going on the racing program with our friends at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Danny, the answer is no. Sugar Shane Carr. 441 on the 439. 008 take 006 for the win. Yeah, Nate made a keg run, and he's got a couple of those bad boys. Hey, Troy, how we doing? Hope doing any, maybe working on the race car, getting it ready for a future Fling. That'd be cool. Bodie Bennett. Let's see, not on file on here are 227D. 227D. I mean, that... Is that the case? Is this Brian and Bodie Bennett? Oh, yeah, I think it is. I think it's Brian and Bodie Bennett. I think they've decided to do the whole, well, let's go ahead and split it. Make their lap down the racetrack. And just see what happens. Almost like a de facto time run. It's just going to cost you a lot of money. Midnight will be Bennett. At least Brian. Brian, 008, that's 7. Bodie, red by 4 thou. And under. 57 on the 61. So they'll likely split that buyback. Ty Farmer. Let's see. Well, 260D listed in my sheet says it's Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor left side, 461 the dial. Farmer right side. Was Ty the one that was wheels up in the truck, rubbing the tailgate, or was that Talon? That was Talon? Okay. Someone is perfect. Ryan O'Connor, 6 total. 00083. That's all the stripe. Dead 6. Farmer, 18. Back her out. And win light. At least on my sheet, it says O'Connor. Kyle Gibson, and Corey Costin. So Gibson, by the way, Gibson earlier, if I remember correctly, was dialed 402 and ran, you betcha, 403. So he's dialed 403 here, so he's likely to go 404. Corey Costin, 463 right side, double springs Alabama runner. Nate says 4047. Brent, where you at? 4029. Okay. I'm going to say 4039. I'm going to say he's dead 9, which is basically one above. Corey Costin, the Alabama wrecker, towed his brand new dragster back to the pit area with the dragster that he won it by on Tuesday. Oh. Someone is 000. Win line. Corey Costin. Wow. Costin, 000, dead 8. Gibson, 8, dead 8. The difference is 8 thou at the stripe, and I missed that one by a thou. I tell you what, the announcers are killing it when it comes to dialing Kyle Gibson's machine. 4038 finds himself 8 thou behind. Corey Costin's 8 total. That's pretty crazy. Dylan Guy, Greg Hicks. Dylan left side. Tennessee runner, 485. And Greg Hicks, 456. Appreciate you all tuning in our chat bleachers. You are watching the Fuel Factory Friday. Winlight top end, Cooper Chun. It's actually Cooper Chun. It's my understanding Dylan had to head home. So Cooper Chun, 20. And one above 3 for the win as Greg Hicks, 17 on the let go. Under by 9 thou. Need to take 16 or less. All right. Couple more pairs of lawn darts. And then, I don't know. Who am I passing this off to? Mr. Nate Hershey? Are you full of soda after that cake? Psalm. Red light time for Psalm by 22 thou. Jake Lake 13. By the way, I'm disappointed that we haven't been able to say the Chattanooga Choo Choo all weekend long. I love that machine. Yeah. Caden Muth and Jeff Serra. If I remember correctly, Jeff Serra went 0-1 on the first entry. Serra, 470 for the dial-in right side. Caden Muth left side, 478. This is a great pair. Two heavy hitters. They'll be locked at the hip all the way down the racetrack. Again, door cars even. Door cars even for the buyback round. And again, a friendly reminder, door cars, if you do happen to have 2 entries in the buyback round, you will run that second buyback entry after dragsters. Caden flickering the bulb. Jeff Serra's in. Red light time, Jeff Serra. 8 Mew, 12. And 475 on the 478. Yeah, Clayton. Cody Graham, Donovan Williams. Cody Graham left side. All right, trying to get that car fired up. There we go. And Donovan Williams, 443 right side. All right, so 443 a pair. Again, a couple more dragsters, and then the door cars will come on down. Oh, Mateo and Alex are watching on the live stream. We wish they... Well, that's okay. Watching on the live stream. Hey, Cody Graham for the win. 004 as Donovan Williams, red by fourth out. Will have to duke it out in the buyback window. Greg Brotherton and Josh Lutke. Lutke left side out of Indiana. 471 the dial in. Brotherton right side. 437. Our friends at Brodex, we appreciate them for all the support. Of course, we had the Brodex run for the 50K. Man, we were 1 total. We were 2 total. We had 2 who were 3 total. We just couldn't get 0. Peter was very happy after that final pass. He was very confident. He was like, oh, I never had a doubt. I never had a doubt. I was like, you're sweating profusely, my friend. Brotherton and Ludke patiently, there we go. Separated by 3,000, the starting line. 12:15, top end, Lutke, 12. One of those dead 6. As Brotherton, 15, under by 2,000, take 5. Had to take 3 or less. Final dragster should be Jeff Taylor. Taylor will sport the tribute number in honor of Sean Sarah, 139. Let's go 7. And a full pull. 457 with a 0. All right. Cars with doors. Door cars. Coming up next, Nate Hershey, the legend of Las Vegas.
Oh.
He's going to take over.
Oh, yeah. We are getting into the buyback round. Once again, remember, buyback round door cars, Super Pro door cars. We've called even door cars to the lanes. If you are a door car that has 2 entries in the buyback round, you're going to run your second entry after the dragsters in the buyback round. Just a slight little alteration to the rotation. As we are out of our Pinella race engines round number 1. They are going to go back and do all of the tabulating. They will figure out who is the best losing package in round number 1. These are racers that are trying to, well, make their initial investment still applicable. Because at this point, round number 1 didn't go the way that they wanted it to. They've paid $600 to get back into the buyback round and are hoping to see the scoreboard light up on their side so that their investment is kind of there. So Steve Allena, the Mach 1 Mustang, Steve Rares, the 82-bodied Camaro, identical. At this end of the racetrack, both drivers are 21 on the tree, and Steve Rares by 1,000th of a second is going to get the win. How about identical at this end of the racetrack? Dead 6 beats dead 7. Steve, 21, dead 6, take a thou at the stripe to get around Steve Allena. So the racer out of Argyle, Texas will stay in. Parker would love just a little patience. Just a little bit. They still got to go back and do all the counting as soon as we know you do it. I promise. Steve Kelly and Brian King. King rolling in out of Pahrump, Nevada. 570 was the dial, 572 was the run, and he is no good as Steve Kelly. 13 and one above 9 gets the 67 Camaro back into the game as we have just started our re-entry round. Been through about 3 pairs of door cars in our pro categories. Mark Fall, Craig Merrilees. Merrilees coming in out of the Northern California area. 631 is the dial, going up against Mark Fall, based out of Tacoma, Washington, in the El Camino. The El Camino's dialed 712. The Camaro's dialed 631. Out of the gate we go. One of them is perfect and will not turn on the scoreboard. Oh, Mark Fall, trip, zip to Craig Merrilees' 12. Merrilees gets there second, goes 6:29 on the 6:31 to be under exactly 0.02 of a second. Mark Fall ends up under 46 thou. Gets there first 38 thou, is under by 46 thou. Win light belongs to Merrilees as Seth Lancaster and Scott Taylor. Scott Taylor, the Chevelle out of Columbia Falls. We were talking with Scott the other day. He said that in the last couple of years, he's made about 1,400 passes on that car, racing between like Anaconda and Spokane and all the way down to Tucson and here. That car is built to hot lap. Seth Lancaster, the Alabama Roadster, and Lancaster's losing all of his time tickets. All of the time slips just came flying out of Lancaster's car. He goes 570 on a 565. Scott Taylor was 007 and 676 on the 673. Lancaster had a reaction time that started with a 1. That was just one of those runs that Lancaster's like, you know what, just forget the whole thing ever happened. Off the line late, lost all the time tickets on the racetrack, ends up 570 on a 565. Like, no, that. He could do a rewind right now, he would. Scott Taylor will happily take it and move back into main event Friday. Again, we are at a Fuel Factory Spring Fling Million. It is the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems and Jason Sandstrom and Travis Rutzel. Rutzel dialed 540. Sorry, I got distracted up here in the tower with, let's just say, people falling out everywhere. Jason Sandstrom, 655 on a 654. 56 green. Travis was 22 green. As Rutzel goes 539.7. Take 56 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 3 thou. Needed to take 53 thou or less. Sandstrom, 56, 1 above, gets the win light. As Paige Smith, the Chevelle out of Rancho Cucamonga, and Steve Brings. Brings coming in at Howard Lake, Minnesota. Got the neon sticker riding along. Everybody supporting Cassie Miller, who was involved in a nasty little accident, and just showing their support. The Falcon. I like it. I like it. Paige's car has a tendency to like to pull the wheels off the ground. And if Paige can get on a roll here, I would expect to see that young lady go pretty deep into the rounds. So Paige on the 608 dial starts to bump it in. We talk about like kind of a junior graduate. That's Paige. She was 005 and goes 610 on a 608. Take 2 thou at the stripe. 005. Stripe is 2 thou and gets the win light being 2 above. Steve Brings was 42 green, 8 thou under. But Page pretty much had that one taken care of from the start, as Curtis Zinzalita and Junior Stanley, another one of those cars that is designed, like built, to hot lap. Curtis's car is happier when it doesn't sit. If he can pull it straight off the racetrack and right back into the staging lanes, that car seems to really enjoy that experience. Junior Stanley is dialed in at 651 for the Falcon out of the Sacramento area. Again, talked about it earlier. A bucket list for Junior and Dad. Look, we don't have a whole lot of... How about identical reaction times again? The Falcon versus the Roadrunner. Scoreboard lights up, win light, Stanley. Curtis gets their first take 13, needed to take 12 or less as he breaks it out of thou. Ends up with a 584.9 on a 585, was 53 on the tree. Junior Stanley in his 62 Falcon was also 52 or 53 on the tree. Ends up 652 on the 651. And watches that Summit Side scoreboard light up as Hunter Whitehead and Calvin Taney. Alabama, home for the Camaro, dialed in at 618. And for the driver behind the wheel of the Nova, that's our Hawaiian. One of them. We got a few here. So as Calvin gets the car lined up, Hunter gets the car lined up. Hey, remember, racers, you want to get your hands on some of that Larice Motorsports insurance, Carrie Carr is here on property. If you don't have her number, we do. If you don't know where to find her, we do. Red light start, Tani by 0.02 of a second. Oh, Linda, listening in at home in Hawaii, I'm sorry. Ends up going 624 and a 621. I guarantee you Calvin's having a ball. We've spent some time talking to him. He is doing great. Hunter Whitehead, 004 green, 616 on a 618. Legged her on through is Cassie Davis. 584 in the Beretta, and George LeBlanc in the 66 Chevelle. 575 to the 584. We are in the buyback round. And I can promise you, as soon as we know, we will let you know what the official count was in round number 1 to make the official determination of just how much we're racing for here today. LeBlanc is in and set. Cassie, very careful. Putting it into the beams, and it is a 1,000th of a second separation this end of the racetrack. Scoreboard turns on LeBlanc. Whoa. Cassie Davis was 13. George LeBlanc was 12. It was a 1 thou difference at this end of the racetrack. Cassie ends up dead 1. George goes dead 0. And it comes down to a 2 thou stripe. Amazing drag race right there between Cassie and George. George comes out on the better end of that deal. A superb job driving by both drivers as Brianna Jones and Dustin Wirtz. Going to be our cars as we move on in to our Super Pro category. Once again, door cars on the buyback. We are looking for you. Hey, David Wright ended up with the best losing package of Pinella Race Engines round number 1. He was 15 total. Ends up getting that $1,000 thanks to the folks at Pinella and the Fling check to go on the wall. 616 is the dial for the Corvette on the left side. 509 is the dial for the Corvette Roadster over on the right side, and we're going to think about it. Don't see a whole lot of interest out of either driver to start moving. There we go. Dustin Wirtz drops it in. Cassie's car kicked it into gear, went a little quicker than they thought it was going to. Gets to the stripe first by 0.06 of a second. Wasn't going to matter. Dustin Wirtz, 005 dead 9. Ends up 14 total. Brianna was locked out by 20 thousandths by way of the 034 reaction time. Nothing that Brianna could do as Dustin Wirtz solidifies his spot. Hey, racers, your attention, please. In the buyback round, dragsters, odd, and doubles. Dragsters, odd, and double entered. If you are double entered in the buyback, let's bring up your first entry along with all of the dragsters that are odd numbered. So if you got an odd numbered dragster, let's bring them up. If you're double entered, let's bring up your first entry to Dalton Allendorf. The Camaro out of Wiggins, Colorado, and Jake Swigert. The GTO out of Washington. 515 was the dial for Swigert. Swiger's going to end up 519 on the 515. No good. Separated by 22 thousandths of a second at the front end of the racetrack. Allendorf was 33. Gets to the stripe first by 53 thousandths of a second. And ends up 728 on the 727, watching his scoreboard light up. Jake Swigert was 55 green. And ends up 4 above to be no good. I got to hunt. Did Kid end up doubling, or did he have another driver out here? That's Kid's truck. Dialed 639. Dustin Schroeder is dialed 586 and win light to the truck. 001 dead 4. 5 total. Wow. Dustin Schroeder was 007, 2 above 1. Ends up 588 on the 586. And it does look like Joe Kidd ended up doubling the truck as Noah Lewis and Jaden Lawler. Lawler dialed 606. Didn't get through in one of the entries. Noah Lewis, the truck, dialed in at 613. Jacksonville, North Carolina, Clarksville, Tennessee. Battle of the South on the line here at the Strip at Las Vegas. So with Lawler and Lewis, we wait. You can see the back end of the Cobalt bumping up and down just a little bit. And the bulb gets tickled on. That thing blinked like 4 times. Maybe it's 5. Red light start Lawler by 2 thousandths of a second. Jaden gonna bow out. 2 thou red, dead 1. Jaden Lawler's entry for that one goes to the wayside. Noah Lewis, 003, dead 0. Noah puts up a 3-pack in the reentry round. I'll tell you what, it is still really breezy out there. It's warming up. Weather is changing by the minute. No, Mr. Permagrin have not yet announced that. The team is working on making sure everything is final, everything is official, everything is done. As soon as we do, we will let you know. Josh Pickett, Colby Walker. Walker out of Murray, Kentucky, 567. Pickett out of Indianapolis, dialed in 624. Scoreboard lights up for the truck. 15 and gets their first 2 thou. Ends up 625 on the 624. Colby was 24 and over by 1/100th of a second. 568 on a 567. So Colby ends up chasing the truck through. Win light lights up left side as we'll bring up Bud McCarty. And oh no. No, no, no. Was that Victo? Bug McCarty was dialed 594. From what I'm seeing on the sheet, it was John Victorino. Dialed in 704. Bug McCarty, who is just kind of coasting his way up there, let go wrong, or had the numbers in the box wrong. I'm thinking him just had it wrong. Victo was 162, was all the way down the racetrack, and on a 704 dial, breaks out to go 702. Bug McCarty crosses the stripe with a 1905 and sees the scoreboard light up. So if you are a Bug McCarty fan, or if you are a believer in that like one lap changes the day, Bug McCarty's luck has just started to turn on. A race that he should have been absolutely done in. He finds new life and will be back in the main event. Michael Pennington, Dave Mazier is red by 9,000ths of a second to be dead on one. That is a swear jar moment. Let's just say that Victo is going to be filling up the entire jar. Dave Mazier will be taking up any space that's left. Michael Pennington, 15 green, and goes 511 on the 512 to get the win light. Mazier, 009 red, dead one. Hey, for those of you in the chat bleachers watching along on the Jags and Hoosier live feed, our official number is in. We will announce it momentarily. Carl Geib, the Monza out of Minnesota for the Minnesota Mafia. 627 is the dial. Going up against Andrew Olson. Olson's Camaro dial 589, and Geib is red by 0.02 of a second. Andrew Olson had left the door unlocked. It wasn't wide open, but it was unlocked with an 0.23 reaction time. 588 on a 589. Win light Olson getting back into the game. Carl, 628. On the 627, the problem was we had the 002 red light as Mark Kidd and Chris Northup. This is like an Idaho brawl. It's a tater fight. Mark Kidd from Twin Falls, Chris Northup, currently residing in Clifton, Colorado, where he manages the drag strip out there, and originally from Idaho. Right now managing Western Colorado Dragway for the guy sitting behind the wheel of the purple car. And a red light start for Northup by 0.04 of a second. Mark Kidd, 27 green, 588 on the 590. Northup missed it fourth out to be 641 on a 639. Kidd's back in. All right, here we go. Kyle Seipel's dad, Ted, on the line, the Ferrari. Going up against Kenny Peace. Kenny, we love you. We appreciate you. We're glad you're here. But that's Kyle's dad, man. You got to know we're pulling for the Ferrari. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. The Ferrari goes red by 11 thou, and the long roof Nova, 13 green, and 621 on a 618. Well done, Kenny. Racing your way back in. Seipel, after being 11 red, ends up 5 thou under, 656 on a 657. as Shane Herman and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow has been on a tear as of late, finding himself in the buyback. Again, I know there is, I've been seeing a whole lot of debate about, do you purposely, if you're double entered, put one in the buyback? We were talking about it yesterday. Rocky Van Note back in the trailer. It's like, hey, it's almost like I want to keep myself fresh. I don't want to go on like hold for 4.5 hours while they run through everything else. And make sure I try to get one through. Then I toss one so I can get into the buyback and at least get another lap in there in that 4-hour time. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of different theories about that. Shane Herman's dialed in at 543. Dennis Lithgow dialed in at 481. Going to pay off for Lithgow? How about Trip Zip Dead 3 in the re-entry round? Puts 3 donuts up on the scoreboard. He will get a 000 hero. Kyle Seipel coin. He'll get the $50. Takes the stripe by enough and ends up dead on 3. Shane Herman was 22 dead 8 and no good. Corey Costin in his Chevelle. Chance Parker in his S10. Chance right side down 605. Costin left side, or Chance right side down 607. Costin left side down 605. Uh-oh. Chance Parker was double Costin's reaction time. Actually, more than double. Costin was 15. Chance Parker was double plus 8. Ends up 38 green, goes 604 on a 607. Got their first 16 thou, was trying to make up for that difference. Couldn't do it. Costin 15 and 1 above. 606 on the 605. All right, chat bleachers. Yes, Paul, you can absolutely get a birthday shout out for your boy Eddie McBride. Tuning in from work at, is that Doherty Electric Supply? So happy birthday, Eddie McBride. We got a couple of folks that are out here celebrating birthdays who are trying to make it not only a nice little way to spend the day, but a very profitable way to spend the day. Here's Andrew D. Piazza and Rocky Van Note. Van Note in the Vega wagon, Red Key, Indiana. For Team Mosier and Andrew Piazza. Camaro dial 476. 8 thou's the difference coming off of the line. And how about Andrew? 5 total. 004. Get their first 4 thou and ends up dead on 1. Van Note was 12 on the tree and under 3 thou down at the finish line. Kelsey Paget, Ernie Macias. Macias in the bright yellow Beretta, Paget in the S10. You know, I'm going to hold the chat bleachers hostage. I know that the chat bleachers are dying to hear how many entries we had. I know everybody's dying to hear how many entries we had. But we're only at 900 likes and we got 3,000 people watching. Kelsey Paget red by 30 thousandths of a second. Ernie Macias is 16 green and dead 5. Paget handed it over to Ernie at the hit. So I think you get what I'm kind of alluding to if you're in the live chat. If you're watching the live stream. If you want to know how many entries there are, find the like button and hit it if you haven't done so already. We're only at 900 likes. We got 3,000 people watching. I know. Everybody's dying to know. And I know. And I'll be happy to share. But the number of likes has to go up. Gotta go up. James Lee, 549 dial for the S10, and Mr. Cool DIY Direct, 554 and a 549 will not work out for James Lee. I'll tell you. I'll absolutely tell you. I promise I will tell you. Hit the like button. Then you're good, Robert. You are good. If you've already hit it, you're good. TX Rob, not quite that high. Steve is 563 on a 562 after being 47 green. That'll bring up Spencer Massey and Doug Carter. Carter's dialed 611. Massey is dialed in at 644. The likes are going up. Keep them going. I'll bet we can hit 1,000 before we get to the end of door car if you guys hit the button. I know we can do it. Red light start. Massey, fourth thou. Hands the win light back over to Doug Carter. Carter's 15 and goes fourth thou under. Now we're moving. Now we're moving. I'm going to take as many likes as you guys will give us. We just all need to hit it. There's like around 3,000 people watching. We just jumped from like 930 something to 971. Keep it going. Doug Carter ends up 610 on the 611. Spencer Massey 004 and 645. It was a 004 red light as BT Brandon Taylor was down to 6 cars last night. Henry Robertson 629 dial for stickers. Henry had one of the most painful rounds that you could experience was 001 red dead 0. This time he wins his way back in against Brandon Taylor. Taylor was 28 green, 1 above. Henry is 18 green and dead 8. Stickers is back in. That's going to bring up Nick Engler's car. And we all love Nick Engler's car. Leroy Duran. There we go. We got to 1,000. So when we get to the end of door cars, when it's quiet, so everybody hears, we will tell you. Only have to wait till the end of door cars, and everybody will know. So it's coming. Leroy's dialed 531. Nick's dialed 628. Absolutely. You're welcome. You're welcome. Leroy red by green dial. Nick Engler is 38 green and goes 630 on a 628 dial. We got it. Thank you for helping out, chat bleachers. Keep them coming. That is the best way to kind of control your own destiny, so to speak, in the world of YouTube. If you are interested in the world of motorsports, like the stuff that you're watching about motorsports, and it will modify your algorithm so that you see what you like. Cole Castile and Darrell Hemley. Hemley's car, I understand they had some issues with that a little bit earlier. Wasn't going to be able to make the run. They're back now. Cole in the S10 out of Minot, North Dakota. 636 is the dial. Hemley 456. The chase is on. Here comes the quick Cavalier scoreboard. Win light, Hemley. How about perfect dead 7 for Darrell Hemley? 7th out total. Cole Castile, 23 green and 1 above. I'm with you, Chris. Don't stop now. Just because we hit 1,000 doesn't mean that the rest of you, other 2,000 people, can't help us out with a like button. We would certainly appreciate it. Darrell Hemley's going to get a 000 Hero Kyle Seipel coin. Yeah. Yeah. They got AI doing the algorithm, and what do you think AI is looking for? The things that you've liked, the things that other people like. And the stuff that other people like more is what it's going to show more of. So we're helping ourselves by hitting the like button. 583 to a 504. Tony Henderson and the KJ goes red by 1,000. 001 red. And then 506 down the racetrack. Aaron Milton is back in, 71 green and 584. On the 583 is Chris Galitti and Joe Julesrud. Joe's dialed 485. Chris is dialed 514. I'm with you. I'm with you, Hoff. Joe 13 green and 2 above for the win. Chris Galitti let go later than he wanted to. A lot later than he wanted to. Joe ends up 2 above 3. Galitti was 98 on the tree and ends up 512 and a 514 as Colton Monson, Brandon Hoover in the Cavalier, Monson in the Corvette Roadster. I agree. Hit the like button. How many are we at? Just 1,000. Now we gotta like really keep it going. We'll find out more. Colton let go late. Reaction time started with a 1. Brandon Hoover was all over it. All over it. 18 this end of the racetrack and 537 on the 532. Bummer. Hey, guess what? Chat bleachers, we're going to go right into Dragster. I know I said we were going to wait until it was quiet to be able to tell you, but I also promised that we would tell you at the end of Doorcar. So with Andy Schmall and Michael Johnson lining up on the starting line, 592 to a 623. The count will come out soon. 22,000 difference in reaction time as Michael Johnson win light Andy Schmall. Double breakout. Andy was 24 green to Michael's 002. Michael gets their first 27 thou. Breaks out by 14. Andy Schmall gets your win. Breaking out by 9 thousandths of a second. All right. The official number. 320 entries. We are racing for $350,000. It is a $350,000 payday as we brought in 320 cars. So that is the count. 320 means we're racing for 350,000. We make the switch from the door car buyback to the dragster buyback.
That's a lot of money.
That is a good chunk of money.
That's a lot of frittata.
My man. Brent Carver's made his way back up here. So, Brent, the next time somebody goes, hey, how much are we racing? Oh, my gosh.
Hey, how much are we racing for?
Somebody didn't lock the door.
350 jizzles. That's a bunch. Fastest man on the planet, Michael Johnson, right side. That's not who's up. He already went down. So fast I didn't even see it. Greg Brotherton on the starting line. Right side out of Mena, Arkansas, 437. Left side, Thomas Marlowe, 467. Head start for Marlowe. Head start got a little bit bigger. Ouch. Oh, off. Marlowe is 002, takes 21 to break out by 1.
I got to tell you something. 002 breaking out by 1 on a buyback round where you'd already put in your money and then another $600. That has got to be painful. Hey, thank you very much. We recognized our fire and safety team this morning during opening ceremonies because those guys are awesome. Shout out to the folks at Minneapolis Fire Department Station 14 supporting the the Minnesota Mafia group. So the Minnesota Mafia, they are listening in. Hopefully you guys have it up on a big screen and maybe you got a projector you could put it up on the roll-up door. Watch it real big.
How about Dylan Moody, right side? El Paso Texan, 461 the dial over there on the Pennzoil lane. Jeff Serra, 475. Adamstown, PA. Moody is in. There goes Serra. Buyback round, and Dylan Moody is double 0-2 red. Jeff Serra, 17 up front. Under by 5 thou. Jeff Serra moving back into the main event. Dylan Moody is probably going to be feeling a little moody sitting over there by the trailer going, I'm in a bad moody now.
He probably will be. Hey, racers, listen up, listen up. Hey, James Lee had the best overall package of round number 1. James Lee, best overall package, 2-pack, 2 total. Going to win $250 and a contingency for Larice Motorsports. And so thank you so much. I mean, Larice is just doing so much for us. Again, go by C. Carey if you need to get your stuff protected. We appreciate that. And Buyback door card doubles your second entry. Buyback door card doubles your second buyback.
How about Jacob Collins right side? 003 on the let go. Troy Williams Jr., 25 up front, breaks out by 5. Wasn't going to get there anyways. Broke out by 5 and still couldn't get her done. 22 thou separation on the starting line. Collins gets there by 1 thou to be on the right side of the finish line. Leslie Dugas, right side 473, left side Talon Farmer 453. So again, 2/10 exactly of a head start for Dugas. Dugas. Person just finished digging a ditch. Doug. There's my next dad joke there for you, Nate, in case you didn't catch that.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, Dugas was 230 some odd red. That's just a really, really early let go. Talon Farmer was 54 on the let go, went dead on with a 4, so the car was dialed correctly. Talon, a little miss on the tree, but nothing compared to Leslie. Mitch Marcy, right side, 477 the dial in, and Philip Pennington. Field out 468. Mitch, 477. Hey, 20 numbers. Ouch. Mitch Marcy had 20 to play with. And I think Pennington probably fed him the finish line. Marcy took 35 to break out by 3. 35 to break out by 3. Philip Pennington moving back into the main event. Zach Clark, right side, 456. Mark Barnhart, left side, 458. Going to be door handle to door handle all the way down the racetrack. On part of the starting line, there they go. And Zach Clark, expensive 2000s. Paid $600 for those 2000s to be red. Mark Barnhart, 10 up front. 19 above, 29 total for Barnhart. Back into the main.
All right, so once again, buyback round, door card doubles, second entry, door card doubles, second entry. If you are going to be racing, make your way back into the staging lanes. We should have all of our dragsters back there. And just a minute ago, we were asked to give a shout-out. Shout-out to Carol Wheeler, a.k.a. Bride of Krankenstein. So, Carol, if you are being known as Bride of Krankenstein, I'm assuming your husband is Krankenstein, and sorry, he's a little cranky. He sounds like a wonderful person.
Marco, back to your regularly scheduled program.
Just say it. Back to you.
Back to you. Marco Abruzzi, left side. It'll let go 11 and dead 1. 12 total. McClure was 17 on the let go. Takes 18 to break out by way too many. Was mathematically ineligible. As Abruzzi was 12 total. Johnny Carter, Jimmy's brother, 463, right side. Hobbs, New Mexico, left side down, 458, just a tick quicker. Schuster out of Vienna, Italy, Ohio. Ohio, 458. They are 3 thou apart on the starting line with the advantage going to Johnny Carter in the win light. They're both dead on. Carter is dead 1 and 25 up front. Schuster is dead 7 and 28 up front to get behind by 9. So Johnny Carter moves on back into the main event. JP gets promoted to spectator. Willie Flores, a right side 480, the bright orange dragster there. Left side, Logan War. 458 the dial in over here on the Summit side. Flores going to be dialed 480 on the Pennzoil lane. I wish you had queued up. Right? Wasn't that War?
Yeah.
That's one of the best songs ever.
It is a great.
5 thou apart on the starting line, and Logan War gets the win on the double breakout. War is broken out by 12. Flores is broken out by 16. So Logan War goes back into the main event.
Ah. Yeah. Got to give credit to Matt Lee. Sorry about that. 1 pack. Make a quick correction. Don't want to give that to anybody. You know, as Alexis Thompson and Grant Williamson roll up here, what's always amazing to me as we get the 5 flat dial to the 453, I often think to myself that six thou separate him. Grant was 20 green. Alexis had an 0-14 reaction time. Alexis ends up going 455 on a 453 and wins the buyback. Grant Williamson 20 and ends up 7 off of what he thought it would be. So as they're backing up for the burnout, you ever really kind of questioned this? I'm going to toss this out to the chat bleachers because I want you to noodle this over a little bit.
Noodle it.
Noodle it. Have you ever noticed that when you don't understand something or it seems to be beyond your comprehension, you get mad at it. You don't like it.
Right?
You just can't quite figure it out. You can't comprehend the skill. You can't comprehend the strategy. And you just seem to lash out at it.
Yeah, you might.
I'm not calling out anything specific, but I'm just saying that, like, I got to tell you, a couple years ago, whatever it was, last Olympics, I didn't understand curling, and I thought, man, this is kind of dumb. Then I went and looked up the rules, and I figured out what really was going on, and I gained an appreciation for it and realized that it really wasn't me. Well, it was my fault because I was allowing my misunderstanding, my inability to comprehend what they were doing to say, oh, this must not be that cool. And once I realized what they were doing, then I realized just how cool it was.
I'm kind of getting where you're picking up.
I don't
what
know
you're
why that
putting
really
down.
just came to my mind.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
But it seems like those who have a lesser ability to comprehend things are the ones that lash out and get angry. As Jacob McNeil bows out here, Tyler Murrup 24 and goes dead 1 to get the win lay.
Yeah, Merritt pulls around. McNeil was out front to get behind by just 4 thou at the finish line. Tyler Merritt. Moving on to the big show, Kyler Hergemuller. 2012 Diamond, 447. Leaving 2 Hun ahead, going to be Neil Pressimone. Out of Las Vegas, Nevada. For you, Nate.
That's Neil.
Nevada.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, there is a swing and a miss, and yes, that's a fact. Kyler does catch it, as Pressimone was a big swing and a miss on the starting line. Hergemuller was 18 on the let go, 18 above, and still got there by about 3 dragster lengths. Tim Watts, right side. Hannah Vandermeer was down there in the staging lanes earlier and saw that car of Hannah's. That's a good-looking little machine there, pearl white and bright green and just shining and gleaming in the sunshine. Now 458, Tim Watts, 34 on the let go, and Vandermeer is not. Vandermeer is 001 dead 1. 2 total for Hannah Vandermeer.
Go Hannah. 2-pack.
That would also be 2 thou away from 5 thou.
Dude, go Hannah.
Right?
Nicely done.
Yeah, perfect pass today. Pays $5,000 for the first one. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, since we didn't pay out the 50.
Yeah. If
Nobody
you could
got
put
it
up
during qualifying.
If you put up a perfect lap, and I'm going to make sure that I say perfect lap, because I fumbled that one a little bit earlier this morning. And
just tiny.
I
Just a
own it.
little
No,
bit. We caught it early.
I own it. I fumbled it. Right? I might have been able to recover my own fumble, but I fumbled it.
You fell back on the ball.
I fumbled.
You fumbled, but you did.
I was sitting there talking about since we didn't hit the 50K during the time run. I was talking about that there's $5,000 left to grab, and instead of saying perfect lap, I said perfect light. And it needs to be the perfect lap. You cannot have partial perfection. Right? What was that whole thing where, cookies are for closers? You got to close the deal. You can't open it. Mike Crater, 25 and dead 5, gets the win light over Logan Scrivener. Scrivener was 35, gets their first nothing, and ends up under 5,000.
Sprinkles are for winners. Coffee is for closers.
That's the one. Yeah. Coffee is for closers.
Glenn Ross, one of the absolute greatest boardroom scenes ever in Glenn Ross. It is a tough movie to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
That scene where Baldwin is ripping them, the salespeople, and he says, "Put the coffee down." What are you talking about? Coffee is for closers. Until you can close a deal, you get no coffee. David Wright, going to be 007. And Will Holloman, 008, but that 008 is red, and that does not make somebody I know very happy.
Yeah. All right, hey, listen up. Listen up. Travis Rutzel won an ATI Super Damper for his dead-on zero run in Pro first round. Travis Rutzel, you've got yourself an ATI Super Damper coming to you, and Henry Roberson won an ATI Super Damper for his dead-on zero run in Super Pro door cart first round. So Travis Rutzel, you got an ATI Super Damper coming for you, man. Henry Roberson, you have got an ATI Super Damper coming for you, man. Yeah, I don't know why. But there's just something that keeps popping into my mind. Paul Dowdy's dial 486. Josh is dial 505. They are separated by 1,000 of a second. And on a double breakout, Josh Harper, 007, get their second to be under 4,000. Paul Dowdy, 006, get their first to be under 5,000. Win light goes to Harper.
There's another little quote there from that famous scene. Somebody quoted in it. I forgot how good it is. the contest is selling this, whatever it was, real estate. And he says, first place, you get a brand new Cadillac. What's second place? Second place, you get a set of steak knives. Third place is you're fired. No place for anybody but winners. Johnny Ezel, there's going to be a bunch of winners, but one big winner, $350,000. The winner cut.
Uh-oh.
Here you go. 508 for Tristan Craig, 467 for Johnny Ezel.
We're going to do some drawings here.
Are we pre-staged, and is anybody moving? It
What's
does
that?
not appear.
Just a little quick one. All right. I'm all good for that.
No movement on either side of the Christmas tree. I'm watching both rear slicks, and they are not even quivering. They're just sitting there. How about Tristan Craig letting go 006, and the double breakout goes the other way. Ezel is 33, breaks out by 2. Craig was 006, takes 40 to break out by 15. That's tough. Jesse the Body Adams, Browns Valley, California, 485 over on the right side, and Bobby Mott out of the carpet capital of the world, Valdosta, Georgia. 506 left side, 485 right side for Adams. Oh, only 2 thou apart. Head start goes to Adams, but the win light shines for Mott. 14 up front, 11 above. Adams, I'm going to say, looking at that ET, might have just given that one back, because he was a lot over the dial-in. Probably clicked it off, and Mott coasts through and takes a country mile. You got something for me there, Nate?
No, I was just sitting here
Gonna wait a
thinking about
moment?
it. Where, while you're calling all these re-entry laps, I'm just kind of watching along on the chat bleachers. Again, want to say welcome to everybody as we are in our Abruzzi re-entry round. Thank you so much to the folks at Abruzzi for all that you do for us here, where, just like you guys, Abruzzi likes to get shift done. We also like to get shift done, and we love getting the re-entry round done. So we're continuing to make our way through here. I believe we have put out our call for round
Trip zip alert. Justin Hoff, trip zip, double breakout, takes 10 to break out by 14. Double breakout. Donovan Williams was 005. Justin Hoff was goose eggs. Williams breaks out by 9. So Donovan Williams breaks out worse, and Justin Hoff says, man, I'm trip zip in the buyback round and found a way to not like the win light.
Kind of a crazy thing. Richard Taylor and Ty Farmer. Once again, door card, double. Door card, double for the buyback round. Come on down. Oh. Ty Farmer's going to hate that. Reaction time started with a 1. Ended up costing him that $600 buyback.
And it was a big 1. It wasn't even close to 1. It was closer to 2. That was a big swing and a miss there for Ty Farmer. Richard Taylor takes a half a second at the stripe and was way off. So, I mean, if that tells you anything, he was way, way, way out front. Alonzo Sanchez, right side. Going to be down 463, and Kyle Gibson, here you go. Kyle Gibson is now dialed 404. I know. He went 403.8. Now he's got 404 on it. You're saying dead 4? I think he's going under. It's going 403. The 6. Yes, oh my goodness, double 0-1 for Kyle Gibson, and that made him second to leave as Sanchez was trip zip. Sanchez 0-0-0. Dead 7. Gibson 0-0-1 and 1 above. How many times have you called 1 above for him? There it was again. 405 flat on the 404. It's not funny. He's down there going, man, I'm 0-0-1. I'm 1 above. And that puts me leaving second and crossing second. Holy smoke. What a lap there. Jacob Stolworthy. Cody Graham. 444 for Graham. 1/10 slower. Jacob Stolworthy over there on the right side. I'm telling you, you better be on your stuff if you're going to go around even one round here. Cody Graham, 002, dead 8, 10 total for Graham. Stolworthy, let's go 11, dead 2, and is just plain old in the way. How do you like to let go 11 and just be wasting fuel? That is Jacob Stolworthy, and it was a great lap by him, but even better for Graham. Mark Kidd, Brandon Hoover. Hoover down 498 on the right side. 455 for Kidd. So almost one bulb going to separate this pair. Is Hoover going to leave first? Kidd going to leave second. There comes the tree, and Brandon Hoover did kind of suck it up that time. 23 red. Mark Kidd, 005. Hoover knocks it red. Brad Johnson and Greg Hicks. Colorado on the right side, going to be down 477. Going to let go 008. Greg Hicks gets around by 1 thou. Hicks was 25 up front, dead 7 out the back, gets there 16-10 thou ahead. As Bradley Johnson going to be kicking himself after that when he was 008 and 25 above. Blake Johnson, Balake Johnson. Right side 462. Thomas Marlowe 467. They are going to be real side by side. Marlowe going to come in second is Balake. Lights that bolt. It's a fallen. Marlowe is 12 red. Blake is 003. 10 above, 13 total for Blake Johnson. Gabe Torres, right side. La Puente, California. 463 on the board for Torres. Last year's main event winner. Trying to keep an entry here to defend his position as the champion. Cooper Chun, going to be dialed 486. There goes Chun, flickering and lighting that second bulb. Torres flickers and is ready to rock and roll. He is dropping. They are just one foul apart on the starting line, 18-19. Torres breaks out by 6. Chun dead 5 and back into the main event. So perhaps Chun is still alive to be able to attempt what has never been done before, I believe, going back to back. There has been one that's won the main event twice that I know of, but nobody ever back to back. So Cooper Chun is still alive. Michael Johnson, right side, Springdale, Arizona, Alabama, Arkansas. I got it right finally. 480. The dial in for the 2008 M&M. Right side is Johnson. Left side, Colt Psalm. There's a 003 on the board, and it belongs to Colt Psalm. 003 dead, 9-12 total. Johnson was 51 and 100% out. Mathematically ineligible. Locked out. 51 will get you that way every time in this kind of event. Dan Reynolds. 2001 undercover. Going to be dialed 520 over on the right side of the racetrack. Left side, Bodie Bennett. Shallow Water, Texas. Going to be dialed 460. All right, looks like Reynolds is in. Come on. Don't get timed out. There it goes. Bodie Bennett taking his time. It does pay off. Bennett 0-0-4. And 34 ahead. So Bodie Bennett carrying back to the main event. Here in the Mosier Engineering Fuel Factory Fling Friday. Big money on the line, $350,000. The winner's cut. Justin Jones, JJ, right side, Green Acres, 449 going to be the dial in, or right side, Jeff Taylor, 457 out of Reading, PA, the 2010 American Dragster. $800 going to separate him on the dial boards. And oof. And every time you see that, and especially when you see the competitor, Justin Jones was 52. did go dead 9. Jeff Taylor, 1 thou red. Your bucket list of bucket list tracks. And I'll tell you, it will not disappoint. If you can come out here to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, if you have a bucket list for tracks and this ain't on it, you do not understand what you're missing here. That was surrounded by the mountains. We had flyovers that the fighter jet was showing off during opening ceremonies. Misty Unser was your last lady standing yesterday, and she's 002 to get back into the main event here in the buyback round as we are about to wrap up the buyback round. In fact, it looks to me like there's just a couple of pages left, or a couple of pairs left. Maybe the ones on the starting line and the ones in the water box. Kaylee Beakley was 28 red on that one. Misty Unser. Back in the main event, Scott Heyer, Ryan O'Connor. 467 the dial in for O'Connor on the left side. 479 for Scott Heyer. Double 08 for O'Connor. Takes 26 to break out by 5. Scott Heyer was 32 up front. Breaks out by 3. So Ryan O'Connor was in full control of that race. Takes 26 now to break out by 5 and to take 21 or less. Ouch. Final pair of the buyback round. Here it is, Matt Hartzell and Marlon Goetz. $495 to a $489 and 008 up on the board again, and that one is for Matt Hartzell. Hartzell is 008. Goetz was 022, takes 27 to break out by 8. So it had to take 21 or less to get back around. I'd say Hartzell probably tightened that finish line up and said, here you go, Marlon, have you some finish line. So we are wrapping up on that round. We got a little broom and groom on the racetrack. And we'll be back at you here in just a few moments when we see the tractors pulling back away.
Hey, we are here at the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems on a main event Friday, and we are joined by what's got to be one of my favorite guests. Man, I mean, we're talking Mosier, and the reason you're one of my favorite, you guys are like the #1 name on the top of the list. Jeff Anderson is here from Mosier. You guys are celebrating 40 years. How cool is that to be here at this event celebrating the 40th anniversary of the company?
You know, it is just so much fun, the experiences we've had over the years, and we're looking at 40 years. Can you believe that? 40 years of officially being incorporated and doing this this hobby of ours that we all love. And I mean, it's just a lot of fun. We were talking out in the hallway. I've been with Mosier almost 26 years, and I remember the early days, and then we look at Rob taking over and running the business. For a long time, and the third generation of Mosiers are there now, and they're, taking part in the business. And we've even got a fourth generation that are getting old enough. They're looking at juniors. So it really is a family event, a family business. And we're just glad to be out here and taking part in this hobby that we all love and enjoy.
Well, I think it's amazing that, especially if you're talking about 4 generations, right? The
Yeah.
love of drag racing is so ingrained
Yeah.
in the Mosier family. And the fact that when you started, it was basically as a hobby, decided, look, we need to make a better product. We're tired of things breaking. That turned into a company that has turned into Mosier. And I mean, you guys have, I don't know how many race cars you're on, but it seems like just about all of them.
We've got 2 rigs that travel the country. We've got a support trailer that goes around to a lot of other events other than just drag racing. I mean, we're out there and, at the Good Guys events and the National Street Rod and the Tri-5 Nationals and all the other, associated hobbies that use dragline components, whether it's circle track. I mean, we do it all, and we love it. It is something we enjoy coming out here every year. I mean, this is a trek. It took me, and everybody knows Rocky. It took me and Rocky, 3 days to get out here from Indy, and it's a long haul, and it's one of those trips coming out here, and then to come to an event like this. I mean, we're not telling any groundbreaking stories here. Everybody knows this event and what it means in our sport and in our hobby, and it's just what a wonderful skyline with the mountains in the background, the blue sky. I mean, we are blessed to get to do what we love and to do it in an event like this with Peter and you guys and all of you, just putting on one heck of an event and a show, and we're just happy to be here.
Well, I can kind of reciprocate that in the fact that we feel blessed. We feel blessed that you guys have chosen to come spend your time with us.
Yeah.
That you've partnered with us, that more importantly, you've decided to partner with us on behalf of the racers. The racers buy your product, you then turn around and immediately reinvest into the racer. And I think that's not lost on us. That's not lost on the racer. They know that, if you're out there shopping, if you need parts for your car, I know they got my back. They're going to be here. They're answer my questions. They're going to take care of it. And I think the other thing that kind of fascinates me about it is, and I want to know, do you guys use your own cars to test this stuff when you come out with a new design?
Absolutely. And it's funny. We've got those cars back there at the rig, and it's not uncommon for us to be changing components overnight. So what we ran with, I mean, it's not real conducive to doing well in an event when you're swapping out driveline parts in the middle of it, but it really is what these cars are used for. They are testing new product. And as a matter of fact, we're actually doing some testing on some upgrades right now. So there's constantly exactly.
We won't
There's
share any secrets.
There's we're always trying to develop new products and come up with new combinations and improve. Even though we think we make some of the best out there, we're still looking to improve. And I think if you're not, you're asleep at the wheel. So it's something that we enjoy doing. We love racing. We can frustrate our guys sometimes when we have to put new product on the cars to test it, but it's what we're here for, and we're just having a great time. And again, with this being our 40th anniversary, we're doing some fun stuff this year. We're doing some limited edition apparel and some little products that'll be released that I can't really say anything, but some really cool stuff that'll be coming out over the course of the summer. So everybody just kind of keep an eye out for that. And of course, being here at the event, we've got that trailer over there. Everybody always knows we've got a ton of support product on there. There's a whole bunch of center sections and brake pads and everything that anybody may need, is over there for the driveline side if anybody has any issues through the night tonight. So we want to make sure that if somebody does have a driveline issue, they can still finish the event and have a chance at staying in that fancy hotel that Peter booked for him. So
that is going to be awesome. That Rio Suite is going to be really cool. But I do love the fact that you guys, are exercising the fact that competition drives innovation. And out here competing with everybody, using that to innovate. I'm excited to hear about the new gear because my Mosier shirt has seen better days. It's one of my favorite shirts, so I'm going to definitely be looking for that online so that we can get that out there. And, man, thank you so much for coming out and spending a little bit of time with us. And more importantly, on behalf of all of the racers, thank you so much for your continued support of our event.
And thank you guys for supporting us, and wish everybody safety and good luck tonight. And let's see if we can finish this strong and have a good time.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have you up here in the booth. Come back anytime. You are welcome always.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what, everything is good. We are getting into our doubles in the buyback round. Those cars that ended up having to do the buyback thing twice, which is kind of a bummer.
It is a bummer.
But
it's also an expensive bummer.
It is, but at the same time, when you figure, you're in what, $2,000 an entry, and $600 to try and kind of recuperate some of that, I think you're going to go ahead and do it. And a couple of those, Josh Pickett and Bill Botello. Uncle Bill on the line right now. As Botello in that Grand Am out of Smith, Nevada, dialed in at 504. Josh Pickett dialed in at 624, and oh no. Bill didn't have the box set up. Ends up going 508 on a 504, went to the button, and immediately took off. Josh Pickett is 007. Ends up 621 down the racetrack. Ouch. That is a painful malfunction. Whether it was configuration or whatever, painful. Curtis Inzalita, Shane Carr. Carr driving Dustin Wirtz's Roadster. Curtis Inzalita driving Curtis Inzalita's Roadrunner. The racer coming in out of Flagstaff, Arizona. So with a 583 dial, and Shane dialed in at 510. Once again, the Abruzzi re-entry round. Advantage on the tree to Shane Carr. Zinzalita ends up putting it dead on 6, but cannot get it done against Carr. Carr, 13, dead 3. In that Roadster that's owned by the Wirtz family. Troy Umberger, you are correct, sir. We are racing for 300. It's not Shane. Who's in the car? Okay. We'll have him check that. Thank you, Kerry. Oh, it's Dustin went ahead and did it? Okay. Thank you. All right, we will make that adjustment. Ooh. Noah Lewis and John Victorino. I appreciate that. Hey, how many people have come by to see you so far? There needs to be more. Oh, 10 to a 10. Identical at this end of the racetrack. John Victorino ends up 704 on a 701 and comes up a little bit short. Noah Lewis 614 on a 613. The 010 reaction time on each side. And that'll bring up Dave Mazier and Daryl Hemley. Thank you. So Dustin's doubled. Jake, I don't know when you sent me that message. And I'm not really sure what it was. I agree. I totally agree with you, Kerry. Everybody should have Larice before the tow home. And I think if they ask around the pits, there's many, many people in the pits that will tell them why. There are stories that hit close enough to home here. There are stories that hit close enough to home everywhere. That everybody knows somebody who had something that didn't, obviously nobody intends on. Nobody intends on having something happen. And if you wait until it does, it's too late. Dave Mazier, 008, dead 3. Mazier gets the win light. Daryl Hemley was 004. And, yeah, Kerry, that's exactly the one I was talking about. All of us know somebody or know somebody that knows somebody who is either making their way to the track, from the track, was at the track, was at home. And the next thing you know, you are chasing a fire. You've got something that smashed into your rig. Your rig has been pushed. I mean, it's just, there's all kinds of things. Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid. There's all kinds of things that might possibly go wrong. If you wait until something like that happens, it's too late. Ooh. Robert Butler dialed 625. Hank Pramoff dialed 566. And Pramoff gets a 000 hero coin. Trip Zip goes 569 on a 566. You know what, Kerry? That's one thing I haven't asked him yet if he's okay. I know the story's out there. I know everybody knows. But if he's okay with us just kind of mentioning that, I want to make sure he is. If he says he is, we'll tell him why. Most people already know. Most people already know. Jeff, Sarah, Alonso, Sanchez. Sanchez dialed 463. Jeff, Sarah dialed 476. We are into the dragster double portion of the re-entry round. And with us into the dragster doubled portion of the re-entry round, we have already called our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro round number 2 to the lanes. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro round number 2. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. I mean, we do play musical chairs a lot with the dragsters. Especially on a day like today, where all forms of doubles are allowed. People move from one car to the other. The number doesn't technically is just the driver. Alonso Sanchez, yeah, he was in trouble. He was 21 to Sarah's 006. Sarah ends up dead too, as long as that's Jeff Sarah. Just saying. I mean, seriously, Ronnie. Like, who jumped ship? Right? Corey Galitti, Mike Crater. Into our double entered dragsters in the buyback. What do you call it? Like a double bought back? Mike Crater, unfortunately, is double on red. 002, and that's the wrong color. Corey Galitti, 21 green, 434. Like I said earlier, I mean, Cassie was in the car. The number that was on it was... I think what we need to get up here in the tower for Million Day, you know those big boards that they've got in like a CSI room where you've got pictures and yarn and pins? You can have a picture of the car and a picture of the driver. Yeah, right here. Right? Picture of the car, picture of the driver. This one jumped over here. That one now lives in Tennessee but is driving the car from Minnesota and is, you know, if this person doesn't turn on the wind light in round number 1, then they'll go ahead and double it real quick before it gets to the dragster. And we'll stop by a craft store and get yarn and pins and poster board for next year. Costin is in trouble against McClure. McClure is 12 green and 1 above. Costin is 28 green and 1 above. So let's see here. 12, 1 over. 28, 1 over. You know, McClure is going to be the one that lights up the scoreboard. Mitch, Marcy, Paul Dowdy. Farmington, New Mexico for Mitch. Dialed 475. And for Paul Dowdy, 484. Dowdy went down to 6 last night. The Centerville, Utah-based runner had a very nice day. And it's down to 484. Going up against Marcy. 1 thou was the difference in reaction time. Scoreboard lights up Mitch. 23 dead 0. Dowdy gets their first 7 thou, breaks out 6 thou. Oops. Oops. What do you only got? Well, I guess I can say I know that we're getting down towards the end of our double-entered dragsters. Here's Troy Williams and David Wright. Williams was 005, one above. Gets around David Wright. David, the retired racer out of SpaceX, ends up 14 and 2 above, which makes a whole lot of sense. You live down there in Florida. SpaceX does a lot of work down there in Florida. All those things, man. He's got to be in a great spot right now. If you started early enough with SpaceX, and isn't that the one that's getting ready to go public? They're trying to. I don't know. I know they're working on it. They're working on it. I mean, it's, huh? Yeah, are you a big stock buyer? Oh, Brotherton 001 red to be dead on 8. Logan Scrivener 17 green and dead 3. 20 total, and this is going to be our last pair of dragsters. As we've got pro round number 2 of the million. Rolling into the water bottle. Sorry. What's that? Oh, okay. All right, hey, door cars, Super Pro door cars, odd and even. If you're still doubled, you're going to run your second entry after dragsters. But door cars, both odd and even. Super Pro door cars, both odd and even. Round number 2. Let's get you headed into the staging lane, please. On our last pair of dragsters, one of them's perfect. That has been a curse. That has been a curse during this last session. John Taylor is 18, dead 9, takes 6th out to get the win. Jacob McNeil was perfect and does not light up the scoreboard, ends up 439 on a 436. That has been almost like the kiss of death this last little while. So that is going to wrap things up in the re-entry round. I've got Mr. Ronnie Court made his way back up in here. You ready, Ronnie? You need more time.
Yeah, let's do it. You know what you need?
Holy crap.
You need coffee.
I should not have brought you a soda that was that size.
You did bring like kings. Lucas Walker, Joe Kidd, double breakout, Joe Kidd for the win. Go get yourself, well, gosh, you've only drank, what, a quarter of that thing?
Oh, yeah, it's a sipper.
It's a sipper.
It's
okay.
a sipper.
I've noticed you're kind of a big gulp sipper.
It's a sipper.
Okay, all
like,
right.
Everybody looks at it and goes, oh, my gosh, what do you need a soda? That they just don't realize that soda,
That's the whole day.
that will last me. And when I look at people, be like, that's 3 rounds at the million. They're like, whoa, what? They don't understand that that's like 8 hours. Like, it's a sipper.
Yeah. Slow and steady. Savor it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a sipping
Right.
soda.
I like your stuff. All right. Junior Staley, beautiful. Ford Falcon. Jason England in the Mustang as well, 211. And how about take 5 at the top end? 2 above. Junior Staley, 33 on the let go, but dead 5 is going to find himself 5 thou. The top end of the racetrack behind. Look at that cool little, I guess you could call it the wall cam, if you will, as they go passing by. That's pretty cool to see. Again, this is just the crew here. Warren and Tristan and Joey. I think that's Joey down there on the wall cam, giving you just a different look. Here comes Cole Dickoff, right side. Oh, no. Red light time by 9 thou. Little up truck. Rob Bigasov for the win. How about dead 3? 22 on the tree. That's 25 total. Dickoff is 9 red, dead 7. Do want to say thank you, though, to Ryder Biscay, though, for helping out with the tires. Was Cole doubled? Don't know. Okay. We are now, though, however, in Rad Torque Systems round number 2, which means no more parachute, no more safety, no more second chance outside of your doubled entry. You lose an entry, and that is it. We will start to narrow them down as Scott Taylor and Mitchell Seymour come to the starting line. Mitchell has been one of those drivers that is kind of hanging around, really starting to put some stuff together. Scott Taylor obviously did it already through the pro category. Win Light Mitchell, 21 under by 2 thou. Scott Taylor, 13 on the tree and under by 2 hun. Okay. Yeah, go get you a you need a mocha frappuccino. Mocha frappuccino, caramel macchiato, 3 shots, double pump, extra caramel. I'm going to get you on coffee soon. It's a great thing. It's a great thing. I love it. Love coffee. How about Brian Cerruti and Charlie Lockhart? Wow, this is a good one. Separated by 3 thou on the starting line. Race truck, Win Light top end. It goes Cerruti's way. Cerruti, 25. Dead 5. Take 13. As Lockhart, 22. 2 above, no good. Cerruti to round number 3. He's got the goods. Okay. Steve Kelly's got the goods. 22, 1 above, 7 for the win. Sandstrom, 16 under by 3 hun. Took 53. That's a big bite. Had to take 23 or less. You're jealous? Okay. All right. You know, I'm jealous because Chad Sandlin. That's a bad dude. Bad Chad was 000, dead 0 yesterday. Sandlin was Burleson, Texas runner. 619 the dial in. Steve Rohr, 670 right side. Welcome to Rad Torque Systems round number 2, a part of that Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category of the million. My name is Ronnie Court. We'll take you through the action. Bad Chad doing bad Chad things. 005, take 15. 1 above 8, 23 total. Steven Roars is locked out. Say it with me, chat. Mathematically ineligible. As Sandlin punches a ticket to round number 3 as the truck is starting to roll. And that is bad news bears for the opponents. Brian McGinnis and Craig Merrilees, your next pair up. Merrilees, longtime runner of the Fling, 630 of the dial-in, and Brian McGinnis, 667 right side. How we doing, chat bleachers? Kimberly, Robbie, Lane, RTC, what you up to? Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you are enjoying the sights and sounds of Las Vegas. Fuel Factory Friday. Merrilees and McGinnis. This one is all Craig Merrilees. 004, 1 above 7. That's 21 total. McGinnis nearly locked out on the starting line. Has to break out trying to get to the finish line first. Broke it out 7th out, took 8. Had to take 1 or less. No dice. Craig Merrilees to round number 3. Zachary Zerbrug. I know Grandma Zerbrug's watching on the live feed with our friends at Jags and Hoosiers. Paige Smith, right side, 609 the dial-in. They were telling me this young Paige Smith, she is an up-and-comer. And this is going to be one of those drivers that remember the name. Paige Smith out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, 67 Chevelle. Thank you, Kimberly. We appreciate you. Thank you, Lane. The gentleman you just heard was Nate Hershey. My name is Ronnie Court. You're stuck with me for the foreseeable future. Sorry. Never a great thing. Never a great thing. Although hopefully you learned something. Probably not. Zerbug, 649 the dial in, left side, Paige Smith, right side. They are just patiently taking their time. Oh, man, I was hyping her up, and she goes red by 18 thou. Paige Smith, her entry is out. At least this one, and Zachary Zerbrug. 32 on the tree. Under for the win. Hey, Lane Weber, what you up to? What are you doing, man? Why don't we have the Hawk down here in Vegas? I know why. I got to tease you for not being here. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're recovering well, my friend, and I look forward to seeing you back on the racetrack this year. Hey, Justin. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you, RTC. I always appreciate you, my friend. Your words mean a lot. Nick Angler, Joe Young. Joel, 618 the dial in, right side, 72nd gen Camaro. And Nick Angler. Angler is red by 13 thou. Not sure if that was the final entry for the Coronet, but if it was, Angler's day is done. Joel Young, 22 and under by 8 thou. 10-8, you are correct. Junior graduate, great family, and talented, that Paige Smith. We will be seeing Paige very much in the future, turning on a whole lot of win lights. Hey, thanks, George. A good egg. I hope so. I'd like to think so. Maybe a bit scrambled, but you know how it goes. You know how it goes. Andy Schmall and Henry Robertson. Wow. Great pair. Robertson in the car they call Stickers. This is a bad dude in the left lane. And this may be a badder dude in the right side. Andy Schmall has his name etched on the winner's trophy that sits right behind me in the announcer's booth. That trophy goes to someone later this evening as a part of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. Robertson left lane. Schmall right lane. I do like them. Actually, I'm more of a straight. Red light time for Robertson by 4 thou. Andy Schmall on to round number 3. 008 under by 8 thou. Robertson red by 4. That entry's day is done. Ladies and gentlemen, the Terminator. Oh, hey, Peter. What are you doing?
What's up, Ronnie? All right, so I have an announcement to make. So racers, listen up, please. This is very important. You guys are racing for a lot of money. You paid a lot of money. You made a lot of sacrifices. I need you guys to make sure you have the right car number if you're doubled. If you don't have the right car number on, it shows, and it can flag us that in the computer you lost already. And then we have to dig through stuff and possibly shut you off. So make yourself a reminder. If you're doubled and you're, let's just say you're 110 and 110D, make sure the right number is showing, whether it's a D or not. Use the tape, do whatever you have to do. We want this to go smoothly. We don't want any hiccups, and we certainly don't want to distract you while you guys are running for big money. So please, good luck. And let's roll.
Very good, Peter. Thank you. Watch your step on the way out. In all seriousness, I have to be honest. I'd like to see Peter back on the racetrack sooner than later. That dude's a machine. So again, as Peter said, please, please, please do us a favor and let's get the numbers correct for each individual driver. That is very critical. We appreciate that as Bug McCarty and George LeBlanc come to the starting line. Bug left side, 594. This Rad Torque Systems round number 2, no safety net. You lose, that entry is out. Win like top end, LeBlanc, double breakout. George, 006 and under by 5 thou. He took 5 thou. Bug, 26 on the let go and under. By 200 and some change. Nice little wheel stand, but could not put that bad boy into the next round. That's always the tough one when you've got a vehicle that's coming up on your opponent. The margin is less than 10. Do you bail? Do you throw the boat anchor? Tough. George LeBlanc going around number 3. Toby Jeezy, 543, the dial-in left side, and Jason McFarland. McFarland, 526, the dial-in right side. Red light time for Toby. Win light, McFarland, 11, 2 above 6 for the win. Ricky, I don't know if, racing your own event's always just such a difficult thing to do in general. But certainly to see him racing at other events, I think is very much a possibility. Very much a possibility. 320. 320. George, you are correct, my friend. I don't care, East Coast, West Coast. Peter Biondo is not the guy you want to see in the other lane in any way, shape, or form. Cole Castile and Matt Daddis. Daddis, right side, 607, the dial-in, your winner from yesterday. Daddis said he was hoping that he didn't spend all the good luck yesterday. He is red by 9 thou, and Cole Castile for the win, 33. And well above. Castile and the team did a 35-minute, I don't know if they broke the ring and pinion or in some way, shape, or form, rear end change. And they told me they had 12 people out there just trying to rip things apart, and it's paid off. Steven Johansson and Jeff Verdi. Verdi, right side. He has won one of these things. In fact, the first one. Back so many years ago, 629, the dial-in out of Glen Allen, Virginia. Got to get past the Mopar. Reaction times are good. Stevens is good. Verdi's is better. Verdi, 004, 1 above 8. Take 007. It's good enough for 22 total. Johansson, 13, 1 above 6. No good. Mark Kidd, Chad Duke. Win light, Mark Kidd. Duke, red by 2 thou. And Mark Kidd, 10. 1 above 0. 20 total. Yeah, kind of weird, 10-8. Kind of weird. I don't know what I said, George, but sure, I'm going to say agree. I agree that you agree with me, my friend. Half the time I don't know what I'm saying. I don't even know why they give me a microphone here. It's a very dangerous combination. As Ernie Macias and Zach Fulcher back him up from the burnout. Macias left side in the 92 Beretta. Fulcher for Mr. Cool. We want to say thank you to our friends at Mr. Cool and DIY Direct. Of course, remember, we've got the second shot shootout. I thought that was a really cool deal. Real cool deal. Yeah, we get to do it again today. Facts. Bet. 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 No cap. Is that what the kids are saying now? No cap, bet? I don't know. I got to be honest. I can't keep up. Although everybody says, every new generation has that weird thing we say. And, back in my generation, we would always say, what's up? And so I'm going to be honest. I don't blame them, I guess, for having their thing, right? Fulcher, Macias, true start will change the result of this one. Fulcher is first to red. However, he is the lesser of the two reds. 003. Macias, 12 red. His entry is out. Fulcher, 1 above 1, and we'll move on. RTC, that's a good question. You think they're watching this from the Artemis? Is that what it's called, the Artemis? Artemis 2? If they're not, they should get whatever internet they got going on. And we watched their launch, so they should be watching these launches. Yeah. Joe Schmall left side. Andrew D. Piazza with the Artemis 2 watching. This one is all Joe Schmall. Win light top end Schmall. 009 dead 5. Take all the stripe. 45 to be exact. D. Piazza 51. Boy, he just missed it. And dead 8. D. Piazza, I think, was one of those drivers that a lot of people thought could make a really deep run, but certainly that entry out. KJ Mulligan and Talon Farmer. Farmer right side. 6:53 the dial-in. The Farmer boys been busy with not only entries but wheel stands as well too. Ty Farmer put that baby on the, not the bumper, the tailgate. You can go check that out on social media. Oh, you have to add maxing. Really? Is that how it is, Danny? Okay. Are we sure that is what it means? You always want to make, as an announcer, one of the golden rules is you want to make sure you know what you're talking about before you
start throwing it out there. But if he's telling the truth, I'm going to go snack maxing. I'm going to snack max.
Oh, boy. KJ Mulligan, 007 and 1 above 5. We're maxing. Okay.
Good job maxing.
Sure. What happens if your name is Max? I mean, that's like the Nebula.
Maxed out.
You're maxed out. Maxed out. Aaron Milton left side. Ken Sueyo. 72 for 3. Oh no, Ken Sueyo, red by 5 thou, and Milton goes another round. 23 dead 3. Aaron Milton out of Wisconsin, Moving on. Wisconsin. Oh boy.
Yes, RTC, max headroom.
Josh Pickett and Michael Pennington. Calcutta alert. 2 drivers that I think a lot of folks were looking at, and certainly in many of them picked. Pickett, 621 the dial-in left side out of Indianapolis. Michael Pennington right side out of Lavernia, Texas. 511 the dial-in. I know the Penningtons, they might have arm wrestled for the right to race some of these roadsters because, man, they are nasty. time advantage is worth 4 thou. Win light. Josh Pickett, 16. Take 28 10,000ths of a second at the top end of the racetrack to be 1 above 7. Pennington let go 20. 1 above 5. 35 total is beaten by 33 total. And Pickett punches a ticket to round number 3. Phil Bryant. And hold on. Let me check the text from Carrie. Dustin words. I feel like that's the every person in the tower has been notified. I think we're good now. It keeps coming up sometimes different here or there, though. Hey, congratulations, Seth Lancaster. You did win the ATI Flex Plate for the hard luck during your pro re-entry round, as Words is 008 and will win the round. He's 12 total. Phil Bryant, 16 on the let go, dead 2, and mathematically locked out on the starting line. That's a bummer. So again, congratulations, Seth Lancaster, as well as Henry Robertson. Henry Robertson, you won that ATI Super Dampener. Oh, Bill, Chris, Brown family, Rebecca, they're all watching out in the shop. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hope you're working on race cars and hope you guys are all doing well. I'll be home, when do I fly home? Sunday, something like that. Do we have a giveaway? Hey, Chris Galitti for the win, 16 and dead 2.
Not a giveaway.
What are you doing? Oh, we had a tie. Oh, is this our?
Don't pull it off my hand.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've got a winner in there.
I don't know what he's doing over here.
Actually, you can help. So this is for.
Okay, you should use the microphone.
Wow. No, I'm just going to tell you, and you can relay it.
Oh, okay. All right. You
So-
tell me, and then I'll repeat it.
Just like that ATI Flex that we had, right?
Yeah, I love them.
So there were 3 dead on zeros in Super Pro Dragster.
Ooh.
Round 1,
Yes.
right? We only had 1 in Super Pro Door Car, 1 in Pro. So they got them. There were 3 in Super Pro Dragster. And there were 3 names in this cup.
Yes.
I have shuffled them.
Yes.
I've got my hand around 1.
Yes.
Go ahead and pull that cup down.
Okay. By the way, hold on. Gary Roost for the win. 699 to 698. All right, winner is David Wright. David Wright. Congratulations, David Wright. Nicely done.
The other 2 were Tyler Bohannon and Michael Johnson, but David Wright, congratulations, man.
Corey Costin and Preston Pennington. Good pair here. Corey Costin. Did you ever get a chance to go see this car, by the way? I know you wanted to go look at Corey's machine.
I did.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Immaculate?
It's beautiful.
It's sexy.
beautiful. And even Corey said, look, there's still a few things we want to do to it, but, you know, we knew that it was going to be Dad's car.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, Dad passed away. They finished it. They finished it a month ago. This is its first race.
Wow. Oh.
This is its first race. So definitely a whole lot of meaning going on here. And they've got, like, the electronics. It's
Corey Costin and Preston Pennington. Calcutta alert. Preston Pennington for the win. 007 and under by 6 thou, as Costin is red by 11. And Preston Pennington, that is not the driver to be letting get hot, because he transforms and he metamorphoses from Preston Pennington to the Peep Show, and then just get out of the way. Just get out of the way. Pennington on around number 3. Sean Schaefer, Doug Carter. I don't know what y'all are talking about in the chat, but let's focus it back to race cars. How about it? Sean Schaefer, Doug Carter. Oh, by the way, I've been wanting to throw this out to the chat. So I'll get this poll question out to you, chat. Hang tight. I've been wanting your opinion on this. Doug Carter for the win, 10, dead 7. That's 17 total. Sean Schaefer is 19 on the let go and locked out. The sheriff locked out of his own town. Oh, man. Dead 4. No good. All right, chat, I want to hear from you. Obviously, one of the very popular things to do in drag racing is to run a muscle car. So I want to hear from you, chat. What do you consider the greatest muscle car in our history? One little side question in the chat that you can throw out. Think about it for a second. What do you consider the greatest muscle car in all of muscle cars? And it could be for any reason. I don't know why. Just your personal preference. Andrew Olson, Paul Orton. Olson for the win. 009 take 004 to be dead 1. 10 total. Lorton, 14 on the let go and locked out. What is the greatest muscle car? I'm going to say you could choose new muscle or old muscle. Now, I would assume most people are going to say old muscle. Because while the new muscle stuff's cool, I think in every way, shape, and form, whether it's a Mustang, whether it's a Challenger, whether it's a Charger, a Chevy, a Camaro, I think most people are going to take old. It's Chuck Sanders and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow was a popular pick for the Calcuttas. Chuck Sanders was the guy who was perfect yesterday. Win light Lithgow, 12, dead 9. That's another guy who is really getting hot. Lithgow to the next round. Chuck Sanders' day, in that entry at least, is done. Oh boy, chat bleachers going off. Here we go. So again, the poll question that I want to throw out to you guys, what is the greatest muscle car in your opinion? It could be for any reason. It is all personal preference. It's the beauty of cars. The greatest muscle car. We got two beauties in the water box. On the starting line, we got Noah Lewis and Jaden Lawler. Lawler, 607, the dial-in right side. Noah Lewis, 613, the dial-in left side. Hey, tension in the pits. Round 2, dragsters odd and doubles. First entry. Dragsters odd and doubles first entry. This is your call to the lanes for round number 2. Dragsters odd and doubles first entry to the lanes for round number 2. Lewis, Lawler. Wheels up on the Lewis machine. He finds himself 5 thou behind on the hit. Win light Lawler. Double breakout. Lawler 008. Under by 5 thou. Lewis 13 and under by 14 thou. Dragsters odd and doubles first entry to the lanes, please. Don't worry. We'll talk a lot of door cars. That's why I'm trying to get you guys to throw the door cars in the chat, because we'll talk about them. Could it be one of these? Could it be Dalton Allendorf's 69 Camaro? Could it be Dustin Schroeder's 56 Chevy Winlight Allendorf 005? And out of the throttle for the round win. So again, we'll load up the chat with a bunch of great door cars, and we'll talk about it here in just a little bit. Hey, congratulations, Ted Seipel. Ted Seipel, you have won an Ultronics Perform Air Eclipse weather station for your hard luck during the door car re-entry round. Congratulations, Ted. As Chat Bleachers is going off with some great responses. Don't worry, we'll get to them. We'll get to them all. I'm just basically letting them load up because you can't read them while they go. It's just they go too fast. We're 3,200 strong. Starting to make our way back up. It's Jacob Beakley and Stephanie coming, make their way down the racetrack. 2 Colorado cars win light. Stephanie, 23 and under by 10 thou. Hey, congratulations, Kaylee Beakley. Kaylee Beakley, You have won an ATI Power Glide Super Case with a Chevy bell housing for your hard luck during the Dragster re-entry round. So congratulations, Kaylee won some ATI performance products. That's pretty cool. Cassie Davis and Joe Julesrud. So again, chat bleachers, we're throwing out the question. What is the number, because everybody's got that one in the brain, right? The number one muscle car. Above all else, unquestionable, never lost, no doubts, number one muscle car that you could ever think of. And it could be for whatever the reason. Cassie Davis, Joe Julesrud, win light top end. How about Joe? 19 to above is Cassie. Let's go 007. And that's just too much stripe. Cassie had a great run. Boy, I tell you, Cassie's had been driving the wheels off that car. Newly engaged to Corey Galitti. Congratulations to you two. She's under by 9 thou. Took 45, had to take 36 or less. So again, Dragster's odd. Dragster's odd and doubles first entry to lanes, please. We'll take you there now. Once we get done with the door cars, we'll talk about our muscle car conversation. That'll be a fun one. Two cool ones on the starting line. How about a Monza and a Vega? That Vega, the wagon. Rocky Van Note, left side. 572 the dialing. Carl Geib. 628 right side. 9 to a 21 in favor of the wagon. However, win lane, Carl Geib. 21, take 1 thou. To be one above one. Carl punches a ticket to round number 3. Look at that wall shot. That is so cool. Really nice job by our video team. Saw Les in the hallway. He's doing well. That's cool. And a major shout out to Warren, Tristan, Joey, and the team. They're doing a great job. Seth Street, Brandon Hoover. So again, chat, get your responses in. We've got a ton of them. Holy cow. We're going to spend 30 minutes trying to read all these off, but we will do it. We will do it. Seth Street dialed 60. Hoover dialed 533. There goes Race Truck. Seth Street trying to put that baby into the next round. Got it. 17 under by 1 thou. Hoover. 23 under by 4 thou. Last time I checked, 1 is less than 4. Tension in the pits. Dragsters even. Dragsters even to the lanes, please. For round number 2. Dragsters even. Round number 2. Clayton Clark and Dan Bain. Bain right side, 552 the dial in, and Clayton Clark, 608. Fun fact, Clayton Clark, it's my understanding, handicap. This is a hand controls truck. Drivers are identical, 3 red. And the win light will go to Dan Bain. 52 with a 7. On the 52, Clayton Clark, 610 on the 608, no good. Brandon Taylor and Ryder Biscay. Biscay was the gentleman who hooked up, pulled Dick off with those tires. Thank you, Ryder. Ryder's got some good juju, and here we are into the second round, looking to go to the third round. Big wheel stand, BT. See if we can run down Ryder. 007, 1 above 2, 19 total is Ryder. Let's go 24 and is locked out on the starting line. Watch this shot. Watch this shot with BT there. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff. That's cool. That's cool. Donovan Williams. In the truck they call Old Red. Donovan has been, to say very difficult to beat. Kenny P's right side, 621 the dial in. Team Long Roof. We've got some great responses to the poll question we've thrown out. The ultimate muscle car. What is it? It's Donovan Williams, Kenny P's, 10-19 in favor of the long roof Winlight. However, Williams, Old Red just keeps on rolling. 19, one above 3, that's 32 total. Kenny, 10, take 49. That's too much stripe. As Donovan Williams will pick up the round win. Couple Mopars. Roger Sauter, this is the vehicle that pulled the wheels, dropped him down, pulled the wheels again, dropped him down, and almost did it a third time when we were back in our Brodex run for the 50K. Nick Angler, left side. I believe this is Nick's final entry. 627 the dial in. This is a back against the wall situation. Owen might have an option in, but I'm pretty sure we saw Nick's first entry out. He's got tough customer Roger Sauter, typical in the super gas world. Looking for the big payday, but Angler will keep it rolling. 33, under by 13 thou. Sauter, under by 19 thou. That's the lesser of the two breakouts. Winlight Angler, Jorge Alberto Khan, 607 the dial-in, and Dustin Lynch, 525 the dial. Let's see. RTC threw out a whole lot of options. The Roadrunners, 68 Hearst Oldsmobile, that's a good one. 69, a lot of Camaros. The 69 Camaro, a iconic machine. A lot of folks throwing out the 66, 67 Chevy 2. That's
yes.
good.
Yes. Those are my peeps.
Yes. Jorge and Jason, Winlight top end Jorge. 003 and 2 above. A lot of love for Ford Falcons. The Fairlanes, Thunderbolts.
Did you put a year on it? Like it has to be older than?
Well, it's a muscle car. So the definition of a muscle car, it can be sometimes gray. But I think most people would tell you the muscle car starts at 65 and probably ends at 74.
Okay.
Somewhere in that range.
Because I was just going to ask. There's one that's a little newer than that.
Okay.
That I think was kind of cool.
Now remember, there is new muscle, technically.
Yeah. But
which is some of the newer ones. But.
This one's not the new muscle.
Okay.
This one's kind of mid-muscle.
All right. Well, I want to hear about this one after Junior Staley and Kyle Coltrera. Coltrera, right side, driving the Sandlin family racing truck. 618 the dial-in. This one is all Kyle. Kyle's going to coast to a round win at 620 on the 618. 13 on the let go as Staley was just simply dead late. Broke it out. Didn't get to the stripe first. That's the triple whammy. And Kyle Coltrera will roll on. So Nate Hershey,
my question
ultimate muscle car.
I'm not saying does it qualify as the ultimate muscle car. I'm just saying would it qualify as a muscle car. What about the Buick Grand National? Would you it's not old school. It's not classic muscle.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if people what people would think. Does it
I don't know.
Does it qualify?
We'll throw it out to the
Does it
chat
qualify?
bleachers. Does it count? The Grand National.
Justin Kreider, right as I asked that.
I would personally say no, but that's not to say a Grand National.
Oh, they're really cool.
Oh, they're super cool. Henry Robertson for the win, 18 on the tree, 626. As Bob Cerruti read by 6 thou. Boy, Darrell Hemley took that burnout all the way to 330.
Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. I believe they said that we've already had somebody coming up looking for a lost phone. We just got a lost phone. So if you were up here looking for a lost phone, we just had one that comes in. A lot of yes votes.
A lot of yeses.
A lot of yes votes
There you
on
go.
the Grand National. Again, mine's not saying it's great or it's not. I'm just asking, does it qualify?
Yeah, it does qualify. I guess is the muscle car definition opened up to that's just a bad to the bone hot rod?
I don't know. That's why I was asking if, since you are the one that is controlling this conversation, what are your criteria
Yeah.
around the range that we're allowed to win?
Daryl Hemley, Steve Wilmuth. Win like top end, Steve, 008. Dead 2, that's 10 total. Hemley, let's go 25, had no chance. If a Grand National counts, my Subaru count. I don't know about that. The 70 Boss, the 302.
Oh.
Very iconic. Very iconic. A lot of Cobra Jets. 63 split window. Muscle car or not.
You got to lump it in there.
There's quite a few 63s that I like.
Yeah.
So I would say year-wise, it fits. But I don't know. As the door cars clear way for more dragsters. That's why we set up this door car. For the chat pictures.
You're the man.
We're just trying to keep them entertained, you know? Josh Ludke, McKenna Needham. McKenna, he's out of Las Vegas, 58th Island, and McKenna's going to the next round. He's 51 on the let go and gets away with one as Ludke. Red by 7. Ludke's reaction time. 7 red. His ET, dead 5. His opponent, 51. That's not great. That's a burn the time slip and we'll see you tomorrow type stuff. Needham on to round number 3. Phil Pennington and Josh Harper. Harper 5-0 for the dial-in right side. The American Dragster, and Phil Pennington out of Poth, Texas. The Penningtons are rolling. 468 the dial-in left side.
It is kind of going that way. I mean, as you've been talking about it, getting hot, the temperature's going up. Starting to see it click up a few degrees each and every time.
Ooh, Phillip missed it, leaves the door open, and Josh Harper walks through. 17, dead 8. 25 total, take 22 as Phillip let go 36. 1 above 1, no good. Race will finish tonight. I sure hope so, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
Let's
it
just
doesn't finish tonight, then
something has gone awry.
Something has gone awry. And then we have tomorrow, of course, FTI performance.
Yes.
30K.
Get all back into it with another 30K. And that's kind of the cool thing about this format, if you're not familiar with it. It is a brand new race each and every day. We ran for $30,000. Wednesday ran for $30,000. Yesterday, we'll run for another $30,000. Tomorrow, today is a progressive versus J.P. Schuster and Richard Taylor. Separated by 0.06 of a second. Taylor, the dragster out of Baxley, Georgia, cannot turn on the win line. He was 11 green. Gets there second to be under by 0.03 of a second. Schuster is 005. Takes 6 thou at the stripe to be under by 3 thou.
10-8 has a excellent observation. We've talked about this throughout the so far through the week. This tends to be a very difficult round. I wouldn't say the most difficult, but definitely a difficult round because of the shadows. The sun beginning to make its descent, and now you've got the Christmas tree in the shadow, the dragsters in the sun, and by the time they hit the top end, particularly if you're in the right lane, when you are looking over, you get blasted with sunlight. That is not easy to navigate. It's kind of one of those unique things here about Vegas Dylan Mooney and Giovanni Colecci. Win like top end. It's going to be Giovanni. 006, take 003. Beat 1 above 5 for the win. Beam me up, Scotty.
Not quite, not quite. I'm just looking at a picture that we're.
How
or
much
the,
sleep
the
did you
view
get
that we're
last
seeing,
night?
like an hour and a
An
half.
hour and a half?
An hour and a half. But Rapture.
Oh, okay. Understood. Jeff Dobbins, the second. Race Kid. Win like top end. Race Kid. How about 005 did 0? Wow. Race Kid, 5 total. Jeff Dobbins, let's go 12 and wasting gas. Sad day. Race Kid, that's pretty nasty. 5
That is
total.
vicious.
Jay Clayton and Jagger Anderson.
Jagger Anderson red by 27 thousandths, ends up dead on 8. Those are always a painful lap to digest, as Jake Clayton was 27 green, goes 457 as Don Buckowitz and Kyler Hergemuller roll up here. And Ronnie, we're going to bring in a bit of a special guest. No.
GOAT.
No. No, but our very own Mr. Warren Peace, Warren G. He is the man who has been down behind the cameras through this whole thing. Now, if you don't know Warren, as Kyler and Don Buckowitz get him staged up, Warren spends a ton of time traveling around the country, broadcasting divisional NHRA races. He does all kinds of stuff everywhere, has got all of the multiple cameras set up, got his crew organized, has had some tough things to deal with here this week. But he is a guy that never. Ooh. Don Buckowitz is in control. Hergemuller let go late, and Don, 24, 1 above, take a thou at the stripe to get the win. He's the kind of guy, and I've seen him throw challenge after challenge after challenge. I mean, what was it, this race or a divisional a year, 2 years ago, where you came out after being in the hotel at night to find that all of your equipment was gone? Last year. Yeah, I mean, he has dealt with some garbage, but is one of the biggest race fans on the planet and a pretty darn good announcer. And we want to let Warren talk to the folks and let the folks in the chat room kind of reply to Warren and show him a little bit of love on their own. Warren, take it away, man.
How about Mike Crater getting the win right there? Dead on 438, 154. He was a little behind up front. His competition, 3 over 457. On the 454, 145, the better lap, Mike Crater, 5 thou. At the top end. Fighting a little the allergy deal out here in Las Vegas. Been kind of traveling all over the country, and every place a little bit different. And up here in the high desert, it's catching up with me a little bit, but I'll try my best. Marco Abruzzi, Leslie Dugas out of Midlothian, Texas. Former NHRA World Champion in top dragster. He's 007 on the tree to Leslie's 013, but she gets the win, drops it dead 4. He is 1 over with a 3. So the numbers add up to a 3-thou margin of victory for Leslie on the right. Leslie moves on to the next round. Two more coming up here in Rad Torque Systems round number 2. Robbie Butler over on the left, the Race Tech machine out of Citrus Heights, California, got a 469 on it. He'll get a 500 head start over Chris Whitfield. And in the interest of full disclosure, Mr. Whitfield is my personal pick in the Calcutta. Probably shouldn't have said that. Good job. Nice lap. My guy's out. How about dead on 0 takes out a dead on 1. This is saucy. Butler, 006 on the tree, dead 0. 6 total. Whitfield was 12 up front, locked out. He went dead 1 at the top end, 13. The total for him. Wow. Stellar drag race right there. Robbie Butler. On to the next round. So this may or may not be Marco Abruzzi over here on the left. He's very quick if it is. Mitch Lippin alongside. 9 to a 21 this time around left side. The driver that might be Marco goes 438.1 for the win at 150. These margins getting tighter. 25 10,000ths at the top. As Mitch Lippin, 21 on the tree. Would have been locked out. That was 20 for Abruzzi. 21 up front for Lippin. Just wasting the gas. Went 449.1 and was locked out. Here's T-Rock. Left side. This is Troy Williams Jr. out of Bradenton. Troy behind on the let go, but gets the win on the double breakout. 448.1, breaks it out by 9 thou. Cortland Carter breaks it out by 18 thou. Margin of victory, 3 thou. At the top end, 448.1 at 150 for Troy Williams Jr. to pick up the round win and move on to the next round. Cortland Carter, 460 on the 62, and out of here. Someone asked if Cool Hand Luke won the million yet. He's won it twice in his career. He is not here this weekend, if that's your question. Colt Somm, Jacob Collins. Colt Somm. Pretty good in the big car. Jacob Collins alongside. A little scoop rock down there, but it didn't help Collins. Colt Somm for the win. How about 005, dead 3, 8 total. For Colt Somm, 461.3 at 146. Jacob Collins, 53 and nowhere to go but back to the trailer. 453.2 breaks it out. 152, still got their second. Had no chance to win that one. Corey Galletti, newly engaged Corey Galletti, Tomball, Texas. And Colby Fuller. Wow, we're getting heavy hitters left and right. Corey has probably picked up $1 checks. Colby Fuller, a world champion, competition with Fuller with the red line start. How about Corey Galletti, 2 total? 002, let go. Dead 0 at the top end, 436.0 on the 436. That's a 2000s package for young Mr. Galletti. Colby Fuller, 006 red, and he'll have to start over again tomorrow. 483 at 139 for Fuller. Tommy Drake Jr., Sean Hart, a pair of Idaho runners, left and right. Emmett, Idaho, left side, the Mullis car. Sean Hart out of Boise, the undercover car, 485, 466. Up on the boards, Drake gets the lead first. Hart will be on the chase. Some very, very stiff competition as we get into round number 2, chasing that big check at the end of the night. If I heard correctly, $350,000 check. These two are 8th thou apart on the front end. One over with a 2. That's 22. Sean Hart had a little window, can't get inside it. He was 18 on the tree, had to do dead 4 or better to tie. We need dragsters even to the lanes for round 2. Dragsters odd and even, right? I guess that's all dragsters, right? Odds, evens, and it's kind of like genders, right? Whatever. Never mind. Yeah. I mean, you put 3 categories in there, you know, male, female, and whatever that was. So, all dragsters to the lanes. Well, what do you expect me to say? Show me that, I gotta interpret it? Whatever. Caden Muth, Alexis Thompson. Bernie, Texas for Caden. Alexis from down the road. Alexis better at the top end. Dead 2 for the win. 452.2 at 148. Alexis, your winner. Caden was trying to get it done. Broke it out by 2 thou. 474.8 on the 475. That's 2 thou too quick. And Alexis Thompson on to the next round with a 2 over, 452 at 148 miles an hour. Mr. Magnus back home in Illinois. I see him there in the chat bleachers for Autoland Outlets. Good to have BJ and Randy and everybody involved on board as part of our partner companies. Great hits, Matt Lee. How about 466, 1 on the 465 to get it done. 13, 1 over 1, 144. Takes that win by 5 thou. Greg Hicks, 19 on the tree, behind by 6. Goes 1 over 0 at 143. So, could have closed it out, but for Matt Lee, for Mr. Cool DIY Direct, he'll take his machine into the 3rd round. Cody Graham, Tyler Hartzell. Tyler has already picked a win. He did that last night in that Mr. Cool DIY Direct 2nd shot shootout. Cool little event. We're going to have that once again tonight. Cody Graham, Forest City, Arkansas. The Miller car dialed at 444. He'll give up right at a bulb head start to Tyler Hartzell. Modesto, the home, 491 on the scoreboard. Red light drops for Tyler Hartzell. 003 RED. And he'll get to park it. Cody Graham, your winner. Graham, 468 at 114. He was way off the number down there at the top end. I guess he saw the red light, stepped out of it. 68 on a 44, 114 miles an hour off the pace. Jake Jones, Brian Johnson. Utah, the home for Jones. A lot of drag racers coming out of South Jordan, Utah. The Theobalds, the Missours, a whole bunch of folks from up there. He'd like to go 474, left side. For Brian Johnson, right side, the number of 490 gets just a little bit of a bump here at the starting line. Run to the 8-5. 0-0. Nice lap. How about 474.5? That's dead 5.004 on the front end, 9 total. Brian Johnson, 007 on the front end, then goes 491.5 on the 490. Again, the math could have worked. He had to go dead 2 or better to tie or win. Not to be for Brian Johnson, that means Jake Jones rolls on to the next round. Alfonso Vite, Pachuca, Hidalgo, Mexico. I'm sure I butchered that. And here's Gage the intern. Gage Gilbert, right side from Las Vegas. A regular fixture right here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. He and his dad, Gary. Ride share here. $4.99 up there on the right side scoreboard. He'll lead first. Alfonso will be on the chase with that 472. Gage Gilbert goes to round 3. Gage going to get paid a little bit. How about that? Alfonso 012 on the red side. Then goes 473 at 146. Alfonso is out with that entry. And Gage Gilbert on to the next round. 499.4. Had it dialed right. Dead on 4 at 138. Needs to tighten up that reaction time. Keep marching on. But a win is a win. Bobby Moat, Valdosta, left side. Ava Self out of Durant, Oklahoma. I believe that is Lump's daughter, I think. Both of them off on the green. Moat, better light. Moat, win light. Dead on 2. Down there, 504.2 on the 504, 13 on the tree. That's 15. If you couple it up, Ava, 028. Couldn't win that race. Math was never going to math on that. 445 on the 444 at 152 for Ava. She is done here in the second round. Jeff Taylor, Jacob Stallworthy. Taylor out of Pennsylvania. That's the yellow dragster on the left. Right side, the all-black machine. Jacob Stallworthy out of Boise. .455, 453. Looks identical on this end. Jeff Taylor, 009. 4 for Taylor. Jacob Stallworthy was late. 065 on the tree. Dead 3, 151. That end was better. This end was not. 26th thou, margin of victory for Jeff Taylor. Logan Ward. Logan's Casey Lane dragster over on the left side with a 457 on the LED board, taking on Sugar Shane Carr. Looks like a little bit of a leak of some sort there. Sugar Shane in the Thompson dragster over here on the right-hand side out of Brayton. The blower car with a 439 prediction. Sugar Shane will be on the chase with that loud car. Moore will be off first. bit of a surprise. He's usually pretty tight on the tree. How about a 463 for Shane as he eases off the loud pedal before he gets to the finish line? 463 at 117, but he's a winner. His light was green, Logan's was red. Logan is out of here. Mark Barnhart, Chad Broom will match up now. Barnhart, the New Mexico runner. Ezel chassis, Johnny Bracket Racer welding up the pipe over there on the left side. Right side, Chad Broom in the Miller car. Out of Fort Worth. 460 left, 441 right. 2/10 head start for Mark Barnhart. .006 left, second. Chad Broom, 001. Double breakout win to Chad Broom, 439.3 on the 441. He breaks out by 17 thou. Mark Barnhout breaks out by 19 thousandths, 458.1 on the 460. So the double breakout went to the right side. Chad Axford, Mike McClure. McClure out of Topeka. He'd like to go 461. He will leave first. Right side. Chad Axford left side. The 433 dial for the runner out of Portland, Tennessee. And if I can make it out from this far away, I'm an old man. I can't see very well, but I believe that's a blower car over there on the left. Axford will mash the gas and be on the chase. McClure's out of here. Flipped it red by 009. Axford, 002 green. And a winner. Axford, 432.5 on the 433. He's 5 thou under, but a winner. And McClure on the wrong side of it via the red light. Cooper Chun, Gordon Boven. How about this matchup? If you are a regular NHRA follower, you might see this pairing at a national or divisional event. In fact, Mr. Cooper Chun, a few weeks ago, picked up the national event Wally in NHRA Top Dragster competition. Again, if you are doubled, you better make sure that your correct car number matches the driver's car. We had two pair that went down that showed it was the same driver. How about Cooper Chun for the win? Young Mr. Chun, 007 on the tree, 1 over 0 for the win. 487.0 on the 486 at 138. Gordon Boven was behind on the tree. Tried to gather him up, broke out by 7 thou, and still got there second. 460 with a 3 on the 461 at a $147. Hannah Vandermeer and Kevin Johnson coming up now. Hannah out of Nampa, Idaho. Kevin Johnson alongside on the chase. Double breakout win goes to Kevin Johnson. 443.8, breaking out by 2 thou. That's Kevin Johnson. 443.8 on the 444, a 2 thou breakout. Hannah breaks out by 5 thou. 455.5 on the 456. Speed of 145 miles an hour. Double breakout goes to Kevin. Bodie Bennett missed the answer. I saw Bodie out there in the hallway. I think he had to run his dad in the first round. Dad beat him. He had to pay his own buyback to get back in. Bodie, 460. will be off first. He tickles his way in. Off on the green. Misty Unser alongside of Chase. Misty Unser. She stays on the right side of the number. She was 18 on the let go. Bodie was 004. But Bodie getting there first by 3 hun, breaks out by 9 thou. 459.1 on the 460, a 9 thou breakout. 146 for the speed. Misty Unser goes over 447.3 on the 446, but it's part of the game, you know. Got to stay on the right side of your prediction. And she did, and she moves on. Hey, racers, race fans, if you're out there in the grandstands, pit area, whatever, the Fling apparel is going fast. If you have not picked up your apparel down here at the base of the tower, the Fling apparel store is open for business, but stuff is going fast. They got new sweatshirts this year that are real. They also have apparel from previous races, which is available there, and also on the online store, store.bracketraces.com. Blake Johnson, your winner. 463.1, dead on 1 at 145. Brian Bennett left 9 thou better, but broke out by 4 thou at the top end. 460 with a 6 on the 461. The 6 thou under breakout for Bennett moves Blake Johnson on to the next round. Jeff Sarah, I've heard of that guy. Adamstown, Pennsylvania. The dragster dialed into a 475. That's the left side. Mike Coulter, Boise, Idaho. I've heard of that guy too. He's trying to go 442. Sarah gets the first opportunity to lead the starting line. And Sarah gets the job done. 009 on the tree. 476.5 on the 475. 9 and 15 is 24. Mike Coltrane was 23 on the tree. Would have had to go 442.0 to win, but he did not. He went 442.5 on the short end of it by 4 thou at the top end. Coltrane is out. Sarah moves on. Tyler Bohannon. Tebow over on the left. Out of Louisville. The Jaden Lawler dragster over there left side, and Trayton Band right side. Lewiston, Idaho. 493 right side, 472 left. For all you folks that are logged into the chat, happy to have you on board. For everybody that's watching along on the stream, 3,100 plus. Thank you for tuning in. Happy you're part of it. Again, green lights a pair, 00 lights a pair. Win light to Tyler Bohannon. Trayton Band got down there, made a decision, took a little too much. Went 492.7 on the 493, breaking it out by 7 thou. He was in front, 002 to 007. Tyler Bohannon got behind and got the win. 473 on the 472 at 138. So Tebow on to round number 3. Gary Williams, Mitch Marcy. G-Dub out of Bradenton. I think he's in the car they call Fancy. Can't tell from this angle. Yep. The Overkill Motorsports Fancy Double 0-1 red. The dragster is knocked out here via the red light start. Mitch Marcy, 009, 477 at 139. Marcy advances to the third round. Johnny Ezel, Shane Molinari. How about this pair? Johnny Bracket Racer on the left. Alongside the S&T Trucking Machine out of Battleground, Washington. 461 which is fast, but still gets a one bulb head start. Shane Molinari will be on the chase at 418 with his really loud blower car over here on the right. Well, Drag Racer does what he does best. Leads on time, gets the win. 463 at 141. That was almost 300 over, but Shane Molinari was 66 on the tree, and that's way late. Went dead zero at 171, all for naught. Molinari done. Ezel will come back. Will Holloman. Caden Harrell. Holloman out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. He's trying to go 433. His competition, 488 the dial for Caden Harrell out of Madisonville, Tennessee. Round 2, door car doubles to the lanes. Round 2, door car doubles. We will take you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Better make sure the driver and the number match. How about Will Holloman? 008, dead 9, 17 total for Will Holloman. Caden Harrell, let's go 019. Couldn't do anything with it. We'll take the loss. 488.7 at 137. That was dead 7. But for Will Holloman, dead 9. 433.9 at 156 plus a 008 light will get the job done. Holloman. On to the next round. One of these two will as well. Landon Wright, Justin Hoff. Hoff out of Meridian, Idaho. I believe Hoff races with the Vandermeer family. 467 right side. 441 left for Landon Wright. See what we've got now. Red light drops for Landon Wright. 001. Red light for Landon Wright. Justin Hoff legs it out to a 464 on the 467. Was 11 on the tree. But again, green light turns into a win light as Landon Wright flips it red. Logan Scrivener out of Sherwood, Oregon. The fighter jet livery there on the side of the car. Alongside Mason Watts. Watts right side in that stealthy black machine. And the old school Air Force paint job over on the left side for Scrivener. 483 and 498. Scrivener is Mason Watts. 038 red. Way too early there for Watts. Out. Drags it to a 496 on the 498. Both ends of that no good. Scrivener 003 and a 484.1 on the 483. 140 miles an hour. And Scrivener gets a win light and gets to come back. Door car doubles. Door car doubles. We need you to the lanes, please. Door car doubles. We will take you to the lanes. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. And again, a reminder, racers who double, you need to be sure you display the correct car number that matches the driver in the car. Red line, Flores. He was behind 16 to an 8. but better with the shoe polish. 478.2 on the 478. 16 plus 2 is 18. Paul Nero was 18 over. 447.8 on the 446. 008 on the tree. Margin of victory, 008. Flores, the Texan, on to round 3. Mark Kidd, David Wright coming up next. David Wright with the SpaceX logo on the side. Former aerospace engineer out of Mims, Florida. Mark Kidd, Twin Falls, Idaho, left side, 456 and 447 are the numbers. Left side gets the head start on the 56. Double breakout win this time around goes to Mark Kidd. He is 455 on the 456. That's 1 under. David Wright is 445 on the 447. That's 2 under. Mark Kidd gets the win. John Taylor, Ivy Hutto. So John Taylor, out of PA, the Miller car, 448. And away they go. Ivy Hutto, right side. On to round number 3, 445 on the 444. Ivy was safe, takes the win. John Taylor breaks it out by 7 thou, trying to make up the starting line where he was 6 thou behind. Breaking it out. Ivy on to the next one. Sean Schaefer, Boise, Idaho. I think they call him the sheriff, don't they? The sheriff. And Greg Brotherton, Mena, Arkansas. Mena, Arkansas, the home of Brodix. Brodix are friends that almost gave away $50,000. 1/1000th of a second away from having to, well, actually Pete had to come up with the 50K. Brodix did cough up a set of heads, though, and to the one who had the 1 total. But they've been a great partner with races. 14 on the tree, win light with the green light, 435 on the 438. And Sean Schaefer, 007, James Bond Red, 556 and 83, out of the throttle and taking the parade lap up the hill. Next up, Tanner Theobald, Justin Jones. Theobald out of Washington, Utah, in the Miller car, with a 485 on the dial-in board. About a half a bulb head start. On the chase for that 455. It says it's going to be Theobald. He's run his place. Closed another one out. 003 on the tree. 486.0 on the 485. That's 13 total. Justin Jones was 029 on the let go. Couldn't get there. Broke out trying. 449.6 on the 450. It's Kyle Gibson coming up next alongside Alonso Sanchez. Sanchez, part of Team Mexico. Over on the right-hand side, Kyle Gibson, New York, New York. 403, 461. And I have been listening to the announcers. If their dialing is correct, Gibson will run a 404. But we'll see. He is in. Lights the bottom half. Alonso as well. Left when light says. How about 4039? Dead on 9 at 174. 003 on the tree. That's 12. Sanchez had a chance. 10 on the tree. Dead on 4 at the top end. 12 to a 14. Goes the way of Kyle Gibson by 2 thousandths of a second. The loud car chases him down. Moves on. Into the third round. It's Braden Taylor and Scott Heyer. They'll roll up now. Taylor, Woodland, Alabama, the home. That's the left side. That's a 463. Scott Heyer from Morrison, Colorado. Don Davis built race car over here on the right-hand side. And a 478 up there on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Green lights a pair. 7th hour apart. Double breakout. By 1 foul. 462.9 on the 463. Scott Heyer broke it out by 4 thou. 477.6 on the 478. Double breakout win goes to Braden Taylor. He really was better on both ends of it. Had the better light and closer to his number. Nacho Rivera. Guatemala, Sonora, Mexico. Chris Whitfield, Highlands Range, Colorado. Okay, Chris. Don't disappoint me. I've got you in the Calcutta. 463 right side, 464 left. Nacho's car gets in there. Whitfield behind by 3. But goes dead 0 for the win. 422 dead 0. 463 0 at 141. Nacho Rivera was 19 on the tree, better by 3, then broke it out by 6 thou. 463 4 on the 464, a 6 thou breakout for Nacho. Got there first by 9, broke out by 6. Tyler Merritt, Sandy, Utah. Casey Lane crafted chassis. And Cortland Carter, the Mullis car out of Hobbs, New Mexico. 460 right side, 475 left side. There's a couple pairs of dragsters, and then we got door cars sitting next to me under the arch, as they have been invited to return the doubles. Back here for round number 2. Head start left side for Tyler. Carter. Below 2 red. And a 460 with a 3. Red and dead on. Don't you hate that? Tyler Merritt, 008 on the tree, 474 at 142. They both went full board to the finish line. But Cortland with the red light start. Tyler is your winner. All right, we'll take round 2, dragster doubles, your second entry. Dragster doubles, second entry. We'll take dragster doubles, second entry, back to the lanes. I'm being invaded by announcers. Really? No, there's plenty of room, Nate. You can sit on my lap anytime. I love you too. We have a special relationship. Hey, it's Catfish over there on the left side. Jason Lynch out of Ashland City, Tennessee. And Kyle Coltrera Man, what a pair to draw to. Coltrera. Coltrera should be in control of this. Yes. Jason went 447.9 over 447. That was closer. Couldn't get it done. Coltrera, 457.1 on the 455. 21 over plus 6, 27. Jason Lynch was 21 on the front end. Had to be 7 or better, and he went 9. Coltrera for the win. Do I even want to know what you two are talking about behind me here? Nothing. Oh, it wasn't about me? Why am I paranoid? Why do I feel like when I got my back to you, you're talking about me? I don't know either. Well, I know. I figured that was the case, man. Nazir, the Roadster, Small, the Beretta. Ooh, how about that? Small is out of here in round number 2, the door car. Behind on the front end. Further off at the top end, that's 0 for 2. For Andy Small, former champion of this event. Knocks that entry out. Dave Mazier, the Roadster for the win, dead 7, 5 flat with a 7 at 136. Joel Young and Mike Carter. I think that's Mike Crater. I believe that's Crater. All right. Yes. It even says it on the side of the truck. Crater Performance Engines out of Texas. How about a 528 right side? Gives up almost a full second head start to that second generation Camaro. Joel Young, Clifton, Michigan. Takes him out of the lead, 6th now, too early. Red light start for Joel Young. Mike Crater, 530 at 128 for the win. Joel Young, 618 at 108. And 006 Red knocks himself out here in second round. Joe Kidd, Chad Sandlin. Sandlin, right side, Burleson, Texas. Well, maybe. That does not. So left side for Joe Kidd. Want to triple check his dial-in down there. Ah, that's what's going on. Driver can elect to turn on or turn off the crosstalk feature on the tree, and he wanted no crosstalk, so we have reset that to make sure it's good for Joe. 636 left side, 655 right side. For what the computer says is Chad Sandlin. So right side gets the automatic win via the red light. As Joe Kidd flips it red by 003. Right side, Chad Sandlin dead 9 at 102. To move on to the next round. 10 on the tree, dead 9 at 102. Here's Bug McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. With one of the toughest draws in all of door cars. This is Mr. Jeff Verdi. The multi-time $1 million winner. Birdie's GTO leaps out of the starting line 3,000. It's too early. He is out of here in the GTO. Bug McCarty will take the S10 to the next round. 592.5 on the 593. 5 thou, too quick, but his light was green. And that's what it takes. Jeff Birdie, 004 red, 629, 108 miles an hour. Thank you, spam caller. You have been dismissed. Josh Pickett, J.P. Schuster. We'll slide up here now. And it looks like Schuster doing the ride share there with Matt Dattis in the Pontiac. And for Josh Pickett, the S10 out of Indianapolis. 623 and 607, the white truck will get the bump. Schuster out of Vienna, Ohio. Josh Pickett, 623.2, dead 2, 005. 7 thou. Schuster ain't got nothing for that. 16 on the tree, 608, 105. Not going to get it done. Ernie Macias, Ramona, California, the Beretta. How often would you see 2 yellow Beretta race cars at a drag strip? I think we have 2 of the 3 left in captivity here. Rich Okerman having the 3rd. Zach Fulcher, right side. The Cavalier out of Mayfield, Kentucky, 593 right side, 527 left side. A little over 1 bulb head start goes to Fulcher in the little blue Cavalier. And the Beretta is out of here. What do you see us? 004 early. On the launch, Zach Fulcher gets the win. 593.1. Dead on 1. The shoe polish was correct. 593.1 at 109. Fulcher's your winner. Macias, 004 red. And paces down through there. 7 flat at 63 miles an hour. This is door car doubles coming at you right now for round number 2. Dragster doubles. You have been called to the lanes. Dragster doubles have been called to the lanes for round number 2. Noah Lewis and Randy Weller. Weller and Phil Bryant sharing the Little Vega. Old buddy Phil from back in the day at Coles County Dragway. They were tight on the top, on the front end. Ooh, look at that drag race. 0004. 4 ten-thousandths of a second goes the way of Randy Weller. He was 14 up front. Lewis was 13. Lewis was 1 over with a 5. Weller was 1 over with a 4. Do all the math. 0004 to the Vega of Randy Weller. What a great drag race right there. And Weller gets to see round number 3. Hunter Whitehead, Joel Julesrud. Julesrud out of Stony Point, North Carolina. Long way to tow the Corvette Roadster. And Hunter Whitehead, Baileyton, Alabama. Not quite as far for that first generation Camaro. 616 and 485. It's a long time to sit there for Joe. But I think he's been the quicker car every time he's rolled up here, so he's got to be used to it, keeping the race in front of him. Whitehead. 6-16-0 on a 6-16. Dead 0. Green light start. Wind light all around for Hunter Whitehead. 6:16 at 108 for the speed. Joe Julesrud, red light start, 483 at 143. And the Corvette will go back in the box. Hank Mulligan out of Dixon, Illinois. That's the Beretta over on the left. Right side, Preston, a.k.a. Peeps Pennington. Lavernia, Texas. He is quite familiar with the winner circle here at the Million event. Having made his way in there. His face is on the trophy back here. 474, the number for the Pennington Roadster on the right-hand side. 527, Hank Mulligan. The Beretta. That is just a touch over one bulb head start. And 3. Here comes Pennington. Trying to close down on it. Dead 6 for the win. 474-6 on the 474. He was 9 on the tree, left second. Mulligan was 004 on the tree. But took a bigger chunk down there at the stripe as he broke out by 16 thousandths of a second. Took 27 thousandths of a second. Peeps, the Peep Show will continue. Here's Michael Pennington, Lavernia, Texas, and Dustin Wirtz. Roadsters a pair. The Pennington 34 Ford over on the left, 511. Gets a 100th of a second head start. 511 for Dustin Wirtz, virtually side by side when they leave the starting line. 63 Vet on the right, the open air Roadster for the Corvette. Well, identical on the front end. Wirtz for the win. 509.5 on the 510. That's your winner. Pennington 509.8 on the 511. He broke out by just a little bit more. In fact, 7 thou more when you do the math. And Wirtz goes on. Chad Duke on the right-hand side. Anybody else notice anything different about this Camaro since the last time you saw it? Yeah, I noticed it too. He put a back window in it. Dennis Lithgow, left side, the Corvette out of Mansfield, Texas. For Chad Duke, the North Carolina runner, 601. He'll leave first. The 480 on the Corvette for Lithgow. We trying to track him down. Yeah, Brent, that's the most obvious change on that Camaro since the last time we saw it. He put a window in the back. Oh, I guess he put new mirrors on it too.
I thought maybe I missed that the window was missing.
The window's been missing the past 2 years that I've seen that car.
All right.
But something about the mirrors, they stick out.
Yeah, well, they literally, I looked at it up close. I think they're off of like a Silverado.
They must be.
They're pretty good size. They look like factory type mirrors, and they sit on there. And yes, they're large.
They look like Mickey Mouse ears.
But yes, but they do give you a fine view of your competitor when they leave the line.
Well, apparently not, because he broke it out, took it out the back door, and broke out by 2. $599 on the 601. Might need to tilt that mirror just a little bit more to see the guy closing on him. Lithgow to the next round. Hank Premov. Is it Arvada? Arvada? Arvada. I was 0 for 3. Ryder Miskay.
That's all right. I called this Nevada, and I've been told that's Nevada.
Well, I think you're right and they're wrong.
Well, good. I'm glad you're in here, Warren.
But, you know, that's
I need
the
some
part of the country that we come from.
Yeah, I need somebody to stick up for me occasionally. I'm the odd man out here and saying I'm this Nevada.
Ryder Biscay, dead 5 for the win, 657.5 at 102. Kramov was right there, a little bit better on the front end, but breaking it or going over 564 on the 562. Paul Lorton and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza should be a New Yorker, but he's from Illinois, Long Grove, Illinois. That's the Camaro. And the Vega for Paul Lorton. Peoria, not Illinois, but Arizona.
Right? It's confusing. Why do they have the same cities in different states? It's very confusing to people like me. You.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, you're easily confused, but I got that. The city names like Springfield. Every state in the Union's got a Springfield, right? I think. I don't know. I might have made that up. 476, 4 on the 476. 009, 13 total for Andrew DiPiazza. That's a winner. Paul Lorton was 29, letting go of the button. Tardy pays for it, 613, 4 at 104. They're both 4,000 over their number, but Lorton behind at the tree by 0.02 of a second. Gary Williams. Gary Williams. I've heard of that guy.
You have heard of that guy, particularly this weekend, as he has gone many, many, many laps here.
I mean, what, 37 rounds or something like that he's won? Something crazy like that. Roger Sauter in the Flying Barracuda. Whoa, look at that.
Oh.
Gary was trip, zip. Roger was 004. Sauter runs the number, dead 5. 004, dead 5, that's 9. Gary Williams obviously had a window. Trip, zip, had the advantage, but goes 13 thou off the number, and Gary Williams, old red, will park it here in the million.
That's a tough one. Get behind by 4,000. You're perfect. Your competitor is 4.
Yeah.
I'm 4.
Yeah.
And I'm the second one to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, the level of competition here this weekend, I can't say at a bracket race I've ever seen it before with so many amazing passes.
Well, they are kind of the best of the best.
They are. That's a fact.
Scott Hess gets the bye run into the next round, 557. On the 554 dial in, just a little practice lap there. Tractors out there out of TVC, farming a little bit of traction. So, Brent Carver, your first Fling experience, what do you think?
Well, I can tell you this, Warren. As I called the first round this morning, and I saw the margins of victory, the 00 versus the 0-teen light, or both sides 00. And then I've walked the pits out here, and I see these dragsters, and I go, the quality of craftsmanship of the vehicles and the teams that are here this weekend between the dragsters and the door cars, they're just absolutely second to none. And you walk around, you go, wow. The paint jobs, the time that people spend on these rigs, whether it's the door cars, the dragsters, phenomenal. They're obviously practiced on letting go of a button. And there's a reason that I'm up here and not down there, because I got nothing for them. I mean, the level of racing that's here this weekend is just unbelievable.
It really is. And the fact that we can have this level of competition in really fast bracket cars. I mean, a 450 dragster, and they can, do 6 total or less. It's mind-blowing.
That's a fact.
And the other part of it, the fact that it's repeatable. They'll run that same number every single lap. You and I are both old enough to know that hasn't always been the case.
No, I was looking up earlier today a picture of my father's first drag car.
Yes.
It was an A altered. I'm going to say it probably never made 2 passes back-to-back that were anywhere close to the one it just did.
Right.
And what they do now, you've got the dragster out here with a big Pro Charger on it going 403. and doing it every round, or 430s or 440s, or the door cars that can repeat while they're on the bumper at 200 feet out. And they do it every time. And it's just the people that have taken the time to tune the thing, learn how it works, and make it work every time is shocking.
Isn't it, though? It really is. And to throw this in here, this being at this racetrack, the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, is the ultimate test of skill, because this place, from round to round, even from pass to pass, the environmental conditions here can change. You got to know how to read the conditions, read this track, understand that the starting line and mid-track and finish line are three different, completely different environments as you're going down the racetrack, and to know how to navigate that and still come out on top is very, very impressive.
The wind today, the conditions today are vastly different than they were yesterday.
Oh,
and
yeah.
by the first round, you got people that are, or even in the test shot this morning, you got people that are 1 thou from perfect passes. You
Right.
don't just learn that in one day. You know,
No.
these guys and gals have obviously put in thousands of laps, probably hit a practice tree thousands of times. It's the only way you can accomplish what these guys and gals here at Spring Fling. That's the only way you can do that. You
Yep.
can't just show up and the way I race. I don't use a weather station. The one time I tried to use a weather station, well, that cost me a round because I just go from my seat. You can't just fly by the seat of your pants here and have very much success. So they are students who are literally just studying everything about it to make that car, the driver, the pass, everything. Learning to drive a stripe when there's a 30 or 40 mile an hour difference or even bigger. It takes a special kind of person, and they're showing off this weekend. They're going, hey, you dude from Kentucky, this is the way the top tier does it, and it's fantastic.
Yes. Just like you said, the best of the best, and they're out here showing it off, and it is very impressive. And as you would expect from Peter Biondo's operation here, it's kind of like NASCAR kicks off with a Daytona. The Fling Series kicks it off with the $1 million race right out of the box.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It is awesome.
$350,000 awesome.
That's I could pay off half my credit card bills with that.
That's a lot of awesome.
That is a lot of awesome.
and during the 50K shootout this morning, that Brodix deal.
Yeah.
I know if it was my 50 on the line,
yeah,
I would have been, pacing around, because how many did we see? We saw 3 out of one round on a fresh day that were within a thousandth of perfect.
I know.
3 of them.
3 of them. But
none of them got it.
None of them got it.
Right.
And that is the ultimate challenge right there.
Yeah,
it's
and
been done twice in more than 10 years. 2 times that they've had to hand out the money.
And what else is wild is that, you can go to a lot of races, a lot of tracks. You can go they race all across the country every weekend. But how many times a year do you think your local track, how many times a year do you think they have a perfect pass? Not very many. They will send thousands of passes
right
down the racetrack over the course of a season and maybe never see one.
Right.
We saw 2 yesterday.
Yes, we saw 2 yesterday. You and I both know Brian Loans from NHRA.
I've heard of her. Brian is
okay.
Listen.
Well, I've heard of her too.
Yes. And he is a student, a historian. I mean, there is probably not very many people out there that have more right off the top of his head information than Brian Loans.
Yes. Now, here's something you probably didn't know. Maybe you did. In all of his announcing, and he's at a racetrack every weekend. He's been doing it for decades, right? Never once been on the mic for a perfect pass.
No kidding.
No kidding.
You know who has been?
Who's that?
Ronnie Court was on it for two times yesterday.
Brian has never called a perfect lap. Well, I mean, it could even happen at a real, that's wrong.
It could be
I
top,
retract what I just said.
Top sportsman. You know, I mean,
it could be any NHRA drag race. It could be any of the, he calls a lot of stuff, right? But
trip zip starting lines are few and far between.
Yes.
We saw 10 of them.
Yes.
This morning. You thought you were going to see 2, apparently. That's what I heard. That's what I was told.
You people just need to leave it alone. But yes, I thought, and I apologize to everyone that I've offended by thinking that we were only going to see 2.
Well, I can tell you.
But I will say that I base that on racetrack conditions.
Yes.
Completely changed environment. The light on the there's a whole lot of factors that made me think it wasn't going to happen.
I'll tell you. That's fair.
And I was flat wrong.
Yeah, it's fair.
Flat wrong.
Because, we have all been around so many races over the years, and you're sitting here and you're going, there can't be that many people. They're going to go out there with a 40-mile-an-hour headwind,
right?
On a fresh, completely different situation than they were on yesterday, and they're going to go perfect on the tree. So I get it. When Peter said 11, I asked Peter what the over-under was for this morning. He said 11.
Right.
And I'm going, I really thought it was going to be 3 or 4. And I said,
I'll
take.
I said, right there. You and I were kind of in the same.
But, so I told him, I said, I'm going to take the under. Right? I said, what's the over-under, Peter? And he goes, 11.
Right.
And I'm going, ain't no way.
Right.
You know how many there was? 10.
10.
Yes. So he still owes me. I don't know what he owes me, but I won because I took the under. But by 1.
He'll probably give you the $20 that I gave him for losing.
Oh, hell, well, all right then. I'll take that.
But you got to settle your terms with him up front. I learned that.
Oh yeah. I didn't. It was not drawn out specifically before we started.
Right.
Kind of like with me and Ronnie. We were up here and they were going through that, and I'm looking in the lanes, and we hadn't seen a perfect light yet. I owe you money. No, you owe. I did it twice. You're way down. Huh. Yeah. Ronnie Court. I said in the next 5 pairs there's going to be a perfect light.
No.
What number was it? The 5th pair? It was like 8. No, Ronnie Court. And then he kept moving the goal. Well, he moved it like 3 times. He's like, all right, my timer starts now. Yeah, I didn't say when the 5 were. I just made sure that it was wherever it happened. I said, oh yeah, it started 4 ago.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, well,
boy, there's an awful lot of money floating around, or supposedly floating around here that nobody's seen.
It's
right?
I was just going with a pride thing here. I said, Ronnie, it's getting ready to happen, and it happened pretty soon. I mean, you look, and again, I just looked down in the staging lanes, and I'm going, I see every one of these racers. Somebody's getting ready to do it because there's a bunch of bad dudes and dudettes right down there, and I'm going, yeah. One of those is getting ready to do it, and it may not have been 5, but it came up real soon, and you could just you could look down there, and then they started rolling, and you're going, okay, we've had this many now in the door cars, and now all the dragsters are coming, and it just did, and it ended up at 10.
Well, in all reality, you and I both know each and every person that's out there could easily cut a perfect light because they're just the best in the game.
Yeah, that 50K deal this morning, the Brodix 50K shootout, was one of just, if you want to say, one of the more exciting sessions that I've been a part of at a bracket race, was that, because they're they're trying to use that as their time run, because we're running for $350,000. So they're, in their real thought process, they're going, I'm trying to get this car to do exactly what I want it to do, so I'm ready for eliminations. But they're also going, let's take 3 more out of the box. Let's just see how, because the red light didn't hurt them, but they're trying to do multiple things, and they ended up where they're going, oh yeah, we had 3 that were 1 total. It's wild. Yeah, and well, you look at it, and what I was saying with Warren was, you don't get that way by just sitting back and leave the car in the trailer, and you go out the next week, or you go out in 2 weeks. Colby Frazier, that drove my car for me in our series, he when he was in juniors, and boy, there's some amazing racers come out of juniors. He was in juniors, and his parents said, "Okay, we're gonna get you a junior. We're gonna do racing. We're gonna do it the right way. You have to hit the practice tree 50 times every day."
Okay.
So he's like 10 years old. Did you hit the practice tree yet? Nope. Then go on down there and do it.
Right.
And when I put that kid in my race car, he had never driven a door car, ever.
Yeah.
And the second race, he was sitting in the seat. He doubled up and won 2 classes with it. And I'd been racing it for 10 years, and I'd won plenty of races, but had never done that. And I mean, he was just killer. But that's what it takes to win this kind of stuff.
That's what they say. That's how you get to Carnegie Hall, right? Practice, practice, practice.
You know what?
You've been to Carnegie Hall.
I have. I've sung at Carnegie Hall. That is a fact. Last year.
Well, before I get out of here, because I'm going to let you talk about these dragsters.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your performance today with the national anthem. It was moving.
I appreciate that, Warren. It's I went down and I kind of warmed up beforehand, and I'm going, oh, it's going to be a good one, because the last time I really felt in good voice and stuff, it's been a little while. So I'm like, oh, this is going to be, and it was. I mean, I felt good, so I appreciate the compliment there. We also had the jets going by. I mean, the whole thing was probably one of the best ones I've ever been a part of. So that was awesome, and I appreciate the kind words there, Warren Evans, and the great work that you do to do all of these cameras. You sit there and you click through that button tirelessly all weekend to get the cameras to move, to do the interviews, all those things, and it shows. You got thousands of people watching online, and it's because you do an awesome job. The coverage produced by Warren Evans, presented by Jags.com and Hoosier. Thank you, Warren Evans, for calling some races and giving us a great live feed and all these folks on online to be able to play.
Well, thank you, and I'm going to step out of the way, and our supervisor's standing behind us. He's going to jump in here and join you on the mic.
All right. I love it. So where are we? Warren, where are we right now? Because we've been chatting. Where are we?
We are at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Thank you so much for that wisdom, the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We're in dragster doubles in round number 2. Ronnie, are you going to join me? Ronnie, if you're going to join me, we'll switch microphones. That way you can be at your seat here. How about that?
I don't know if it's my seat. It's more of a, I think this microphone's more tuned to my voice because I'm just loud and obnoxious. Hey, Jeff, Sarah, look at that. 001, 1 above 2. Glency DePon, unfortunately, 25. That's late in the pair, and 51 with a 9 on the 55.
Race Kid, the coolest name for a racer here this weekend, in my opinion. Race Kid.
Yeah, it's, Big Jed does this a lot. And he says top 10 names at an event. And, boy, I tell you, that'd be one of them.
That's got to be.
Race Kid's just a great name. It's a great name. He's a great kid, too. I got a chance to meet the Kid family for the first time last year. They are incredible people and really, really just genuine, down-to-earth, and just amazing drag racers. How about 005 Dead 0?
Wolf.
Take 3 thou, as Colt Som is 006 Dead 2, no good. Colt Som, 8 total, no good.
Wow.
5 beats 8. Race Kid beats Colt Som. I tell you what, Colt Som does not need to hang his head on that lap because that is a great lap. Unfortunately, Race Kid did it just a little bit better.
That lap wins you about 95% of the passes that you'll ever run. And he's going to go back and go, man, that hurts, but that's just the wrong side of an outstanding pair.
Talon Farmer, 12 on the tree for the win. 12, 2 above 8. For the win is Johnny Ezel, 17 on the tree, but under by 7 thou. Took 30, had to take 23 or less.
There we go. Jake Clayton going to be on the left side, Chattanooga, Tennessee. He normally is driving a Fox Body Mustang down there at Brainerd in the Tennessee version of Brainerd, not the Minnesota version of Brainerd.
That's the Chattanooga Choo-Choo, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I wish that car was here. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that car.
Matt Hartzell, right side, Modesto, California. Boy, talk about some miles between them. Hartzell going to be dialed 496. Clayton going to be dialed 460 over there on the summit side of the racetrack. Boy, Jake Clayton is putting together a mighty good pass, but can't make it stick. Clayton was 002 and 2 above. Hartzell was 13, dead 3, 16 total. Takes 6 thou at the finish line. What a stripe job for Hartzell, as Clayton going to have to load up that entry here in round number 2. It was 002, but sometimes just the best starting line still doesn't quite work out.
We are aware of the starting line sound for those who are listening and watching, of course, in the chat bleachers. I think this is as simple as we've been going for so long, and I think the batteries ran out. So we're working on that. I assure you, those who are listening, don't you worry. We're going to get that taken care of. Give us just a little second. Give us a second. Unfortunately, you're stuck with our voices.
Right? Yeah, they all want to hear the burnouts, and
yes.
I get it.
Bodie Bennett left side, 459 the dial in, and Alexis Thompson 451 right side. So again, we're working on the sound. Don't you worry. We're working on it. Hang tight. Hang tight. 16 to a 27 in favor of Alexis Thompson. Win light. Thompson 16 dead 6. Take 3 thou at the top end of the racetrack.
You heard a few rips down there.
Yeah.
I'd say that's
total.
16. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Bodie Bennett, let's go 27. He's mathematically ineligible off the starting line.
Yeah, broke out by 2 thou, but it didn't matter. He was just not going to get there. And it wasn't a huge starting line advantage, but it was certainly enough. Sugar Shane Carr, Bradenton, Florida, 438. The neon highlighter orange. And if you see my shoes, you know that I love the bright colors. It's awesome. Marco Abruzzi, left side, builds a pretty fine converter from what I've heard.
Abruzzi over there, left side, a tough customer and just as equally a difficult customer over there in the man they call Sugar. Right side, 438, the dial in. I know chat wants us to hear or say race car noises, but I'm assure you nobody wants to listen to that. 8-13. Abruzzi had the starting line advantage, but Winlight, Shane Carr, 13, dead 5. That's 18 total. Abruzzi, 008, under by 7th out, took 17. That means he had to take 10 or less. No dice, and Shane Carr punches a ticket to the next round.
Here we go. You've got the left lane. I've got the right lane, Ronnie. Rup, 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 rup. Give me the left lane. Come on. There was the burnout.
You know, I think if we had Shane Molinari around here, we could probably replicate the blower surge better.
Rup,
yeah,
that one. Yeah.
Donovan Williams, 443 left side out of Sarasota, Florida, and Josh Harper, 504 the dial in right side. The American Dragster.
They're asking for something on the
chat. Somebody get those batteries changed real quick. 10 to an 18. Josh Harper for the win. 502 on the 504. That's a double breakout win. Donovan, boy, we're going to have to double check. Donovan Williams, is he still in the show? Remember, no more buyback round. We are simply at the point where 2 go down, 1 comes back.
There's going to be somebody in a Calcutta somewhere that's going to be real disappointed if Donovan Williams is already out, because I guarantee you that would have been a pretty high pick for anybody.
Jeff Dobbins, the second, left side, 480 the dial-in, and Richard Taylor. Taylor will chase Dobbins. 2 talented runners there as the Dragsters continue on. Hey, we appreciate the kind words in the chat there. Dennis, 66, Ron Merkel, Dan the Man. Hey, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you guys.
Darn, Kurt says it's so much better without the burnout sound.
I don't know. I like the burnout.
Was that a shot at my burnout sound or the real one?
No comment. No comment.
From you, I know which one you're thinking.
Jeff Dobbins will leave the starting line first. He is patiently approaching the pre-stage. And chat, a live update as I see Warren Evans reach for the microphone. He is changing the batteries out feverishly, I should say, to give you the sound back. As you see Richard Taylor for the win, 009, and under by 1,000. Don't you worry, we're working on it. We're working on it. Warren should be turning it on here shortly, and then everybody in the chat could go wild.
All right, Patrick says, where's the track audio? I gave you track audio, but now people are saying, I don't like that burnout.
They want the real burn, yeah.
I understand. Brian Bennett, right side, Shallow Water, Texas, and Josh Lukey, the Law Chevrolet team out of Boonville, Indiana. 471 the dial over there on the left side, right side. BB, dialed 460.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Daniel. You know, as great as the sights are and as awesome as the sounds are, the smell makes a smell extra.
How about this pair, Ronnie? They are 1 thou apart on the starting line. 10 up front for Bennett, 11 up front for Lukey. And, wow, Bennett goes 13 under. Is that right? Did I do that math right? I think so.
Bennett is under by 13. Lutke is under by 2. And last time I checked 2. Listen, 13.
2 is better than 13. Yes, that's a fact.
Lutke for the win. Logan Moore left side. 460 the dial-in. And Caden Muth. Muth? 477 the dial-in out of Bjorn, Texas. It's Bjorn, correct? Oh, is it Bernie? Is it really pronounced Bernie? Or are you messing with me? Really? How'd you get Bernie out of that? Wow, that's interesting. The O must be silent. Okay.
Not again with the silent O.
And the chat goes wild. Oh, this one is very much over on the starting line. Caden Muth, 009, and 1 above 1. Take 42 is Logan War. A good run, but unfortunately we'll lose that one. 52 on the let go. 1 above 0, no good.
Next pair out. Cody Graham, right side, Forest City, Arkansas. 2019 Miller Machine, dialed 443, left side. JJ Jake Jones, South Jordan, Utah, 2015 Miller. So 4 years difference on the build, 3/10 difference on the dial-in. Jake Jones going to be 3/10 out. Graham going to see what the chances are of chasing him down.
So Jake will leave the starting line first. Cody will leave within a bulb, so they will very much be in distance as they make their way down the racetrack. Of course, the 8th mile is oh so tight when it comes to this drag racing, bracket racing, big check with the dragsters. You basically let the button go, and then you're already looking for where your opponent is, locating them, and getting to the top end of the racetrack.
All right, we're sitting here. Oh, there we go. Jake Jones is now staged, and there comes the tree down. And the starting line advantage going to go to Graham. Jake Jones was 23 up front, breaks out, and still does not get there. Cody Graham, 007, dead 310 total, and that will every time load up that 23 on the let go of Jake Jones. So Cody Graham moving on to round number Trace.
Yeah, job well done by Cody. Rip it a couple times, rock the scoop, and collect a round win. Bobby, is it Moat?
I've been saying Mott. I don't know.
Left side out of Georgia. We'll figure that out for you, Bobby. We hope we're getting that right for you. 2,000 undercover, 504 the dial-in.
Right side, you leaving that one. Right side, Giovanni Colecci. Valley, Washington, and Colecci in control and gets it done. 008 up front. Goes 13 under. Mott was 22 up front. Double breakout goes towards Colecci.
Philip Pennington, left side, Poth, Texas, 467. I do believe that this is Philip Pennington's final entry. So back is against the wall, and boy, tough customer in the right lane.
I would not want this to be my last entry when I look over in that other lane and I see Corey Galletti over there.
Yeah, very difficult.
I wouldn't want to look from one lane to either lane. You got Pennington on the left, you got Galletti on the right. Whew. I mean, that's just a flip of a coin because those are two baddest ones out there. And it looks like somebody's in big, big trouble. Corey Galletti, 007, takes 12 at the finish line. Pennington swinging a little bit of a miss on the starting line. 46 up front, goes dead 5, but dead on the let go. Galletti, 007, moving on to round number 3.
Great pair there, and another great one here. How about Cooper Chun, left side? I know he is a fan favorite in the chat bleachers. Well, chat, here comes Cooper. 486 the dial-in, and Tyler Bohannon. 472 right side. Boy, this is as good as it gets. And look, we're only in Rad Torque Systems round number 2, but we are starting to get the heavy hitters lining up against each other. Bohannon right side, Chun left side. In a all-star matchup, your champion trying to defend the title in the left lane. Reaction time advantage is worth 8 thou, and the champ's moving on. 004, take 009. To be 2 above 4 for the win, Bohannon let go 12. To be 2 above 5, and Cooper Chun, the defending champion of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is on to round 3.
Now, he's still defending, isn't he? Ryan Barnes, next pair up, and Mark Barnhart. Barnhart out of Placitas, New Mexico. 457, the 2024 Ezel Machine. And Ryan Barnes out of Tomball, Texas. 2020 American Dragster. 434. Just a tick over 2/10. Separate him on the starting line.
Ryan Barnes is a really talented driver, and Barnhart as well, too. Barnhart particularly. This is a immaculate dragster. If you've ever got a chance to look at this vehicle up close, it is gorgeous. Left side, Barnes right side. Thinking this one may be over on the starting line. Barnes trying to rock the scoop, and he's going to get to round win. 15 dead 2. Boy, killed enough as Barnhart 002 and under by a thou.
Ouch.
He took 16. He needed to take 15.
Ouch.
No good. Ryan Barnes to round number 3.
Ouch.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. From Ryan Barnes to Ryan O'Connor. Left side, the Canada runner, Casey Lane Dragster, 458.
Right side, Colby Fuller, Savannah, Georgia. If you've never been to Savannah, Georgia, you're missing out. That is a beautiful part of the country over there. I'll tell you, there's so much history, and it's just gorgeous. Great place to stop when you're going down that coast. Savannah, Georgia, Fuller, 483, 450, 8-4 O'Connor over on the left side. O'Connor is staged. There's the flicker, and Fuller is now in. Here we go. And they are just 4 thou apart on the starting line, 23 to 27. Fuller stays on the right side of the dial in, goes dead 7. O'Connor breaks out by 5, took 8, breaks out by 5. I don't know. Can you on purpose take 3 or less? I'm just asking you because I
had to take
cannot.
3 or less, and I would agree that's a very difficult window to thread, but was trying. Colby Fuller, equally talented, will ride the package into the next round. Steve Kelly has the door cars. Here come the door cars. I believe this would be Pro Round 3. Pro Round 3, Steve Kelly left side, 67 Camaro.
Wheel standard now. We also have Colby Walker driving this car doubled up, and he put it on way on the bumper at the time run. But Steve Kelly is 005. Jason England, the driver for that pass, a little tardy, cannot get it done, breaks out trying to get there. Steve Kelly moving on. And I don't know if Colby's still in that car, but if he's not, if he is, the car, the Mustang, still has an entry.
So again, Larice Pro, round 3 now. This is the ATI Performance Products. Round number 3, of course, door cars, odd and even doubles, first entry to the lanes. You should be back there as Andy Schmall and Joe Kidd. Now at the starting line, Andy Schmall. Was it 2 years ago when he hoisted the trophy? As the Beretta took the $1 million win, and he will roll on with 4 total.
Wow.
Schmall, 003, take 002 to be dead 1. 4 total as Joe Kidd let go 30, and unfortunately for Kidd, no dice. Andy Schmall is on a heater. Dunk the nose and 4 total. That's pretty good.
And he's going off the bottom, yes?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's just a killer run. Brian, I can't get it right.
Cerruti. That's a difficult one.
It looks so wrong.
That's a difficult
for me to say it that way, so I'm struggling there. Cerruti, Fruity, no. Tootie. There you go. He's 21. Here's what I do know. 21 on both sides. And it goes to Vigessa. It's 1 thou over. So he's 21, dead 1. Cerruti was 21 as well, but 11 above. Zachary Zerbrug, right side. First gen, a pair of first gen Camaros, 67 model on the right. Now 647, Mitch Seymour, 68 Camaro. They're both 68s. And I do love that. You were talking about that. They look so good leaving together. Both of them wheels up and just now apart. When light going to shine for Seymour. Zerbrug goes under by 15. Seymour dead 7. Moving on to round number 4.
Yeah, Zach was trying to kill, but not in time, and I think he probably killed after the finish line. You saw that dunk of the nose, but I think it was too late And unfortunately, it cost him Mitchell Seymour to the next round. Chad Sandlin, left side, 617 the dial-in, and Joel Young. This is dialed as a, some people call it a heads-up 617. I like to more say the tree drops simultaneously, as this is handicap bracket racing.
Hey, and while they left together, they left within 3 thou of each other, and it's a double breakout with 1 thou different. Sandlin, 001, under by 2. Joel Young, 004, and under by 3. Wow, what a pair that was. Craig Merrilees, I'm going to say, is ramping up the no-box version. Windsor, California, on the single, 31 up front, dialed 628, and goes 628 with a 3. Good little time run there for Craig Merrilees. The Monza over here in the right water box, and we've got the officials down there going, what are we seeing? And they say, let's give him the all clear. So Carl Guy, right side Montrose. Man, that was a great band, Montrose. You don't even know that, Montrose. That's where Geib is from. You do. Joe Schmall, left side. Cavalier. Geib, right side. Monza. And they are dialed also door handle to door handle. 627 right side, 624 left for Schmall.
Joe Schmall back in Tucson last week. I believe the only day he ran was the day he won. And so essentially flew in, jumped in the car, won the race, and then said, that's good enough for me. I'll see you later, guys. Joe Schmall is one of those drivers where, boy, really starting to put it together and could make a deep push here. So 2 cars staring at some pre-stage bulbs. Joe is now in, and here comes Geib.
Right side 002 red. Schmall 008, 17 above. Carl going to have to go back and think about that one at the pits for the rest of the night. It's going to be a tough little evening as 2 thou red. Oof.
I'm not sure if this is a this also will be a tough thing to accept, but nonetheless, I think he will accept it. I always struggle with this. Congratulations to Colt Som. He was the best losing package of Rad Torque Systems round number 2. 8 total. 8 total, should not lose that round, but hey, it's Vegas, baby.
It's Vegas,
he
baby.
He is going to win that $1,000 Fling check, though, so congratulations, Colt Som. That is tough, though. That is tough.
It softens the blow a
little
bit.
bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah.
Zach Fulcher, the Mr. Cool, Mayfield, Kentucky Cavalier, 593. And then the Beretta. I think Fulcher ran a Beretta his last time down. It was not that one. That's KJ Mulligan. Down 525, and Mulligan, ouch, kicks it, 001 red. Fulcher hanging in there like hair in a biscuit, trying to get that money and take some of it back to Mayfield, Kentucky. 14 up front, runs it out the back, says, I'm going to use this information for next round dial. He goes a pretty good amount under, so Zachy was carrying a little bit, but he knows now how much he was carrying. He can make adjustments accordingly.
Again, round 3, dragsters and doubles first entry to the lanes, please. Dragsters and doubles first entry to the lanes, please. Number 274. The wait and see buy for round number 3 in the dragsters. It's Gary Roost and George LeBlanc. There go the door machines. 17 to a 21. Win line top end. It's going to be George. George, how about 21 dead 2 for the win is Gary. 696 with an 8. will break out LeBlanc. We'll advance to round number 4 as we continue on through this ATI Performance Products round number 3. I was not keeping track at the time, Danny, but that would be an interesting lap if that was the case for Colt. 8 total for the win on the first half, 8 total for the loss on the second entry.
That is wild.
That is kind of wild. Yeah.
That's wild, man.
I'm not sure if that was the case, but I don't know. Interesting. Josh Pickett, Dustin Wirtz.
And another one of those angry red bulbs, the cherry under the tree. Dustin Wirtz, 003 red, 1 thou under. Josh Pickett, 008 green, and 2 thou under. The car versus the dial-in is just getting better and better every round. I mean, we're seeing them, 1 or 2 thou from perfect every time.
The combo is starting to work. The combo is definitely starting to work, and the combo has usually worked for the gentleman in the right lane. Jeff Verdi, 629, the dial-in, right side in the GTO. This is your $1 million winner. Back so many years ago, his name is already etched on the trophy, and he'd love to etch it for a second time. He will continue on. Verdi, 16 dead 0. The GTO is rolling as Olsen is red by 13 thou.
Jason McFarland, right side. Oh, yes, I'm digging that S10. I mean, that thing sits down in the dirt. 527 the dial-in, and Mark Kidd, the 67 Chevy 2. In my opinion, as a Ford guy, there's not much better looking than a 66, 67 Chevy 2.
Yeah,
It has a great-looking body.
Mark's machine also kind of sits on the lower side and in the weeds, and I always love that look. And, yeah, really good-looking machine out of Twin Falls, Idaho. McFarlane over there on the right side. Race truck. I missed that pro stock truck. Win light top end, Jason McFarlane, 005, dead 6, take 6. At the top end of the racetrack, 11 total. Mark Kidd, 17, dead 0, and locked out on the starting line.
It just looks to me like you got to be 10 total to even feel like you got a shot right now, because it's time and time and time again we keep seeing those kind of packages. 11 total, 8 total. Well, I mean, it's really kind of shocking. To be honest with you.
Usually things start to really tighten up around this time when we get into ATI Performance Products round 3, because guys who have had buybacks, this is lap number 4 or 5. Of the day, and it's starting to get really tight here. The weather is starting to get really good into that day where all of the racetrack now covered. It's not, sunlight into darkness and then sunlight, that type of deal. As Cole Castile picks up the round win, 26 under by 5 thou on the double breakout. Weller is under by 11 thou, so 5 less than 11 on the double breakout. As it only means that the racing gets better.
And I'll tell you, nothing else gets better than standing here in Vegas looking at the silhouette of the mountain range. I don't know what else you could want. Jaden Lawler in that Cobalt took it all the way to the final round on Wednesday night. And Aaron Milton was at 3, I believe, last night. So both of these guys know how to find their way to that final round. And who is going to move on? Milton is 004. Lawler, a little miss on the starting line. Breaks out, takes 1 thou, but too much starting line disadvantage. Aaron Milton moving on.
Was really wondering who would take the Cobalt, who would take the Dragster. Of course, Tebow drove it last weekend in Tucson, and now Lawler here. And I don't know if Lawler was down to 1 entry, but certainly a big entry to lose, no doubt. As Dalton Allendorf and Joe Julesrud come to the starting line. Julesrud, 485 the dial in, and Dalton Allendorf, dialed 725. Will be on the throttle stop. Will leave the starting line. The throttle stop will kick on and essentially stop the throttle. It'll kick off, full throttle, and away we go. If you are an index racer, you are very well aware of how these bad boys work. Give you a little bit more of that opportunity to chase towards the top end with mile-an-hour manipulation, but certainly in this case, should be an interesting one. Big mile-an-hour outlook Joe.
They are 1 thou apart on the starting line, a 13 to a 14. And yes, I guess it worked. 14 up front, 26 with a 9 on the 25. And Joe over here on the right side was 13 up front, 21 above. So Allendorf takes 12 10,000ths at the finish line to move on to round number 4.
Yeah, and we saw brake lights out of Joe. Everybody loves to, from afar, say, what's the right move, this and that, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just going to tell you what's factually happening on the racetrack. And Dalton Allendorf making it happen. Nick Engler, 627 the dial-in left side, and Doug Carter, right side, 611. Colorado, 94 Camaro.
Ooh.
Doug,
kind
of made a move to the right, then back to the center, win like Nick Engler, 37, and dead 2, take 26, as Carter was unfortunately a little tardy on the starting line. And Nick Engler for the win.
Yeah, it looked like Carter might have gotten all the way over into the shiny stuff. It's kind of started heading towards the right, pulled it back in, and you saw a little bit of the side of that car. And that was enough to throw off the ET, we should say. Henry Robertson, Bug McCarty. McCarty, left side, 593, the S10. Right side, Robertson, 628 for the Fox body out of California.
Parker, we can have that conversation when we have some downtime. Ask that question again when we do have downtime. I'll try to remember. Henry Robertson, 22, 1 above 9 for the win. Bug McCarty, 44 on the let go, under by 13 thou, no good. Henry Robertson moving around number 4. Dave Mazier, left side, 5 flat to dial in. Mazier, and that Mazier Enterprises Roadster. And Andrew DiPiazza. Boy, I tell you what, really, really nice looking race cars on the starting line.
That's a fact. Just a quarter of a second head start for Mazier. Half a goal, some might say, and he's double 0-3 too soon. Andrew DiPiazza, 33 on the let go, 17 above. Mazier, 3 thou Roja.
That's a tough one for Dave. He's been really driving well, but got to go green. Got to go green. Seth Street, left side. Richard Virginia runner, the S10 machine. Hey, look at that. A pair of trucks.
Pair of them.
That is a very popular pick in this big check bracket racing. Right side, Stephanie Cummett. Stephanie Adam Morrison, of course, called Bandimere home. And hopefully we're going to call Chapter 2 home here, hopefully sooner than later. 6:54 the dial-in.
Yeah, going to be a little half a second head start for the right side. Seth Street over there out of Virginia, dialed 599. I think my favorite thing about an S10 is their wheelies.
Yeah, a little bit more wheelbase, a lot of visibility. They're just cool. 14 to a 19, win light, Stephanie Cummett. 14 and 1 above 8, take 004 out the back door is Seth Street. 19 on the let go, 6 flat on the 599.
All right. Roadster, right side, Preston, Pennington. 475 on the right side of the racetrack. And Steve Wilmoth, boy, would we call this a monster matchup?
Preston Pennington, I'm pretty sure, is doubled. Him and I think Phil and Michael also said, well, let's have an arm wrestle for the Roadsters. And Preston comes out on top. 475 the dial in, right side out of Lavernia, Texas. Wilmuth, Idaho runner in the Vega. This is the Prema Vega. You are correct, crew chief. That Roadster is just sick. They are identical on the starting line, and it's Pennington. 12. One above two, take 13 as Wilmuth is 12 above by 200 and some change. And Preston Pennington will move on.
All right, what do we got next? Oh, one of the Achievas. Brandon Taylor, Woodland, Alabama, left side. Going to be dialed 612. 551 on the board for Dan Bain over here in his 68 Camaro. And ouch, another one. 002 red. BT was 007 up front. Under by 8 thou, so, packing less than a hun. So good lap for Brandon Taylor. And again, just the wrong side of that Christmas tree just by 2 thou for Bain.
Wow. Monster matchup on the starting line. Donovan Williams and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow is arguably coming into this race one of the hotter drivers winning in Tucson. Williams coming into this race, arguably one of the hotter drivers, as he did some. I think did he race himself back about 2-3 weeks ago? Tripled up or something like that. All the kid does is win checks, and the overkill machine in the left side, Old Red, has been pretty nasty. In the left side, 572 the dial in. Lithgow dialed 480. Big matchup on the starting line. There goes Old Red. There goes the Roadster. And Lithgow is in trouble. Win light, Old Red. 12. Dead zero. Take 18. Donovan Williams parks that baby dead zero. And Lithgow can only watch. 25, dead 5. 30 total, no good.
Left no opportunity. Said, we'll just put it dead zero. There's nowhere to go. What a lap there for Williams. Next pair, and they're different driver, because that truck was one of the 2 perfect passes yesterday, if I believe. But it is being piloted by Kyle Coltrera. 618 the dial in on the left side. Right side, 66 Nova. 554. I've asked a million times and no one can ever give me a straight answer. Is there an actual difference between a Nova and a Chevy 2, or is a Chevy 2?
There is.
Tell me what it is. Someone tell me.
Trim pack.
It's a trim pack. All right. I'm with you then. I can do that. And looky there. 003 on the starting line out of both sides. Double breakout. And just 3 thou under for Coltrera. I figured it was kind of like the, W37, which then became a Pontiac Tempest, which then became a Pontiac GTO, or a Le Mans and then a GTO, So I was guessing that was what the Nova was. But you see a lot of those. You see the badge, and you're like, is this one a Chevy 2 or a Nova?
Great pair here. Chris Galitti left side and Roger, the wheel-standing Barracuda, in the right side. Back in the Prodex, run for the money. Boy, Roger went for a wild ride. And wired in ever since. How about 516 on the 513 006? And simply put, Chris Galitti just missed it. 56 on the line, one above, one no good.
That hard landing might have been the wake-up call for Sauter because he's just been knocking it down ever
Roger
since then.
has been lights out ever since.
Back into long cars.
First pair out of the dragsters. Here comes Kyle Gibson and Leslie Dugas as Brent Carver going to step out, and the legend of Las Vegas.
Like I told you, I figured out why you are trying to call me the legend. It's because legends are folks that have been retired, put out to pasture.
Whatever.
Nobody wants them around anymore.
Oh, no. Jeff Foster going to need you till you're 90, man.
Well, we'll see about that. Hey, I did learn a little fun fact. You remember how we were discussing about Kyle Gibson and what it would take to park a truck in a Sorry. Leslie Dugas gets the win light, 34 green, 473 on a 472. Kyle Gibson rolled up, dialed 401, and ran 402. But just real quick, while and this was a fun fact that was provided to me. So the truck and trailer combo, we were trying to figure out what it would cost, like monthly, to park in Manhattan.
Peter poked his head in.
Yeah,
like,
Peter popped the
randomly.
question.
Yeah.
So Peter popped the question, and it turns out that the rig actually lives in Texas. But Rick Huffman provided these details.
Oh, thank you, Rick.
To park his Law Chevrolet, the one he got, his Tahoe that he got from Law Chevrolet, cost him $1,100 a month to park that in downtown New York. And for Gibson, it's the first time this car has been out. They put it together, brand new car. So thank you very much, Rick Huffman. Win light goes to Colt Somm. Somm 007 and Dead 3 take 20 thou at the stripe to get around. Race Kid. On that lap. Let go 25 and ends up 463 on a 463. 25 dead, 5 no good. As Kevin Johnson out of Draper, Utah, going to roll up on the right side.
Don Buckowitz out of New Jersey. The Race Tech machine left side. As you get a great starting line look. This ATI Performance Products round number 3. Some beautiful machines on the racetrack. And every round that passes, we get a little closer. Potentially the big check. Boy, Kevin Johnson moved hard right on the hit. And that threw some ET off. Butkowitz, 14, dead 5, 19 total for the win.
Like to see Don lighten up some scoreboards here. Do you know how to pronounce the name of his city? I know we've switched away from it already, but it's New Jersey, but Perrinville? I have no idea. McKenna Needham, a local Las Vegas racer, taking on Corey Galitti. Needham has matched up with some pretty strong racers, and McKenna, who's originally out of Hawaii, moving here to Vegas, 451 the dial right side. Red light start Needham by 18 thousandths of a second. Galitti is 004 and under by 6 thou, but Needham handed him a win light. Galitti's moving on.
Cam, I do believe, still doubled. Yes. This ATI Performance Products around number 3. Jeff Serra, 475 the dial in left side, and Matt Lee, right side, 465 for our friends at Mr. Cool DIY Direct, which is just a perfect way to transition to say that we will want to remind racers that we are going to do the 16-car second shot shootout. We will announce the list after third round, so hang tight because we will announce that list here shortly, and we will do that Mr. Cool DIY Direct 16-car second shot shootout a little bit later in the program. Sarah, left side. If I'm correct, this is Sarah's last entry. 10 to a 19. Win Winlight top end, Sarah, 10, dead 5. That's 15 total. Matt Lee lets go 19 and is locked out on the starting line. Broke it out 12th out, took 8. You know what that means. Got to either break out, taking the stripe, or back out, give it away. Jeff Serra for the win.
Cooper Chun and Misty Unser. Cooper trying to defend as he is the current and reigning million winner. 485 the dial for the Mullis built car over on the left side. Misty Unser out of Kuna, Idaho, dialed in at 445. And when you said, that Sarah's down to his last
I'm
entry,
pretty sure that's the
if
case.
that's the case,
Yes.
if I was somebody else out there, that would probably turn my nervous system up a little
But
bit.
see, here's the thing.
Because you back Sarah into a corner.
That may be a bad thing for the rest of
That's what I mean.
folks.
That's what I mean. It seems like when he gets backed into a corner, it doesn't seem well. Fourth thou separate these two up front as the Washingtonian takes on the Idahoan. Yeah, Cooper Chun. Temperature starting to go up a little bit. Not so sure about how much he took down there at the stripe, but he knew it. He knew what he was doing. 487 over 485, 38 to a 34. Cooper was 38. Misty was 34. And Misty's car, unfortunately, just didn't run the number. 459 on a 445. Cooper had plenty of room and turns on that scoreboard left side.
Round 3, door car doubles, the second entry to the lanes. Round 3, door car doubles, second entry. Need to see you in the lanes, please. Round 3, door car doubles to the lanes. Jake Clayton, left side. 461 the dial in, and Alexis Thompson. Thompson dialed 450 right side.
Just boot everybody out of the first one. Can't we do that? I think we should do that. All right, Alexis Thompson, 003 red, dead 8, no good.
Hey, Nate.
Hey.
You know what would be cool? A brand new Fling t-shirt.
You know what I think is really cool?
What?
The long sleeve gray t-shirt they've got down there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm one of those, I love race t-shirts. I love the pictures of the cars. I love all this stuff. But something, I don't know, I hate to say monochromatic, but it's a gray t-shirt, black print. It's got the Fling stuff. It's got that awesome helmet on the back. That, to me, is, you can just kind of wear that as an everyday t-shirt. I love those.
Okay.
You know what those two things have in common?
What's that?
They're available downstairs.
Oh. I'm going right now. I'm going right now.
No, hey, racers, just a reminder, we do have race apparel available down in the tower. As Blake Johnson's going to get a win light. Jake Jones is going to get a red light. Jones on a 473 dial is 006 red, and looks like about the time he got just before the finish line, bailed out of the throttle. Johnson went ahead and legged it through. 003, dead 8, gets the win light. What are we in? ATI Performance Products round number 3?
By the way, just for our friends in the chat bleachers, we have started our second stream, if you will, part 2. So you are more than welcome to head on over there as well, too. If you want to stick around on the first one, I don't think it's going to go away. It's just at some point it won't record. So we've got the second one, and that's why we start that. So now we have our so we can monitor every chat bleacher question possible. Chad Ashford and Tommy Drake Jr. Win light, Axford, 009. 1 above 3 at $1.60. Tommy Drake Jr. 20 on the let go. And under by 18th out. Had to take 2 or less. By the way, a friendly reminder, you can order things online. Now, I will tell you, you can order past events currently on the .com. However, if you want Fling merchandise from this particular event, you got to wait till after the event. Because obviously we'll have to figure out what we are
Who's that hand?
actually available. What are you looking at over there?
Well, so I went over to start monitoring the second feed.
Yes.
Kind of like we're going to have a second shot shootout later on.
Yes, we
Apparently,
will.
we're going to have a second shot feed. Johnny Ezel, Justin Hoff, they're the pair on the line. 463 for Ezel, 464 for Justin Hoff. Win light, Johnny. 004 and one above, take 24th out with the stripe. Justin Hoff was 40 green, dead 2. And 40 green, dead 2 just isn't going to work against that 004, 14th thou above. So, yeah, what do we got? Like almost 3,000 watching on the first feed.
Wow, that's cool.
We're going to add in another 200 on the second feed. Do we ask him to migrate?
I don't know.
I'll bet I know a way we can get him to migrate. J.P. Schuster and Ivy Hutto. Ivy in the Maddox car out of Jessup, Georgia. J.P. in the Mullis Dragster out of Vienna, Ohio. 458 to a 443. So my idea is this. If you, like, we could put a message in this other one, like, you know, as of whatever time it is, 7:45 p.m. All responses and questions in feed number 1 will no longer be answered. Tell them we're only going to respond to, I don't know, 16 a pair. JP, Ivy. You look like I feel. I see you. Ivy Hutto was 16 green. JP was 16 green. Ivy is dead 5 for the win. JP take 10 thou at the stripe to break out by 5. Both 16 green, 1 under 5 thou, 1 over 5 thou. What's up, TJ? Mr. Foley. Cody said I migrated.
We got some folks who've neandered over, if you will, as Jeff Taylor and Josh Harper neander to the starting line. Harper, 502 the dial in right side, one of them gorgeous American race cars. Oh, hey, Jeff Taylor, an American race car. Beautiful machines. By the way, congratulations again, Corey Costin, for picking up that American race cars Eagles shootout win. Towed into his pit area, driving his dragster.
That was awesome.
That's awesome. Josh Harper, 008. 1 above 9, take 15 for the win. As Jeff Taylor, let's go 31, and 1 above 1, no good. It's 10-8. Snowmobile, Michael Bullard making the migration.
Look at that. Look at that.
We're just steering them.
We didn't even,
around.
I mean, you guys are awesome. They're already starting to migrate. Snowmobile, 10-8, TJ, Cody, Michael Bullard, they're all just like, all right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little move, as we talked about last night. The programming interaction on feed number 1 has come to a close, and we will now begin interacting with our chat bleachers on feed number 2. Richard Taylor, Giovanni Kalecki. Kalecki out of Washington, 495. Richard Taylor dialed 456. I'm serious, man. I'm starting to see you. The day getting to you? The sugar rush coming off?
No. Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm doing? I'm locking in.
Ah.
It's going to be a great night.
That's going to be good.
That's going to be so good. Win
20
like top end Richard Taylor, 24, dead 0, take 3 thou as Giovanni, 003, and couldn't make it work at the top end of the racetrack. That's tough. That's tough. Cody says, like herding cats. We're the crazy cat announcers, apparently.
We are.
Sure.
We are. And I do like what 10-8 said. Hit the like button as you walk into the bar. I mean, chat. So as you migrate your way over there, hit the like button. Look at that. I mean, like, we just jumped from, 280 to almost 330.
330.
As everybody starts to filter over to feed number 2.
I love how everybody's checking in and says, made it to chat 2.
Made it.
Made it to chat 2. Logan,
What was that whole thing about checking in safe after such and such event? I'm checking in safe in chat number 2.
Willie Flores, 476th Island right side. They are nearly identical on the starting line. Win like top end. Willie, 17, one above one as Logan. Oh, man, he was trying. Takes 13, had to take 12 or less as he breaks it out. One measly foul. That's tough. Steve has made the move. Welcome back, Steve.
Steve brought the hammer with him,
Oh,
the
yeah.
barn hammer.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Crater and Troy Williams Jr. I know there was a question earlier about his T-Rock still in. Here he is. The Bradenton, Florida-based car, 448, going up against Crater.